Futures holding on to nice gains here pre-market this morning, led by the NASDAQ once again up 0.54, 0.53 right now for the S&P 500. As we head towards the end of the week, we head towards some key inflation data set to come out tomorrow morning. We just got the final estimate, meanwhile, for Q4 GDP, 4.4% on that, or for PCE, I should say, 4.4% on that versus 4.3 expected. This is the Q4 final for GDP, 2.6 versus 2.7 expected. Again, coming up tomorrow morning is the final reading for the month over month, which is going to be more closely watched. There it is for the core PCE and final GDP number for the month over month reading. We'll bring that to you tomorrow morning. But markets holding higher. Once again, we saw nice strength come back into the NASDAQ, into tech in general yesterday. We'll see if that can continue. This morning, Alibaba shares off to the races here. Red to green and then some, up 1.4% after they said their logistics arm, which apparently is worth about $20 billion on the market cap side of things, going to explore an IPO over in Hong Kong. This coming after a couple days ago, as we talked about the company saying they're going to split into 6. So this is one of those. The first one to come through with possible IPO. Ton to get to. It is Thursday, March 30th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, nice look overall for the market right now. Right back to session highs. We're trying to a little bit. The ES coming off, well, about 40.80, a bit of a sticking point so far this morning in the pre-market. Here is Alibaba, though, just making a big move from 99 all the way up through yesterday's high, through to 102 on the nose. Again, if you missed it, just coming out saying that their logistics arm is going to explore a Hong Kong IPO. So $20 billion on the market cap for that one. So a nice look. Again, if we go back to earlier in the week, the company came out and said they're going to split into 6 units. This would be one of them. Sharif, good morning. Nice look to start things off here for Alibaba. Again, the main economic event of the week going to come tomorrow morning, but still all eyes on maybe another positive day here for tech.
Yeah, definitely. I was just talking off camera with Sean, and the NASDAQ closed above 20% from the lows. So, you know, that's a stat you want to keep your eye on. We're also, the NASDAQ's having its best month since Q4 of 2020. So, you know, tech's all the rave right now, especially with the banking crisis held off for the moment.
Yeah,
for the moment.
If we want to maybe whisper that under our breath a little bit.
Yeah.
Has it? We'll see. I mean, more headlines possibly to come in the banking group as we get going here, guys. Lots to discuss, including strength in big tech. We get that announcement from Apple yesterday on the Worldwide Developer Conference coming up in June. Lots of expectations surrounding that. More possible headlines to come here for Alibaba as well.
Oh,
Neil has vanished, and he's back.
No, Raheem just came in the building. Just wanted to give him daps there. So we have Raheem Alani in the building. And as always, I look over and he's going to make us look
At least
ridiculous.
he doesn't look better than me today, so that's fine.
Well, yeah, you know what?
Finally.
Had the same outfit on.
Yeah, and then you changed it. Yeah. He had the same thing on, and then he was like, nah, he doesn't want to compete, so I thank him for that. But yeah, Raheem Alani's going to be is in the building, and that's, you know, you guys will see what he's wearing. I mean, this guy always one-ups everybody around here. But it's been a great day. I think Raheem's made a lot of money in gold recently, would be my guess. So that's what's going on right now. But no, it's going to be a great day. I mean, the NASDAQ above 13,000, you know, we're finally in a bull market. Can you believe that we're saying that here in the first quarter of 2023, that we could say the NASDAQ is up 20%? Is that not ridiculous?
You know how you know it's going to be good? Because even Russell Westbrook hit 5 out of 5 from downtown. Brad was pointing out he had 36 points. If Russell Westbrook's going to drop 36 and go 5-5 from the line in a win, then this market can't be stopped.
There's something wrong with the world, man.
Unicorns are real. Everything is going to go right today. Everyone's going to buy a lottery ticket and win. Not to harp on Russell Westbrook, but he sucks. But look, this is going to be a good day, man.
I'll take that guy's paycheck.
I shouldn't have said he sucks. I shouldn't have said that. He's okay. He's a good player. But Alibaba is on an absolute tear.
Can you tell me your opinion on Russell Westbrook first?
I didn't mean to say he sucks. It's just that, look, obviously everybody knows he doesn't usually have good performances and then have the team win as well. It's just he's a great player who has not lived up to expectations. So, that's probably me being overdoing it. Let's get back to the stocks, man.
Yeah, Alibaba.
Wow. Baba is on an absolute tear. I was thinking dip buy today because it was gapping slightly to the downside, and that's what happened in yesterday's trade. I don't want to lean away from that. I do think every single day we've typically seen this one kind of pull back in. It's great that the logistics of the 6 that they're spinning off is going to go for IPO, but I tend to think that it'll be a bigger deal if we ever hear that Ant is back on. If Ant gets back on, forget about it. That's what everybody's waiting for. Like, that's the bigger deal. They still have a 30-something% stake or whatever it is in Ant, just a big stake in Ant. And I think this one would absolutely be to the moon, probably in the 20s, the day that gets announced. But for now, just enjoy the ride it's on. You're holding well above the 50 on the daily. That 98 is going to be in play. So, I'm looking longs, but I'm going to go dip off the open. And the other thing that puts a smile on my face is, Renata mentioned it. I've been above these levels. Intel, it's breaking out. Intel is breaking out of a channel. Rivian is breaking out. Some of the more beat up names are breaking out at the bottom. So yes, tech has been leading this bull rally, but not everything has participated, and a few names are joining the ride as of yesterday and today.
Yeah, it's going. I mean, as I said, we only have all longs written on here. The bull is in full effect here. I feel like we're going to have a good day. Apple today breaking through 160. Well, broke through yesterday, held it really well. Amazon is a name that I'm looking at right here. We had strong consumer confidence, right, 2 days ago. So I feel like that's definitely helping out a stock like Amazon. Amazon yesterday was strong into the close, barcoded around $100. Let's see if we can get that as some support level. I really like Amazon. What's up to Shakib? What's up to everybody there that stayed strong with us in all these tech names? And I mean, we're well back now, man. I mean, the portfolio is back and rocking right here. JP Morgan's trying to go. And I wrote down this SIVB because it is back above $1 here. So we'll see where this one goes today, trying to trade away here. But AMD, NVIDIA, they're all blasting. Alibaba with that big news there. We wait for Ant. We wait for Google. We wait for Netflix. This is going to be a good day, I'm hoping. Anyways, as oil today is trying to recover a little bit, as you can see, $73, $74 right now. Not bad from its bottoms. We'll see if oil can keep the momentum as well. But US dollar down to 102. That's nice. I mean, I don't know. I think everything is kind of just rosy in tech land right now. And when you say stuff like that, yeah, it's still bombs away on the short, I think. You could still get trapped up here. We've been up to 13,000 before. And if this doesn't hold very well up here, maybe a possible retracement back down. I know there's a lot of people out there that are looking for shorts. There's that break right there of 13,000 that we just hit. So we'll see if we can hit it. The last time we did this, we wicked as high as 1. So let's see if we can take out 13.1 today. And then that would sort of signify maybe using 13,000 as a legitimate bottom, but we can move 100 or 200 points in the NASDAQ today, right? So let's wait to see. I don't see any headline risk moving forward right now. We have to settle down with these banks, and then we'll get going. So right now, tech is all the rage.
All right, a few things of note here that are going to come up. First of all, later on this morning and into the afternoon, we have 3, count them, 1, 2, 3 different speakers, including that Kashkari guy is going to be on the microphone today at 1 p.m. So 12:45, we get both Collins and Barkin, and then 1 p.m. Kashkari is going to come through. Treasury Secretary Yellen also speaking at 3:45, so right before the close, just to get that in maybe before the market closes. A couple things of note here for these numbers that came out as well. Continuing jobless claims down slightly on a week-over-week basis. The initial jobless claims up slightly on a weekly basis, so maybe just offsetting each other there. And again, we got those final estimates, Q4 estimates for both PCE and GDP, 4.4% there for the estimate on PCE, and then the GDP number was basically in line with expectation. But again, the final number comes out tomorrow. I know it's a lot and confusing, but trust me, it'll be better tomorrow. There'll be more action, I promise. Otherwise, we'll talk a little bit about interest rates once again today when it comes to big tech. As we were saying, back to the upside, yields back to the downside a little bit. There's a number of individual kind of minor headlines when it comes to this group again today with Meta and Apple specifically. But overall, I mean, we saw yields come off a little bit yesterday. Tech rallies again.
Yeah, and that hasn't always been the case lately, has it? We've seen yields go up and equities go up on the same day, something that usually that they're inversely related. But yeah, I'm going to be looking tomorrow a lot to see how the balance between GDP growth and PCE comes in, because we don't want that hard landing. So you don't want a sharp decrease in GDP growth, but you don't want it growing either, right? So that's what I'll be looking for tomorrow, to see that kind of fine balance.
We were just talking as well. I saw an interesting survey, money manager survey that came out over the past couple of days, guys, suggesting money managers in U.S. equities are at the highest cash levels they've been basically ever. So 40%, it was 40% overweight cash and 40% underweight U.S. equities. So a ton of cash just sitting on the sidelines. So all of these moves that we've been seeing in some of the chip makers, in Meta, in Microsoft, even to the upside, kind of floating up on a lack of liquidity more than anything, and not necessarily actual buying that could still come through.
Yeah, well, the other thing to consider is when Sharif talks about a hard landing, look, if the GDP number is bad and growth isn't good, then that can just make people flock to tech even more. Well, I should say, we separate the tech now. We talk about good tech and we talk about trashy tech. So not the trashy tech, I mean the good tech, the big tech. And those names that are absolutely printing cash and have strong balance cash positions and don't need to borrow, like that's going to be, that's probably where everyone's going to go to anyway. So look, even if the GDP number isn't that great, if you do have a good PC print and then maybe GDP is not all that great, I still think that's a decent sign for tech. I don't know if we pointed this out in the chat, but just if you happen to be looking at the Qs, we've been talking a lot about moving averages and sort of bouncing off those and trending back to the upside, whether it's a 50 or the 200. We've talked about flat bottom breakdowns far too much, but there's a lot of these breaking to the upside. Like I can't tell you how many charts this morning looked a lot like this. We had, whether it's the early February highs going back into last year in the spring or in the late fall, or just quite simply like bottom channels, like Intel's at the bottom channel. These are all breakouts that I think we want to be participating in. So it's been a rare day where you just line up and see breakout after breakout after breakout setup. I mean, Netflix is setting up the breakout. Intel probably already has. Like I said, Rivian's already setting up the breakout. Square is on one as well. So it bodes well. I don't think it's necessarily all doom and gloom if the GDP print is poor, but there's going to be segments that'll be ugly. It's just big tech could do pretty decent even with that.
All right. Yeah, I just double checked.
Oh, goodness.
One of my best trades. I mean, one of my best trades is Netflix and Meta down here. But I mean, I was lucky enough to grab Intel. I just looked. $25.10 is my price on Intel. So the fact that you're up to $32 right now, it's been a nice move for INTC. So let's see if it can continue, man. I mean, the chip names remain pretty hot. Intel's up double the market right now. This was a good one. I mean, I have lots of names that are bad. I mean, I'm long Alibaba a lot higher than where we are now. I mean, most of the tech names I'm long higher than where we are now. But Intel I just stepped into, and this has been a great winner off that bottom of 25. I mean, this is one that I was just like, you know what? I like the chip space. I like all that. We came right into 25. We bought that. Very, very similar to another name right here that's not a tech name, but has been going up sort of on tech news. And we're talking about EV and battery acquisition and sort of being able to figure that out. And with Ford. Indonesia yesterday, that's going to be Ford. So we'll go bang for anybody that picked up some Ford down there at 11. I did not, but I know Momo has been wanting to talk about this for a while, and so has many. I mean, I like Ford down here at $11. If Ford's been a dog for Ford, like Intel. I mean, it's funny I go back to both these names. I've been dogs for like 25 years, but yeah, Ford might be at the same price it was 20 years ago. But right now, I like that bottom of 11. It's trying to make its move back up to the upside. I'm going to be selling most of Ford probably when we get to 14, when we get to 14, and then we'll see what happens after that. But we'll sell most of it if and when it gets up there. And Intel really happy with that. AMD cruising as well. Is AMD above $100 now? It's close, 98. So we'll look at that today as well. But lots of names around key levels, man. Google 100, AMD 100, Amazon 100, Meta Meta 2 bills. I mean, everything's flying right now. Tesla, I shouldn't say everything's flying. I don't know. Tesla 200, like everything is right near some nice prices. Today should be a good day. Today, unlike yesterday, I'm going to try to practice patience as much as I can with some of these names. I'm already bidding Apple and Amazon, and we'll look to get some intel if it gets to that 3150.
All right, as promised, Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto, back with us again this morning to have a discussion on, we're going to do a little bit of a comparison today on how Canadian banks are a little bit different than U.S. banks. Let's be honest, they're a lot different than U.S. banks, and we'll tell you why and how we can maybe take advantage of that. It's great to see you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed your vacation.
Thank you.
It's an interesting time, obviously, with everything that's going on south of the border. A lot of people asking questions about, is this an opportunity? We've seen, if you look at the Canadian marketplace, first of all of the big banks here in Canada hit, as we were saying, sometimes 52-week lows, and maybe not necessarily be in as much trouble as some of the U.S. counterparts.
Yeah, I think with Canada, if you look back at the last issue that we had in 2008, and your guest that was on, Mr. Schiff, that was on talking about a financial crisis versus a banking crisis, it's really interesting to note that if you are looking at the Canadian landscape, we're so different than the U.S. landscape. We have 5, call it 6 big banks, and we have a total of 81 across the country. So the regulatory purview that you've got in Canada versus in the U.S., where there's much more of a regional focus, as well as a national focus, but much more of a regional focus, you don't have that same level of risk tolerance by the banks. And the regulatory regime here is a lot stronger relative to the U.S. My dad was on the regulatory side for many years, so shout out to my dad, he's watching. There's just so much more purview on everything the banks do, and the risk tolerance, the amount of capital that they have, the liquidity ratios, everything is much more confined than it is in the U.S.
I wanted to get your opinion on, I didn't mention this to you, but I'll put you on the spot. There's a lot of these smaller, I mean, they're called, in Canada, they're called credit unions that have been popping up that seem to be more along the same lines as a regional bank, if you want to call it that.
Right.
There's Alterna Savings is one of them. There's Meridian, I think, is another one. Not publicly traded, obviously, but maybe the structure of those similar to something that we're seeing in the U.S.?
Like if you look in the middle of Manitoba, there are like ones that are specifically focused on sort of that province or that region. And again, those are popping up and those have grown and they do cater to a specific clientele. Like if you're a farmer that's in Manitoba that wants to buy a house and has a property and farming equipment, you're going to go to that credit union because you know that guy because he's your neighbor and sort of that same sort of premise. But they don't get too big. There's a total of 81 banks that are regulated across the country. Right. That's probably like 81 banks in pick a state U.S., right? Yeah. So it's, again, it doesn't allow for that perforation of there's going to be 347 banks covering a micro little town that right. that has a certain balance sheet. So I don't think we'll get to that point. They have been around for a long time for sure, but again, the regulatory purview on it is so tight that you can't really do that. Like the big banks, the big 5, 6, do cover a variety of products. You've got investment banking, you've got retail, you've got commercial banking, all of those specific things. And then you look at the alternatives, or you want to look at the credit unions. They focus on very small micro things. They don't get into 10, 15 different lines of business. They sort of focus on 2 or 3.
Yeah, more on the retail side of things. All right, let's get into how we can maybe take advantage of this. I mean, some of these charts are looking pretty attractive. We'll run through, obviously, the publicly traded ones, mostly here in Toronto. Some of them are dual listed. Actually, most of them are dual listed now that I think of it. But tell us about BMO here, Bank of Montreal, which is, as we said, right back to 52-week lows here.
Yeah, so at $119, you've got the 52-week low on Friday of 113, gets up to 149. BMO is interesting. They do have a large U.S. exposure, so that's why we're talking about this one and the next one. Because of the fact they do have large U.S. exposures, again, pick a stadium in the U.S. might have the BMO name on it, so a lot of our American friends will probably know BMO, and it actually is a Canadian bank. They have been paying out dividends for over 150 years, so that is something to say. Yeah. But again, with them, the risk with them is the fact that they do have U.S. exposure. They just bought Bank of the West for, I think, $16 billion. They've got very low mortgage exposure. So if you think Canada is going to be a problem on the retail mortgage side, then consider the fact that they aren't going to be affected by that. So just look at your U.S. risk. If you think it's worth the risk, then you look at a BMO. And if you don't think it's worth the risk, then you've got that downside protection with the fact they don't have too much mortgage risk. Right.
So it's a perfect segue to bring in the Canadian banking exposure to American retail. So we know TD has a great presence in the East, likewise with RBC. We know BMO, Central. Have we heard anything about money outflows from these retail banking institutions, the Canadian ones being, going to Morgan Stanley or Gold?
So TD, which is the next one that we're going to talk about, they just put in a bid for First Horizon at $13.4 billion. First Horizon is down 40% from when they made that bid. Wow. So it's going to, is TD going to go through with it? There was a regulatory issue last month on its closing, so maybe TD's happy about that. I don't know where that lands up. TD just bought an investment bank called Cowen about 2 months before that. So there are those Canadian firms, and again, BMO and TD are the top two that are making those forays into the U.S. But will they continue to grow and expand? I think that is where people definitely want to end up, expanding into the U.S. because there is just bigger profit margins and bigger lines of business. But I think these are the risks that come with that. Right. That attempt.
That's we get those notes from now TD Cowen that used to be just Cowen as an analyst firm. So we noticed that this week as well. Here it is. You saw the daily chart there. I mean, all of these look very similar. As they should, as they're very similar in structure and size and market cap.
And the one that's interesting about TD though is that 40% of the revenues do come from the U.S.
Right.
Which is much larger than any of the other Canadian firms.
I wanted to point out this as well on the daily chart here, guys. Just over the past month, as this has all unfolded, look at the volume. Traded, just monstrous volume over the past couple of weeks here. Let's go on. There's a few other ones to discuss. Royal, obviously. Everyone is aware of Bank of Nova Scotia as well. So RY, BNS, are there similarities there?
In theory, RY is the biggest bank that we have here. It's sort of the monster out of all of them. BNS, again, if you want to look at a differentiator, and that's why I wanted to talk about Scotia, is because a significant portion of their revenue does come from the Caribbean, Latin America, and Asia. So if you do, again, deem that there aren't risks associated with those markets, then BNS might be one to look at. That is one that is sort of, out of the big six, gets kicked a little bit more than the others because of the fact that they are exposed to other parts of the world. They have a good dividend payout ratio given the fact that they have been kicked down a bit here. So it just depends on which way you want to go. If you want to be Canadian-centric, you look at a Royal. Yeah. If you want to look at the international side, you look at a BNS.
And similar story as you saw there with the chart, back to big-time support levels here. BNS a little bit lower price as well, 66-ish. Tell us about GSY here, a little one, or not a little one, but a little bit different.
Yeah, so GSY, the reason I thought, again, that one was interesting, volumes are up over the last 2 days, 6 times their average. They hit their 52-week lows. And people just sort of lump them in with financials, but they have no mortgage exposure. They finance things like appliances and things of that nature. So a low risk to default. But because they get lumped in with the financials, they had this occur to them. Right. And so the stock got down to about 88 bucks yesterday on 6 times the average volumes. And it traded between $89 and $94 intraday, which is a big spread. So for those that are looking to actively trade, if you, again, deem that something like Go Easy isn't too risky a proposition, strong balance sheet, increasing their dividends continuously. So maybe almost by fault, they were lumped in with the banks because it's a financial. Yeah. You may want to consider looking at something like that.
Go Easy, GSY, listed in Toronto. Absolutely monstrous volume, as you mentioned, over the past couple of days here. Very different landscape, very different situations, but overall macro conditions remain somewhat similar. Yeah. Just depends on your risk profile. And the Canadians, again, they just the likelihood of, hey, the bank's going to shut down tomorrow is probably zero in this country. Versus in the U.S., anything could happen on any given day. So again, there's a bit of a delta on your risk profile there. You'll probably stay within a certain percentage. The chance of it going to zero, but the chance of it going to double or triple or quadruple, like some of these guys have done, once they get down to their bottoms, is probably zero as well. Yeah, and if you're in that situation where your timeline, your horizon is 10, 20 years, I mean, great opportunities throughout this entire group. Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto, Rahim Alani. Thank you as always.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
As always happy to see Raheem come through and drop a little bit of science, or knowledge as we like to call it. And we're just sort of talking about like the impressive bounce that you had in some of these names. Specifically, I was talking specifically TD, but you guys saw all the charts, and it really doesn't matter. But one thing to consider here is you look at a daily chart, and this is a big level on TD, obviously a multi level bottom here. In Canadian currency, this actually bounced off the exact same level 3 times. In the US, maybe a little bit different. But this can go 10% to the upside without breaking the downtrend. That's the thing to keep in mind, is the kind of trend that's been put in here, and like what has and hasn't participated. So the banking sector, obviously, with the financial issues that have been going on, has not made the kind of recovery that you've obviously seen everywhere else. So it's worth bearing that in mind in this little rally. When we start to get 10, 15% off the bottom for a few of these, you start to run into a zone where you might get tested. But either way, I'll be looking to see what happens off this. When it gets another 10% to the upside, there could be another opportunity for us as traders, at least, if this starts to roll over again. Because when it did trend, I mean, the trend was pretty intense and pretty simple. You would come in every single day, and you could short the banks every single day. So when that gets another probably 7-8%, something like a TD and a lot of these other names, they're going to get into some pretty big resistance that we're watching out for.
Yeah, I just want to talk, I mean, there's XFN as well, which is a indexed, capped index fund for all the banks. So if you just sort of, Raheem sort of broke them down by risk exposure, BMO, talking about BNS with the Caribbean and South America, stuff like that. So if you just want to get into some of the Canadian banks because you feel that they're safer, which you heard what Raheem said, there are a little bit of different headwinds v tailwinds there. Canada only has those 6 major banks, so I feel like right down into here, into this is a monthly payer for a dividend. I think it's 4 or 5% right now on XFN. So we'll have to wait to see this one. It's like your XLF there in the United States. So anybody looking to invest in any Canadian banks, I think that well capitalized here, and XFN would be where it is. I'm in another one. I'm gonna have to remember what the other one is. XIU is tech, I think, is the index. But anyways, XFN right there for financials. So yeah, another name to look at. Volume's not as great here in Canada, but you could probably find an ETF that's Canadian-based banks that does trade over on the NYSE American Exchange or something like that. But I like XFN, man. A nice dump over here recently, and Canada doesn't have sort of the same risks as was aligned there with the U.S. bank. So I like this one. I think you can probably start to dip your toes in some of these banks.
Yeah, a really good look. As Raheem and I were discussing earlier in the week, this is something that apparently I grew over the past 5 minutes. This is something that I think people are worth bringing their attention to. Anyways, let's get some analyst moves here for you. Here are upgrades and downgrades, a few of them anyways, for the morning. Walmart, American Tower, Juniper, Philip Morris on this side, PM. Was actually quite active, I saw on the pre-market. Yeah, Schwab getting a downgrade from Morgan Stanley today. CVS, Walgreens, and STEM downside from Goldman.
Schwab is their price target there. I mean, I haven't read the note on any of those names. So, but Schwab again downgraded, but still given a price target of $68. Okay, it's at 55. I think this is one of the safer names. We had the CEO come in, buy 50,000 shares when it was down, sort of in the dumps here. They haven't really retraced back below, but I just think all these banks or banks, I don't know what we call them these days, financial Schwab's not a bank, but anyways, I don't know enough about the U.S. environment for that. Down here to $52, I just feel like you break these levels, man. It's like that FRC at 12. I mean, do we really think that we're out of the way with this crisis? I mean, rates are still high. They're still probably raising, or if not pausing one more time here. It's not like the rates are getting under control. I still feel like that makes a lot of sense when you have longer duration on your books and the rates jump like the way they did. I feel like it's tough to get through it, but apparently, out of any of the names that is a little safer, I mean, I've been hearing that Schwab should be one of those names, so you get a dump from 75 down here to 55. I think this one, again, well worth the risk to reward, because if you go long now 53, 54, and you break down through 50, then you could just get out. It's like a 10% risk. I just hope you can have that risk in the middle of the day. And I just feel like what Raheem said again, you could wake up tomorrow and your equity's chopped in half. I just don't know enough about these names to invest in them and advise to do so. So I would say, hey man, as long as this name stays above 50 bucks, you're going to have a huge winner because it will float back up here as everything gets solved in the world of depressed assets right now. So I'm worried about it, but you know, if Morgan Stanley or whoever upgraded them has their reasons, I'd like to read those and educate myself a little bit better. So I'll stay away from the trading side of this, but it looks good on a chart.
One of the ones I'm looking at here, you saw Walmart up there, and look, you watch the chart, 148 on Walmart. It's been a bit of a thing, at least the last little, let's call it the last, pretty much all year. So go back to January. It's pretty much all year. You see a level like that, and you just want to be able to try to fade it. Now today, if it gets there, there's more exciting things that are at, I guess, shortable breakout levels. Like this would be a level where I'd say on a retailer, given that we're going to get GDP tomorrow and that there's some risk of a recession, tech being a little bit stronger, I'd be thinking you fade a level like that initially. But I guess we're going to talk about Roku, but I just want to point out the difference. Like Roku, on the other hand, it's got a pretty hard level here at 67. But the difference here is, yeah, you can look for maybe shorting off of this, but then it's the same thing. If it breaks it, and we break out from the 67, 68, it's like there's 10% to the upside. So that's a reverse level. If I were to see Walmart up at 148 this afternoon, I wouldn't go long it breaking that top. I would only consider shorting that top. Whereas Roku breaks $2 higher, and I think you're entering into a breakout zone. And I picked out Roku because they have an upgrade. They're on our watch list, and that's on my mind. But yeah, Walmart, I think that if the market goes strong enough today and rising tide lifts all ships, that would be something that stands out to be able to short one of those pops. I don't know if we actually get it. Oh, goodness, I just got some meta. How far are we coming down here? Okay, yeah, market's coming down. I didn't think we were coming down that far, but I just picked up meta at 04s. I guess we haven't gone over anything on our list, but just quickly, this broke out in the afternoon off this 04 area. Looking for the dip back into it, I just grabbed some quarters early in pre-market trade just to point it out on the higher time frame. If this doesn't hold this area here, you can easily be back down to like next support at like 202.50. That's two separate areas for me. Like to me, I'm not holding a meta trade against me at $1.75. I'd have to think that it's breaking out this level, and that would be 1-to-1. So might be a little bit early on this meta as the market's starting to come back in. I do like the 202.50 as well, but meta starting to come to the downside, along with not everything. A few names have pulled back in here. I just noticed that Netflix is still holding 336. That is a very strong stock. Meta red, Netflix is still holding that breakout above that 335 level. I do want me some Netflix long. I feel like I haven't really been trading that until like 945, 950. If it makes another break at the open, I'd want to be all over it. But now that I look, it's starting to come back as well.
First segment of the show is always brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Bottom of the screen there, TTV. The promo code at checkout will get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market here as we head towards 9:30. Once again, Arun, what are we looking at today?
Well, I mean, this market's finally making some moves here. We've cleared the 50s. We've also cleared the 75s, which was that FOMC high. Now we're kind of sitting in the 80s. We caught a bit off that GDP. It was a mixed bag between the GDP and the, what was the other number? There was another number in there, the CPE. Yeah, the CPE number. So it was a mixed bag there, but the market has found that to be somewhat positive. So here we are now, above 80 once again. Let's see if this holds up after the open. Given the way it moved, given the 50 break or the move above 50, that would have been the trade. Now we're quite far away from that. So I'm not sure exactly how to follow this because it is trending, but at the same time, the way it's been moving up, it's not really giving you areas to work with levels. So next big level I can think of, forget it in terms of horizontal, is just psychological, 4,100. We haven't been there since mid-February or so. So 4,100 would be a great target to put up top. And then if we can stay above 80 after the open, we have a chance to extend towards that 4,100. Question is, how is this market going to handle that slight miss on the GDP side of things at 2.6%? So is that going to be negative enough for this market to think that this is actually not going to be a solid move to the upside? Remains to be seen, but for now, 4,100 is a target. Downside level, 40.45 is the only one I've got here in terms of support. That's just below that 50 mark that we broke. So there could be some support down there between 50 and 45. But for now, I think buy side bias, but you got to see the open and whether it's going to be above or below 80. I think that's going to give you a pretty good indication of the strength of this market. I think below 80 puts you in dangerous territory, potential move back towards that 50.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Every single day comes right to your email before we come on at 8:30 for free. All you need is your email address, as I mentioned, for free. You get the watch list there. You can use that QR code. Just hit pause and scan that QR code. It'll take you right there. Let's start with big tech this morning. As we were mentioning over the past couple of days, we had a bit of a pullback in the NASDAQ. That's okay. Everything back to normal, though, yesterday with strength coming back in. We're seeing a little bit of continuation this morning. I mean, there's a couple of positive analyst moves. Needham on Apple. There's Wells Fargo on AMD. A couple of minor sort of news catalysts within this group this morning. Meta, on the other hand, as we were saying, back downside.
Yeah, Meta and Google, just a bit of a move to the south side. But what I'm really looking for is tomorrow and what the PCE brings. We know that it's the Fed's favorite measuring tool for inflation. And yeah, I think it has a lot of effect on these big cap names as we've seen in the past, Brendo. So my eyes on tomorrow. Yeah,
we'll see what happens to end the week on Friday. I mean, all of these daily charts, guys, still unbelievably impressive, as we've been saying since the beginning of the year.
Yeah. There is one, though. So I'm looking at Alphabet here. And Alphabet, like Google, it didn't do anything all afternoon. It was one of the most boring stocks or most boring days I've ever seen on Alphabet. And you see it rejecting like this 06, 07, 08 area, specifically 08, and then pulling back. So you've had some redness in the name, not really participating at all in the rally last couple of days. It's been dipping and then holding higher, kind of dipping and then kind of holding a higher low. You know, today, I just feel like if there's going to be a big tech that's red, and it's something like I love Alphabet. I think a lot of things are good about them. It's just at the end of the day, it's telling you this is not nearly as strong the last few sessions as some of the other names we have. So if we roll over, I mean, you've got 100 for a potential breakdown, and then you have this 102.5, 103 area for like a pop and fade, if there is even a pop, and it hasn't even done that the last couple of sessions. So I'm kind of on watch with that one and thinking it could be a bit of a sell. There's not a heck of a lot. We're going to talk about, hit enter twice there. So NVIDIA, we're going to talk about some of the other chip names, but I kind of lump NVIDIA into big tech because, quite frankly, they're so big now that they are just big tech. 270 is exactly where we closed, and you can see this was resistance that until it breaks, I want to look dip buy on NVIDIA. I like dip buys on, oddly enough, I like the dip buys on Intel more than I like them on NVIDIA, but I do like the 270 level on NVIDIA today. If we get to 75, that's a shortable level till it breaks. Obviously, NVIDIA's chart is just a different story, and you can see how strong that one has been, but it's held that 275. So as long as it's there, that's a scalpable level. Typically, the first time it gets to a top like that during the day is the best time to grab it that first time. If it goes through 2-3 times rejecting it, a lot of times, like, that third or fourth time, it's going to break out. So that's my out if I short it up there, if we get there, but I like that 270 bid on NVIDIA. Yeah, Google's the one out of the group that I would pick and say it looks like it can be the short if the market does want to roll over today.
Yeah, I'm only going to try to focus long today. I think the market is nicely up. We talked about the NASDAQ being above that 13,000. We might get under it, and that could change everything. So right now we are still above 13 right here on the NAS. I wrote down Apple. So, I mean, we're going to try to go long on this name and breaking through 160. I like this. I mean, it was really strong yesterday. It really held these bottoms strong into the close the day before, which is why we were looking at Apple longs yesterday. We had this written down here yesterday for a 160 long. We hit it. We made money on Apple yesterday, and I don't see why we can't do it one more time here today. Yesterday's bottom of 159.50. That's what we really were going to look for. If we break that, then yeah, man, maybe this trend is finished. And look at Apple. down against the market, right? Apple flat on the day while the market's still up 0.4 or whatever. What's it doing right now? I like it back in here. I'm going to take the long. I don't want to get too involved right now. There's still 20 minutes to go, but I'll take something at 50. I thought I put something at 50 here. So we'll see if we can get along at 160.50, but the market's coming down. We probably do get that pretty soon. And then after that, we'll get another 160. And then as the market opens, we'll see a downside move right now as I look over at the list to see if we're talking about Amazon, and we are not. But Amazon right here, another name very, very similar to Apple that I like. Look at this, strong yesterday, right? Strong into the close, held this closing level of $100, and as long as we don't break it, I like the long again here on Amazon near 100. We have great consumer confidence number came out the other day, 104 versus 100, something like that. That to me is a nice little tidbit there for strong consumer, right? Amazon's up greater than the market today, so this is probably the name to look long. Neil gave you one to look short. I haven't really looked at Google because I was only looking for long, so we'll have to watch out for Amazon here. I like this long. Let's check out the imbalance locator quickly, as that's something that everyone seems to always ask for. Again, not much on here. AMC's on here for now, and that's still hovering around that $5 mark. So that's, I saw something with them, Vizio expanding a partnership with AMC Networks. So, you know, let's not get that twisted. We had that debate yesterday. Oops, I just saw this is Oshkosh. Where's FRC? Here it is right here, $14 right now for FRC. So not much going on right now on all these names. That Silicon Valley Bank is 127 right now. So that's above $1 and still going. Talked about that was the YOLO name. That's only up 8 times from yesterday's 35 cents that we talked about that in the pre-market. But all right, man, more to come here. FRC, the banks are all rocking here today. JP Morgan looking to get above 130 today again, which is right here, right now. So yeah, man, there's so much happening. There's so many key levels. I love this place. I just told my wife, man, I can't believe I'm taking tomorrow off, but I am. So who knows? Maybe I trade from the car or from the rink. Tomorrow at this time, we've already played one game. So we have our first game is 8 o'clock tomorrow morning in Hamilton, which is about an hour away from Toronto. The Hammer is in the building tomorrow.
Where's Sidhu?
I'll be sending some. Yeah, I won't be going to any jails or anything around there. I'll be sending some pictures tomorrow as Max will be with Neil early in the morning, so that should be a lot of fun. And then I believe Obi on the afternoon, but we'll figure that all out tomorrow because it's Friday tomorrow, and I'll be having some fun time. But all right, back over there. Let's talk about some Roku layoffs. 200 people, Brendo?
Yeah, about 6%, it seems like anyways. I didn't realize Roku was that small, but apparently they are. 6% is 200. There was this note on Meta as well, quickly before we move on. The Wall Street Journal coming out reporting that, Bradley, thank you. Wall Street Journal coming out reporting that they're going to let users opt out of some targeted ads over in Europe to start. I also saw a few people mentioning maybe it's just a test and it could roll out further elsewhere. This was that story though on Roku, 200 job cuts coming through, about 6% of their workforce. So, I mean, we've seen this be a positive overall for other stocks. I mean, maybe we get a bump here on Roku, but otherwise, not a lot of volume really.
Yeah, a lot of copycat stuff with respect to efficiency and layoffs we've seen since the beginning of this year. But to go back quickly to the Meta story here, apparently it's quite a laborious process to actually get yourself opted out of this targeted advertising. You have to go online, submit a form, they then review it, and then they put you in this other category of less targeted. This comes on the heels of a $410 million fine, Brendo, that they got from, I believe, the ECB back in January.
All right, here's this daily chart for Roku, right at a very key level. Actually, right now, it just held 66 once again, but it's actually 66.50 up there, up here.
What is that?
You know, it's not Friday just yet. I just want to quickly point out 2 things. One, I grabbed out of Meta when it broke that 3.5 area too early in the pre-market. There is obviously that story, and it doesn't help them at all. I do think that 202.50 is going to still be a level. And I was about to point out too, I know we're going to go to Roku, but in sympathy of Alibaba, JD is making a big break through 42. A lot of these names are rising higher. We're going to watch them Pinduo Duo. 74 is a big level there. But JD 48. If JD goes over 10%, it comes up to a shortable level. We talked about Roku. and the level that it's pretty much at right now, that's 67, 68. I mean, if there's a level that sets up better for like an obvious sort of flat top or flat bottom or whatever it might be, this is what it looks like the last couple of weeks. It's giving you a wipeout volume bottom. So on volume gives you the wipeout bottom through 57, the higher lows holding that 60. I'll pop back to the daily chart, back above the 200 period moving average, and then right into here. So 67 sets up for a solid breaker zone. Now it needs to clear through this. Obviously, you got to be able to clear through this, and it's not a stock that does a lot of volume pre-market. I just checked 200,000. That's nothing, so it has to open up first. You don't want to get trapped. The spread right now, I mean, the spread's 20 cents now, but I saw like 40 or 50 cents earlier today. So wait till closer to the open, or actually at the open, for a little Roku action. But if you're watching only Alibaba, like everything, like JD's gone, Pinduoduo's gone. I know we're going to talk about that, but don't sleep on some of the other names as well. People have asked about Neo, but I'm really watching Baba and Pinduoduo and little JD. Hard to fit Neo into that when you're already looking at the group. Roku, you can see it right there. There's your 67 break.
Yo, I mean, a lot of people want to talk about Alibaba quickly here. So, I mean, up to $102, that's a good high right there. You could see, and sometimes it's, you want to fade news like this. I mean, we already know the news with Alibaba. They are planning to divest 6 companies in there, and they just announced that they're going to IPO one of them. I mean, I just feel like all this news is already baked in. Look, I'm long Alibaba. We've talked about that. I talked about it earlier today, but I'm long higher than these prices, like in the 120s, 130s. I'm going to have to double check there. I was buying it on the way down. It was disastrous for me. But, down here, I like the name. Let's see if it can hold. Like yesterday, nice move up, didn't really get going, and then faded out in the afternoon when there's a lot of other tech names that were going to the upside. This was my worst trade yesterday. I was trying to go short through $100, and then it just took it out, and it didn't even get that much higher than where we are right now, $100.25. So I still think it's a fade, but I don't know. I'm going to probably stay away from Alibaba, see what it does at this high. If it takes it out, then we saw what it did yesterday. It just kept on going here in the morning and wouldn't stop, and it took out the previous day's high real early there, like at 10 o'clock, and that's what really took me out. So yet today, there's yesterday's high right there, $100, 101.40 that came into play already today off a bounce right there. So for me, Alibaba comes down. You can see what it's going to do at $99 again, sort of where it was before this news. To me, that's the area that you want to look for Alibaba. I feel like it does fall back in. And hey, if this is a nothing burger, then maybe this name falls down. This is not even a good environment to IPO names in, right? I mean, when's the last IPO? Put the last IPO in the chat right now. So it's not a great environment for IPOs, and I don't know. I just feel like this is a little bit of, yeah, exactly, Mobilize. So that's what I'm saying. Like, nothing's IPO'd in 8 months. So this is not a great environment for it, but we'll see, man. We'll see what Alibaba can do. I still have to hold out hope for this name. It is up less than the market today, right? 0.72. I know you got out of that Meta. Were we talking about Meta? No, we were talking about Roku. Okay, so Meta is a name that's not really before. Oh yeah, big tech. Yeah. So they're Meta continuing to go down. I just realized you're out of it. So Neil already talked about it. All right, let's go back and you want to talk about? Did you guys talk about Baba yet? All right, let's throw it back. Brendan will give you the news, and then we sort of already talked about the price action.
Here's the headline for Alibaba. Sean was mentioning there. Just as we came on at 8:30 there, some reports of their logistics unit might be the first one up here for an IPO, as we said earlier in the week, after they said they're going to split into 6. 4 or 5 was the language they used, could look at raising funds and IPOing. So possibly this $20 billion logistics unit could come to market over in Hong Kong. You have the note up there over on Tesla. A couple things to note on Tesla today. One of those, the tax credit for Model 3 rear-wheel drives could be coming off tomorrow. And then we also get this as well.
Yeah, so Tesla's been having quite ambitious goals for its solar division. They projected back in 2021 that they'd have up to 1,000 installations per week. They haven't even come close to that. They averaged 21, and their best week was an average of 32. So a lot of work to do, and they're blaming a lot of it on the competition from this company called GAF Energy and other local rivals, Brenda.
That being said, still kind of showing some relative strength here for Tesla so far this morning. Neil, you were just asking about JD there in the chat. Looks like some spin-off news coming through on JD.com as well. It says proposed spin-off of JD Property on main board of stock exchange in Hong Kong. So maybe looking at spinning off their property unit for JD.
Thank you guys in the chat, because I looked at it, I hadn't actually seen the news on JD, so when I saw it up, I'm like, okay, well, I saw Pinduoduo go up a little bit, probably sympathy to Alibaba, but you don't always want to make that assumption. So thank you guys for pointing out there was some news. Brendan just got it to you. Tesla, dollar range pre-market. I want to say 200 will be in play today. I actually like Rivian a little bit better than Tesla, which is a weird thing to say after the last few months, but that's kind of how I feel. Rivian just is in a range that I think we can be playing off of. But Tesla 190 is good and 200 is good, and we're diddling at 195. Like under 195, okay, fine. I think you could fall into that 90 level where I like the bid. But I want to be very, very careful about picking the right name to look at. And what Rivian just did, and this is not picking on Tesla, it's just Rivian has been languishing down here between 13 and 14 bucks forever. Not forever, but for like a month. And it just broke out yesterday. So I like the over at that 14 level on Rivian. So if we come back to the downside, I'm looking 1420s, 1410s, Rivian long on the way for a breakout here. It's only up 1.5%. It hasn't really moved. Obviously, you've seen some real pressure on Lyft and the other EVs that are not Tesla. I like where Rivian's at price-wise in terms of giving you some breakout opportunities. It started the party yesterday. I just feel like there's a little bit more room for a continuation on Rivian here than on Tesla. But if Tesla gets to 200, I'd probably fade it.
Oh, man, I guess we should have picked up some of those tech names on that little dip there in the market as we dip. You dip, I dip. Down to 13,040 right there. Nice move down. And I'm just looking at Tesla right now because it's doing the same thing. It bounced to 194.80. Now it's up to 195. It's not too much, 195.20-ish here. But okay, let's look at Tesla from yesterday. Yesterday, again, we tried to play this short in here, and then it busted out and went to the upside, and we missed that long. So we are going short underneath this 191, 191.50 area, and it seems like it's a decent level down here, maybe for an area of support, 190. I just don't think Tesla goes down today, and if it does, this 190 would be fantastic. I think we start the bidding here at 191 and change. I like Tesla, man. I mean, I think they're, as consumers get more money back in their pockets, hopefully. I mean, again, I don't know if that's going to be the case, but as the NASDAQ starts to boom up, people have been making money off the bottom. I know it's still not a great situation for the average person here in the United States and in Canada for that matter, but Tesla's prices have come down. The resale market I know is not as heavy, but when these prices are 20% down on some of those models, they still have a lot, in my opinion anyways, of runway as far as the truck is concerned. It's a possible new model as well that they sort of teased a little bit. We thought it was going to come out, longer battery life, and plus Elon Musk. I mean, this guy continues to impress, I feel like anyways. Tesla stock, very, very nice. Our daily chart doesn't look as powerful because we don't have the splits or anything in it, but you're still at a nice little level here. We talked about this when we were up at 220. We said we had to go somewhere, that we were stuck in a range, and I feel like we're getting stuck in a range again between 185 and 200. You break through 200, man, I think we take 220. That's 10%, and then after that, it's sky's the limit. So I'm waiting for this thing to break 200. Then I think it's an all clear to 220, which is 10%, and then we deal with it after that. So I like Tesla here, especially if we're about to get even into this bull market, which apparently we're in right now on the NASDAQ, up 20% from that bottom. So we'll wait to see where we're going now, but I like Tesla. It's one of my picks for the best big tech name here over the next 6 months.
All right, let's move on to SIVBQ. I was just double checking the close from yesterday. I think we're not going to be able to trade it once again. Maybe the guys can correct me on that if it's not the case, but it did, as far as I can see, close below $1, so that would mean that we're not going to be able to. But a lot of people talking about this once again, guys, on this move from yesterday. Just insane. 40 cents up to $1.30 and then back to $1 at the end of the day. But insane volume as well behind that.
Yeah, we were watching this Live develop on the midday show yesterday, and I was trying to punch in on my IBKR sim account, and it wasn't letting me. So yeah, all sorts of movement on this today. I'm going to keep on my eye for this for sure.
The rundown, guys, as always, brought to you by Trade Ideas. See what is moving in the moment with Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used by everyone you see on the desk, on the show. See what's moving in the moment. Check out the description at the bottom there. 20% off if you use tradertv.live. Check out Trade Ideas, guys. Thoughts on SIVBQ here?
All right, we don't quote it in the pre-market, but it is above $1, so that's a banger. So hopefully we'll be able to trade this one coming through today. All right, so it's at 129 right now, but 128, 129. We could take this OTCX quote as being close to legit. I mean, if you guys are seeing it on your platforms, it's definitely trading up here right now. So you're right here right now. That was the high from yesterday, was 130. Let's see where it goes today. I mean, there's going to be a lot of traders that have YOLO'd this. I talked about this yesterday morning, and only to find out that we couldn't trade it, that this was going to be one of those names that had the huge potential to do exactly what it did. And I think it has it again today. Let's just wait. Does it go up to $2? I think that's the next level that everyone's looking at right now. It's going to be a risky trade. Anything that's on the OTC market, you got to be careful with the amount of shares that you're trading and your executions and how easy it is to get in and out of this. But I like SIVBQ today, just as a trade. If you're into something there, Apple, things are starting to blast now as the NASDAQ taking out its day high right now. But this is another one, SBNY, should be tradable today again as well, but under $1, so not really for us. So I just look at these names and say, hey, is there anything under the hood here? Is SIVBQ ever coming back, to any sort of prominence? Probably not. So if you're long, you either are here for the day trade or you're debating getting out because it's been such a huge run to the upside. Hey, it's a YOLO name. It did what, 60 million shares? I think there's a chance today, for it to do the similar. So we'll see. Always the first or second day that it's on exchange tends to be the best. Unfortunately, we weren't able to be on it yesterday, but we will be on it here today as wow. All my names are really bumping right now. I mean, I was looking at FRC at 12, but that's still holding out as well. Only a few minutes left. The NASDAQ imbalances just came out, so I'm assuming that that's sort of what started some of this. Intel's a sell, but that's nothing. There's Google as a sell, so I guess no. Apple, the thing is I thought I just saw Apple go for a little jog. Yeah, so Apple did, man. It doesn't matter. We were waiting at 160.50, so we don't get long Apple anyways. But that bottom of 160.90 is now 80 cents in the money back up to the upside. So some of these names starting to get going. There's our favorite Alibaba down there, back to 101 right now with a bid imbalance. But yeah, the market's starting to go there a little bit. So let's wait to see what happens here. Anything you guys want to talk about BBBY news? Someone just said that I'm gonna bite on that just because you never know. 77, 78 cents here. Yeah, BBBY news maybe to the downside right now. Oh, there it is. Bed Bath & Beyond Inc. files for.
So there's so many now that they.
Another stock offering announced for Bed Bath and bullshit. So right down there, down to the downside right now. Language.
Yeah.
Can
we talk about something good?
Let's go. Is downside move for Bed Bath and Beyond there, Brad.
Yeah. Are we surprised though? Anybody surprised? Not really. I mean,
that's
look,
why I say just so disappointing.
No, exactly. It's disappointing, but we already knew that was a dumpster fire going into it. Let's be honest about that. But Netflix, a lot of things are going upside. Netflix, just quickly, with 3 minutes to go till the open. Netflix breaking out. You can see it on the daily here. There's your 50 period. There's 336.5. So we're looking for that channel to break. It's gone now. Not a lot of volume pre-market, but Netflix never does. So I like the longs in front of that 336.5. If the first dip available, we're going to try and grab that one. I really don't want a 340 break. It's going to suck if it ends up breaking that one first. A couple of other names out there. Affirm is making some moves. There was that Apple obviously coming into buy now, pay later space. Affirm at 11 is being a monster level for the last couple of weeks here. Gets through 11, I think it has a chance to squeeze. I'll probably have a 97 short and risk 5 cents before reversing into a long on this name. It's got tons of room to go before I think it runs into anything serious. $12, obviously, and 13 up there for Affirm. There was one other one. There's the last one, Square or Block, depending on what you want to call it. I kind of go back and forth. The breakout yesterday was through 66. It's already broken the 67. I don't want to chase this gap, the gap from the Hindenburg report, the short seller report. That gap was at like 72, 73. I still think it has a chance to retrace the whole thing, but this one I don't want to chase too far. I like the 67 area, and I like the 66. If I'm taking a 67 out, long at 68, 70 doesn't make any sense. It needs to come down just a little bit, but Netflix will be a little more aggressive trying to grab that one.
They like the comments. We got a whole bunch of likes, a bunch of thumbs up for that BBBYS comment right there. So we're going to wait for another name that we didn't get to, Ford. I like Ford. It's on the sticky note today as the number 2 name, off $12. We're going to see if this one wants to move a little bit today as well. Huge move up yesterday off the Indonesia battery news. We'll see if that can continue today. Back to $12 is where I like it. Maybe $11.90 if we're in trouble there as a drop zone for Ford. Shoot, I wanted to talk about something that wasn't trading related. Now I can't remember what it is, but we'll talk. I'll figure out. Oh, I bet the Blue Jays. So I won last year. I think it was the same odds in the total wins, 91.5. They won 92 games last year. That's the prop. If you guys can get it, I think the Jays, have a great chance. I think they're the obviously second behind the Yankees to win the AL East. I think that they win easily 92 games. So the over/under on FanDuel, 91.5. Wins for the Blue Jays. So put down, whatever. I only put down $100, but I'll just check that in about 6 months and see if we can win on that. I like playing futures because then I don't have to worry about it. All right, here we go. 10 seconds to go. It's Bradley Beal on the bell here after putting through 32 points last night. There it is. What's up? 36.
Right, he's wearing green and
1, go! All right, we are now open. Let's get ready to
Google
rock
is
and roll.
tanking.
Is Google tanking? Was there specific news on Google?
Oh, well, I'm on camera.
Sympathy?
Yeah, there we
Okay,
go.
okay.
No, I mean, Google,
Amazon.
Google flushing to the downside. It was the weakest name. I don't know if I'm going to be able to catch that one. We'll see if it wants to pop into the upside at some point to be able to get a bit of a fade. Netflix is already through 340, so that one's already going. Intel's making a push to break 32. I'm on the bid. 31.5. I'll probably go to 31.30 as well if we get it. But I want to be patient. Let's be patient off of this open. What a big move there. Oh, Rivian just broke out as well. So Rivian also making a break. Yeah, you're getting some strength. I mean, Google looks like it's really standing up. But some of the names that we like to the upside are starting to break out. I don't want to chase them. I want to look for initial dips. If we play off pre-market lows, that's fine. I thought if we broke initially, some of these I wanted a big dip buy. I'm not sure we get all of them. Google didn't break 100 already, did it?
I don't know. I don't know what Google's doing.
Yes, it did.
Wow, Google. All right, let's see what's going on now as we go, man. All right, Amazon. Okay, so Google's the one that's really in trouble right now. We're on Amazon, so that's all good right here. Let's see what's going on with, trying to get some of that long anyways. I don't know if it's going to come in here or not, but we're going to try to get a $100, 101.50 long is what I'm looking for here with Google, or with Amazon. Let's see if that comes in right now. $100.50, not 101.50, Sean. $100.50 is what we're waiting for on that one. Let's see if it can come through right now. It's Amazon, and it's coming down. We can check out Apple was another name. We're trying to be patient today. We talked about that, so hopefully it is all about patience, and we can, preach and do as we say here with all these tech names.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, it's hard not to be focused right now on Alphabet because it's absolutely cratering at this moment. But the other thing that's happening is I don't want to ignore what's going on over in Netflix. That is an absolute moonshot. It's now through 340. Every available level I like. I'm going to try and join this one in terms of the trend. That's going to now be at that 39 level. But that's tighter stops. The higher it goes, the tighter the stop I want to work with here because this is on an absolute tear. Intel's about to break 32 for the second time. Didn't want to take the initial break, but if it's going to go the second time, I do want to have the Intel long. So you'll see me, if it makes a fresh high, I'm into the long. It's at 04s. 04 is going to be that fresh high on Intel. This one strong like an absolute bull. And I think a lot of people are mentioning Tesla as well. Tesla now breaking the high. I like a 200 fade on Tesla.
Wrong like bull, I just heard Sharif say. So I think he's right about that one there with some of these names, man. These names are huge, right? I mean, you can't ignore some of these bigger names here today, but Apple's still going. Like, I'm trying. I keep saying that I'm trying to be as patient as I possibly can be right here with this market, but I don't know. It's starting to take off just a little bit right now. So maybe we are offside a little bit here on this. So, let's just continue with sort of the rhetoric that we have here, trying to protect some of these positions positions that we're in and then use them to our advantage here as, I don't know, the market is just up and down. We're going to try to be, like I said, man, as patient as we possibly can be here today as we look for more opportunities to trade. All right, Ford, let's check out that. I mean, Apple's breaking out. Do we want to take a 162 long? The market's trying to go right now. What is Ford doing? Let's have a quick look at that name. Yeah, so we didn't even get a 12 there for Ford. So right, that one's out of it.
Yeah, I just got Intel broke. I got 6s on the break of 04s. It's already starting to head higher. But the other thing I'm looking at, obviously, you guys know what's going on over in Alphabet. It's starting to pop now. I'm going to try and get a 101 area short on the way back here. Like I said, didn't want to end up chasing it, but you got to be focused. You know, you got to try to get into this one. I knew it was going to. I didn't know. I just kind of. We knew it was weak yesterday. That's the best way to point it. So we knew it was relatively weak. Took the second break on Intel, not the first at 32, but the 04 was a high. I got slipped to 6. I'm also dip buying Rivian now, so I'm finally into some Rivian as well as we'll go to Brendo.
Penny stock action so far. Day future back to the upside in a big way this morning. It's coming off now, but they have officially begun production of their luxury EV models. So up big time pre-market, but big flush there at the open for FFIE.
Okay, Ford still trying to go as well. I mean, I'm trying to look at all these names, man, here today just to see where we can find some value coming through. We're still not in anything, so hopefully that can change relatively quickly here as, yeah, the market is blasting today to this upside, but only up 0.74 right now. So let's see where we want to go here. It looks like a nice move to the upside for Ford, for Apple, for Amazon. I don't know. I'm not in anything else. Is Meta going? Coinbase right now, Tesla, and a little bit. This SIVBQ starting to go upside as well right now, up to 140. SIVBQ taking some names today, but that Google's down near $100. That could be something that's worth trading as well, guys.
Yeah, and Roku goes right to that 67, rejects it, comes back in. I knew I should have just shorted that level first. That's what it'll happen, man. I know I should have shorted it first. I was looking for the breakout. Obviously, you're going to see no breakout to be had just yet on that name. Intel still rises to the upside. I'm still trying to grab some Alphabet. Where'd it go? Went to 150 and still turning over. This stock is a dog, man. Yeah, it's getting its butt kicked. What's going on in Meta? Meta actually did bounce, but that's starting to reverse as well. NVIDIA was the other one I was going to watch in the big tech space, nowhere near 275. You got to be a little bit patient here, but Square at least, I mean, Square is on the run. Like, this has been steadily climbing to the upside. Thought we'd get a bit of a dip to play that 68 level. Nothing happening over there on Square. As far as Rivian goes, we're going to jump back in. I was able to get some 1450s. So just got Netflix for the first time. If it holds the pre-market low on Rivian, then hopefully I'll be in the long all day long. But that pre-market low in 14, those are the two levels I like here on Rivian. Yeah, Intel's the real beast. I guess I should have checked Micron as well, but I just preferred where Intel was on the daily chart. Now you're through that quarter mark. I'll take another leg out at the quarters, so we'll ring the register there. I mean, given its strength yesterday, it was kind of obvious that you had to at least try the long on an Intel. Netflix, as I said, that every single day on Netflix, it's done a breakout. I don't get the break. I never seem to get that break. Thankfully, I was able to catch a bit of a dip buy in here. Let's see if this can continue back in toward the high. The market is rolling over a little bit here. So you got to be at least a little bit careful. The market's trying to come back down, but there are still some strong names out there.
Is the market trying to come back down? Okay. We're still on Ford right now, trying to do the same type of thing here. All right, Amazon, still not much happening for me as we're trying to figure out what to do here with this market. But Amazon, nice move to the downside. Square, wow, Square's one, man. Square's up 4% here today on this market, so that's a nice move for us here. For anybody watching out for Square, nice move today. Up 4%, up 6 not to 69. Just took out 69 right now. AMD 98 and change right now. That's going to be a nice name to trade. Let's see if there's any levels coming through for AMD. Ooh, just bouncing off and coming back in. So down right now, AMD on the day. Up on the day, but nice move to that 98.75. That was a past high here for AMD right there. Let's wait to see if that one's coming in. Anything else hitting on my board? Shopify maybe coming through here. Ooh, Shopify, nice little dip down right now. This could be a good buy right now for Shopify, but we're getting below the 50 period right now, so not sure that's something that we're super interested in, but Shopify, nice little dip buy into 46. Yesterday's close. Could be a decent long spot here for Shop.
Yeah, this is on me, man. CCL was the other name I liked. We talked about this. I'm kind of really liking it, to be honest with you. on the breakout from yesterday's trade. You're going to see it making continuation here above that 50 period. Just going to quickly run through it. I like back into the close, 990, not 10. Probably 990s, you're out. Longs above that price, room to 1050. Netflix, I was able to get the quick scalp out of the first little dip buy. Let's see if it can continue. I want to ride trend. Hopefully it can do a trend like it did yesterday, and we're just kind of buying the dips, riding it higher. Intel, I mean, it is what it is. I don't think you're ever going to see a home run like yesterday on Intel 2 days in a row, because quite frankly, it doesn't go 8% 2 days in a row. But if you get anything resembling it, I like the trend it put in. Want to be long this name today, and now that it's on that breakout.
All right, Intel breaking out. Good name there. I'm still watching the Silicon Valley Bank. I'm making some trades on this name, so hopefully we can make a little bit of cash here today on SIVB, trying to go back up to the upside here. So we're going to watch out for that name as well. Live trading for you there on SIVB. All right, Shopify just does bounce off to that 46.50. What's up, Brendo?
Number of travel-related names popping up. This was a little bit earlier, but Citigroup coming out this morning saying there's no visible sign of travel demand impact due to the SVB turmoil and banking turmoil. So a number of the airlines specifically, pretty impressive here so far, 3.25 for UAL.
UAL. All right, I mean, we got to get into something. What's up with BBBY here? BBBY coming through again right now, down to 79 cents. So this name, again, can't really catch it back to the upside right now as we had that filing again, 300 more million down to $74. We can watch this. I like to take it at $1. I mean, I think there could be some news, obviously, on this name coming through. So we'll wait to see if there's more. Watch out for the possible squeeze potential in a name like Bed Bath & Beyond here.
And man, that Google, it's just, now the market's starting to really come back in. Intel's back to close to flat. Actually, no, it's still in the money, 8 cents, but back to flat on Netflix, so good thing we got some out. A second bounce on Alphabet at 100. 100 even, you get a secondary bounce on this name, so it looks like you're finding some strength coming back in. This could provide an opportunity to short it back into VWAP. Well, VWAP doesn't matter, 150, that's just the line in the chart. Like that VWAP doesn't matter at this time in the day. It's a completely irrelevant indicator as far as I'm concerned. Rivian has never really gone, so not too much happening there, but Alibaba, this is the other one that's kind of getting ignored. Just wick topped 103, it's still in an upward channel. So I'm not sure this one's done yet. You go out and say there's room. I always thought yesterday there was room to 104, 105. That said, there's still plenty of time to get into this long. I'm going to look for 102. The dip buys were better than breakouts on this, so I'm going to lean back into that one. I don't want to take the breaks. I want to get in the consolidations on something like an Alibaba. I haven't checked JD. Kind of too much to focus on right now to be looking at more than one of the Chinese ADRs. So Baba for me, Netflix, just missed a reload in there, trying to stick to a couple of names. I know I didn't miss a reload. Actually, it's holding around that 340 level. So we're able to get a buck change. Now we're looking for the high of the day.
All right. Yeah. Let's just. I mean, I'm trying to focus a little bit here on some different names here today. So, and trying to be as patient as we possibly can with all of that. So let's just continue like on the same sort of track here that we've been on with some of these big tech names, and try to be, like we said, as patient as possible here trading these names here today, right? So we're just going to keep on watching. I'm not even into anything yet, so that's how patient I'm being here today. So let's watch out to see if something can pop in. That's still Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's go back over to Amazon now quickly. Shoot. Are we going to take this out? That's that 101. Let's just put a bid now at 101. I feel like that's where we have to be now for Amazon. So we'll sit there. Watch out for 101.70, 101.60. That's what we're trying to break right now. Snapchat, Donkey Kong, AMC. I mean, I'm looking for something now. Tesla's still at 196 right now. Do we have any economic numbers coming out today? Like, I mean, I don't know. This is not... I guess that's the daily chart, obviously, but there's Tesla right there, 196.50, 195 bottom. Okay, we got to get aggressive now because this market's making some moves, but like nothing's filling for me. What has Apple been doing? 161.50? All right, I'm getting a little frustrated because normally we're in a lot of positions by now and we just haven't found anything yet. Square, maybe Square at 70? Is that something that we want to talk about?
It's at 70 right now.
It's at 70 right now, and with that wick top right there for Square. So that could be a little note there to watch out for. If we take 70-10, I'm going to go long on Square.
Yeah, the other one, someone mentioned Coin in the chat, but Square is much more interesting. Coin hasn't really moved a little bit at all. Netflix is back to over $1 in the money. Finally, Rivian's starting to make a little bit of a move. I always type New York for Rivian. Why do I always think Rivian's on the New York? I have no idea why I do that. So it bounced off the pre-market low. As I was trying to grab a little bit more Netflix, I ended up missing out on the Rivian dip buy, but it holds the pre-market low, so I'm going to throw my bids probably at 42 because it's my favorite number. Just kidding, it's the low of the day. Now it's starting to break, but I'm not really offering this until it gets toward that high. Like if you're risking 15 to 20 cents, you want to take 15 to 20 cents, at least on my first out. So Rivian's starting to make a bit of a power move here. Intel just pulled back. Come on, Intel, you can do it, you can do it. I wanted holding 32, but really 31.80 is just as reasonable. I did scalp half out, and now I'm looking for that re-entry. Very similar to CCL yesterday. You take that breakout trade, pay yourself out, but the support's down here, so don't reload here, reload here on Intel. That's about 31.80 to 85.
All right. Yeah. Again, you know, we're not into anything yet on all this because Square's looking to take out that 79.10. So let's just put that order in right now to take out that high of that day. I mean, the market is trying to bounce off that level. 70.10. We'll put in a bid here to take that if it does go back up. We got to cross a little bit here to get that trade. Let's check out Alibaba. We were patient with it yesterday. Let's see what it's doing here today. Ooh, wow, okay. So there's the move for Mr. Alibaba. Huge upside move right now, taking all these levels out. 103, 104, 105 now for Alibaba. So congratulations, anybody that's been long or is currently long on Alibaba. This has been a nice little winner for many of you here, and it looks like it's going to happen again today. Up to a nice level, man, of 103.50 for Mr. Alibaba. I guess I'm kind of glad that we hadn't traded this yet today because it is off and off to the races here with a nice upside move, 103, 103.50. Wow, that Shopify sure did bounce, guys, off that bottom. So there's a missed opportunity for me again on Shopify. Nice little bottom there. I hope some of you got it, but that Shopify right there off 46.50. We'll see if it can come in again.
Yeah, and another one that's going to be going. I think JD could be a little bit of a something here. We like JD.com in terms of sympathy play. I'm right on the bid of Intel. That's why I have it on up. I thought I'd be showing you me getting a fill, but JD trying to make its break of the high right now. Let's see if it can actually go. I do like Baba. I don't want to chase it. Netflix is now absolutely churning. I have my offer at the high of the day, but I'm actually going to pull it here. You know, I feel like if it breaks through 42, I'll just put a trailing stop on it. But look out Meta. Like we got out of Meta because we got in too early, and then that ends up the wick bottom holding 03. So I now like 03 for an out on Meta, and then let's replay this back at that level. But Google just bounced another time off 100. So here it is, 100 over under multiple times on Alphabet. No need to throw these offers out here. No need to be sitting above. If it breaks up here, then you can be patient getting into the short. I'm just going to try it where it lies with a really tight stop. This is the only name I was really thinking short, and it's making a channel to give you an entry point here. Maybe I just take 100 even. If it goes again, I'm sitting just above 100, trying to catch some overfills. You know what I mean? Like over, get the wick short, as opposed to the break down beneath 100, and then I'll stop out at like 25 or so. So relatively tight stop. But I haven't had a short this morning. And the market has rejected the breaks a couple of times. And this name, it's, you know, I'm going to take something here at 100. It's just, I want to be in it. Let's wet the beak a little bit because this is the name. This is the name to be short that I can find. If there's something else out there that's as weak as Alphabet, you guys let me know.
Let it, baby. Right now, okay, so we are now finally in a position. We are square long. So let's see if this one wants to work right there for us on SQ. We'll see if that one can go. We're long at 70.10. We took that wick high break. Let's see if that one wants to work out for us on this. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to sit here and see about Square. So there it is, starting to go a little bit higher. Can we double check this stock? I mean, 70, 70, 50, 70, 20. Yeah, I mean, we're off to the races here. So let's just continue to watch this. I'll take a piece out if we get to like, what are we long, 70, 13? I want to get a little more than this. Let's take something out if we get into the 30s, and then we'll work on it from there. Hopefully, oops. That's Square. Oopsies, got out by accident there. Let's punch back into Square. Did not mean to get out there of Square, so we'll have to go back long. Oh no, I did a keystroke error there. See what I'm saying? Not focused on that, but there we go. We'll get back into Square. That sucked. We got out of our 13s, and we had to pay the piper a little bit higher now for that Square position. So right now, that's what we're in right here on Square. We should be a little bit better than that, but we're long at 18, so let's go. Let's put an offer here again. We'll put that offer properly now into the 30s and see if we get that fill. Long Square is the only thing I have on right now.
Yeah, so we did get that Alphabet. I'm going to give it that channel. I chased it a little bit here, kind of don't like it, but I'll only lose about 35 cents depending on slippage. Actually, probably less than that, but I anticipate there could be some slippage on Alphabet down here. Intel still looking for the dip buy. That's, I mean, I said 85, and then kind of it goes right to like 86. That'll suck. If this ends up being the bottom, I'll be kind of peeved off about that one, not getting more shares in. However, Netflix is still flying, but remember I said if it breaks the high, I'd look to trail it? Well, it's through the high, and I don't want to have a trailing stop up here. If anything, this market goes, I'm just going to be trying to add on the next dip on Netflix. I like Netflix today. I'm not giving this one up too early like we usually do. Brendo?
Just noting, I mean, most of the strength, guys, still coming from these names. Chinese anything, really, to the upside right now. Here's NIO, 4.5%. Just put in a big wick there on volume up to 1040. So just checking if there was anything, but just keep that in mind. There's also this as well, the Chinese Internet ETF, KWeb, popping up on volume right now. Nice day for that, 2.2%.
Web, okay. Nice name there. We'll look at that. We looked at some of the ETFs. We talked about that with Rahim Alani today on some of those bank ETFs here in Canada. Interesting to look at. It doesn't look like Square wants to go too far here, but we're still on it. See if it can go. We're watching to see if Square wants to take out that 70-17 part. But look at the futures, man. We're still stuck here in the middle, and that's not something that we like to be in on these futures. I'm going to go back over to Apple quickly. I'm thinking about just taking that 162 if it does eventually break there. I don't know if it's going to. There goes Square, though, so that's going to be a nice little trade for us as Square right there to the upside. We have one trade on at 17 cents in the money right now. It's not a huge one, but we are long right now Square, just seeing what it wants to do for the upside move here. But there it is, man, 70.50. So far so good here with Square, trying to make that move upside here. We got it. It's a good mover for me. It's Square up a little bit now. Again, it's going to look like we had a couple mistakes in there, but we did. We got out and short and back and forth on that name again. So let's watch out and be very, very careful here with SQ. But we have a nice little win right now. So let's see if it goes. There goes Ford. Yeah, Ford high of day. Missed that trade as well, guys. But at least we were talking about it, if that's anything. Ford, nice move to the upside.
Yeah, Tesla, which was making a good move off the bottom. I thought maybe if it broke out, it would get to that 200. We'd look for a bit of a fade there. Roku's one that I kind of forgot about, but rejected 67. I should have just shorted in front of that level and then also respected it for the breakout. No fills there for me. If it breaks higher now, I like that 68 level. And if it breaks 68, I think it's just a monster level on the daily chart. Affirm here, it's really close to that 11 mark. So it's at 1090. I'm sitting at 95. I want to short that in front of 11. If 11 breaks, I'll reverse into a long on Affirm. Yes, long on Affirm. That got said.
That got said.
Brendo.
Not seeing much on this, guys, but a CVNA type of day, maybe. 10% just got taken out there to the upside. Decent volume behind Carvana on a move.
People loving the Carvana trade. I mean, that's another one of those trades there that you get put in your blotter and you kind of just hope that, the rest is history with CVNA. Square does pull back down a little bit, which is fine. If this market wants to pull back down, that's something that we'll look at here to get longer. I mean, I'm still bidding Apple and Amazon, both 160s, and then 160.50 and $100.50 there for Carvana, for Apple. But a nice move to the upside right now for Carvana. Good little look there, 860, 870. Just trying to take out the 50 period here on the daily. So that could be something around that $9 mark there for CVNA, looking for that short. Okay, Meta's moving right now again. So let's have a quick look at that one quickly to see what, no, it's not moving. What am I talking about, Meta? I thought it was moving. Sorry about that, guys. Meta right now, just look at this. I mean, what are you supposed to do here? Break 205? What do you want to do, Meta? Let's see if it has a nice little upside move here for Meta through that 205. Could be an interesting spot.
Yeah, now you're really breaking on Netflix here. It looks like this one's going to be absolutely going. Look, usually I say don't look a gift horse in the mouth, but every time I try to join the trend, we got it one time, I can't get it a second time. If it's hard for you to buy the dips, then usually it's good. The long is good. If you can't get the fills, it's going to be good. I think 345 is sort of a natural level. Were it to get to 345, we'd be pretty happy. But Alphabet down here, I looked for the short in the first consolidation, so if everything rolled over, I think I'm in the right name. But if this breaks out, I mean, look at this 125 level. Like, this quarter mark has been an absolute champion. And if it breaks, I'm just out of dodge. I'm not reversing into a long. I think there's other longs out there. But, yeah, super, super strong move here. And then resisting this. It's not an iceberg order, but it's definitely a big-time seller on Alphabet. And if it breaks, it almost broke there again and still not getting out. I was going to leave it here thinking it was about to stop me out, but doesn't look like it wants to do so. Alibaba, which I know a lot of you guys want to talk about. I don't have any Baba. I wish I did. I'm on the bid at VWAP. It looks like 105 could be next, and I just keep missing my entries on Alibaba. It just wants to dip, but
it at
not quite far.
105?
It's at 104. It just bounced off 104. I still want to be thinking trend at least into 105. That sets it up for 3s or 2 halves to be able to pick it up. I'm going to sit in front of 3s, probably somewhere in the low 20s. If you can guess what price that is, and you've been watching the show far too long. Somehow Google still won't break that 125 level. There's a big time, there's an iceberg at 25s on Alphabet. And I'm not, the longer it sits there, I'm like, if the iceberg breaks and the market wants to go higher, you go long. But the market's turning around here. So maybe that just means if I get wicked out, I should try getting back into the short. That's a big one. But I want to be an Alibaba, guys. It's just not really setting up. Finally, I just got more intel. Playing it to this low, it's not the pre-market low, but it is kind of that pre-open low of 31.75.
Oh, Alibaba's all the way up there. Okay. Again, Meta's not doing much. Coming through. Oxy, what about DraftKings? Another name here to look at. As we're still in this, man, we are out right now on, I mean, maybe we should address this position right here because Square, we're still waiting for it to come into this VWAP again here. So I'm just going to have a look at this on the 3-minute chart just to see what Square is looking like. Yeah, we had another top there at 70.50. So that little wick top there, a little bit of a problem, but there's 69.50 coming in for Square. So that could be something right there. Let's average into this price until we break through 69.50. Okay, so I think that's, to me, that makes a little bit of sense anyways. So let's just try to get away with that right now on Square and see if it gives us that 69.50 price. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here on SQ right now. So if Square can get me that 69.50 area, then we'll average into that and see where we go from there. But right now, Square kicking around 69.80. I'm going to buy some 69. I mean, that's 69.50 exactly. Let's buy some of this dip here to 69.70. So we'll put a bid right now on Square, see if we can pick something up a little bit lower than where we are right now.
Yeah, so I did finally get that dip in Intel, pretty much dead on. We got 89s in there, so average price is going to change. But I didn't really get everything, which is kind of frustrating. So my price will end up being like 96. Should have a price in the low 90s if I got a full fill. But we'll take some out 05s. We'll take some out 15s if we're able to get that. Dip buys good in this name, at least for now if it holds above VWAP. But we also picked up Rivian off the pre-market lows. Didn't do it the first time, so we do it the second. Now we can start working. I think working this once it breaks that 50 is going to make some sense. Oh my goodness, this Google, I don't want to keep going back over to that name. Okay, just suffice to say that the iceberg at 25 is still there. But check out Meta now. Okay, Meta now wanting to break 05s. So breaking this 05 and breaking channel up. Let's start playing the long again in Meta. If I held the pre-market against me at $1.50 or $1.30, it would be fantastic, but you got to play to your style, and that's just not for me, not at the open. I don't like to risk everything on one pre-market trade, but let's go for the dip in this consolidation now. In Meta, there goes Google. Google just broke.
Oh, no.
So we'll finally slap a fail on something. 125 broke, so at 99.97 short, we're out at 25 when that level finally broke. Iceberg like that, I don't care how strong it is, eventually, I mean, if the market goes up, you're going to break a level like that at some point. So let's see if Intel can go. I want to check Micron for you guys, well, at least for myself anyways, to see how that's responding in day 2. Yeah, this is the reason I think Intel's not going. Intel's relatively is kind of strong, but Micron is just giving it back up. So it's still rejecting 64. Big level on the daily. This would be why Intel's not going. Maybe got to think back about, like an AMD or an NVIDIA. I meant to type AMD, but my hands just went to NVIDIA for some reason there.
Ooh.
Isn't that weird?
When that happens, maybe you're onto something.
Isn't that weird? Like my brain was processing, no, you just came from Intel, you're talking about NVIDIA, but either way, not much of a move at all in NVIDIA either. So the chips are in the middle, which is going to suck for the Intel trade. AMD is breaking out. Okay, AMD's the one. I'm going to get away.
AMD's the one again?
I'm going to cancel my my NVIDIA dip buy. Kind of go over to AMD here because you're inside in the 3 other names that I'm watching, whereas you're breaking out on AMD. So relative strength AMD, rejected 100, at least 99.5. Let's look, 98 obviously, but 98.5 as well. So I'm only long right here because somehow Affirm never got to $10. It was 5 cents away from my fill in Affirm when I showed it to you, and that was like 15 minutes ago, and I still haven't gotten filled. I have my stop and I have my order, so I can manage it pretty easily. But let's go over after this AMD. This one looks like it's going to be the strong chip name of the day.
Yeah, that's the thing. What about, I mean, we were looking at Intel breaking above that $32 level, so that could be something as well. As we didn't get that reload there in Square, that's kind of sucks. We should have been a little more aggressive, I feel like, and tried to grab that reload a little bit there on Square. So missed opportunity there. We'll see if we can get it again, though. SQ right now. But there's Intel, tried to take that 32. It did take that 32, and now it's looking like it wants to go downside a little bit. But yeah, you're right. That AMD almost got through $100, man. It wicked up to $99.50. That is definitely something there. Intel pulling back. Intel's pulling back to a decent level right now as well, 31.80. I think we could, let's take a long here on Intel. We're already long Square. Let's go long Intel, INTC right now. I like this trade. I'm just going to punch the 96s. We'll see if we get something down here at 92. I like it until we break 80 right now on Intel. So that's going to be a name that I'm going to look at here for the short, or for the long, sorry, Intel. We just punched into it. New position against this bottom. There's the 50 period right there. We're into Square. We're now into Intel. Let's see if we can make a little bit of cash on this name. INTC. Let's see if it moons. Hopefully it does. $32. Let's see if we can get back. Stop right now. Let's do the low of the day here. 31.70. We break 31.70. We're out of this name.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I like to determine where you're wrong first, man. And then once you know where you're wrong, you can start working the rest of the trade. I get it. There's a lot of things. I know Neo's making a move here. I can't complain. Like, the only mistake was obviously Alphabet. Like, I should have had Alphabet at the open. I get it. It's just, you know, when you think it's a long day, you think you can be patient with where you get into the short, which is exactly how it should be. It's just I was a little bit too patient when it comes to Alphabet. Now, we're still trending upside in Netflix. It's definitely slowing down, but the market's about to break those highs. And as the market's trying to break highs, I'm looking up. What do I still like? Meta's at a level. No, Meta's breaking away. Meta's now breaking away from where I like that long, so I guess we got to look back a little bit deeper where I got to zoom out here on Meta and see where we can actually get back into this one. 05s make sense, but look at this, 206.25 for a breakout. As we go to Brennan for happening now, Meta, if I had held it against me, probably could have been another winner here. Brendo, what's happening now?
Just like that, 10 o'clock, top end of the range being tested right now, but a bit of a back and forth kind of a start to the day. Here's how things are setting up so far. 0.7% right now for the S&P 500. The Dow 0.36 there, all in the green, which is good to see. The Russell 1, 2, and 3,000 positive on the day. There's the NASDAQ. The composite and the 100, both about 0.9 to the upside right now, as I mentioned, trying to test range highs or day highs. Anyways, if you're with us in the pre-market this morning, we talked to Roku, we talked to AMD, we talked some Alibaba as well. Again, that note that came through right as we came on this morning. I just realized you can't see that at the bottom. 20 billion logistics unit going to explore a Hong Kong IPO for Baba as well. So a little extra positive catalyst. There's this one as well. VHC, little tiny name popping up this morning on a special $1 dividend that they announced. And they also announced a few board changes as well for VHC in New York. There's Tesla as well, up about 1%. But yeah, back and forth we go, guys, stuck in a range.
All right, Tesla. All right, look at Intel, man. Intel is absolutely blasting. It's our Square that's not doing anything. It's going to the downside right now, so Square is the big L right now. But it is Intel with a new position alert for us on that one. I thought, you know what, to be honest with you guys, where's my Square out? I must have put the wrong price there. Oh, I did put the wrong price for Square out. Okay. Oh, there it is. We just got it out. Yeah, sorry, we did not. 69.30. There it is. So Square is now out of the account, which kind of... that kind of sucked. There's no doubt about that. We wind up losing that 40 cents there on Square. But look at what Intel's doing, man. Intel is really starting to make that move back up to the upside right now. So let's see if Square can hold out hope for us that this makes a move back right now for SQ. So that's one name that I'm looking at is Intel. That's where I'm lying right now. Nice move up. We called this move, so it's always nice when it happens. There it is, 32.15. Let's take another route. We just dumped off 11 there right here for Square. So let's take this out and see what happens now. For Square, for Intel. We're already out of Square right now. So there we go. Let's see what happens on the rest of this Intel. Let's take another piece right now at 09s. We waited for 11s. There it is. That's probably about out. We get 10s and 11s right there. We're still into 40%. Sorry, we're only out of 40%. We're still into 60% of this name.
Yeah, so we reloaded Intel as well. I had the 32 break. We took the 3190. It's already breaking VWAP. I love it. But I did just finally get into some Alibaba here. So Baba back into that 103. It wick topped 104. I think there's still room on the daily. There's room to 105. So on the longer term, it feels like this breakout could still be ongoing, but as it pulls back into VWAP, you want to be at least a little bit cautious. Market's starting to come back in. There was a bit of a wick high just now, so I'm going to check back in because I'm kind of peeved that a firm, like look at what the firm's doing. I'm going to cancel my offer. This is now 1090 so many times. If there's a short to be had, it's got to be in the 80s. And then I'll just use that 90 as an out, and I still think it's a reversal to the long side off that 11 even. But yeah, you can see what's happening here. I've been missing the party on a firm because I'm playing off 11, but you can see exactly where the selling is coming in. So 1086, that area. Roku, I said that one would be, never mind. I'm about to cancel. Let's just go ahead and cancel Roku. That's 67. No break, no play. Should have just shorted off that one as well. We can. You never want to leave an order out when it's that far away because if you get the fill, a whole lot has changed at that point. So you want to be able to reassess. Do I still like the level? What do I think about the market sentiment? All those goodies in there. So dip bought into 103 on Alibaba yesterday. I waited till 100 to short it, still lost anyways. It's just the short was wrong yesterday. Wouldn't go into the long. If it breaks the high, I want to hold through to 105. But let's start playing this trend in Alibaba. Just another one. Hopefully it's some home runs. If I hit a key that is the football spike instead of the baseball home run today, then I should get slapped in the face because it's opening day, baby.
We have that
opening
animation.
Day.
Oh, yeah. Are we an afternoon game?
We're 4 o'clock. 4:05 start for the Blue Jays. They're on the road in St. Louis today.
Yeah.
So there's a few games. I mean, obviously there's games 1 o'clock. This year, every team is playing on opening day.
Yeah,
Go figure, MLB, that it only took you like a couple of decades to figure out that the excitement of opening day should be something that every single team could enjoy, and that maybe that would be a good thing. You're late to the party, as you usually are, but eventually you make the right decision.
Now, tell us your opinion of
MLB is
Rob
the most,
Manfred and all those guys there. Maybe
it's the worst run professional sports league out there. I love baseball. You all know I love baseball, but it's an absolute shame how poorly it is run. They harp on all the negatives to the best of their abilities. The NFL does a great job
What
of
do you think
ignoring
about the pitch count?
I think it's fantastic.
Clock, yeah, okay. I was
like the
wondering
clock.
about that because there's a lot of people that don't like it.
Turn it off in the playoffs. In the ninth inning of a close game, turn it off then. Otherwise,
You know, what if that was the rule? Actually, I've never heard of that. That's actually a pretty good idea. Turn it off as the game. Yeah, but then you can't.
Save situation, turn it off.
Save situation. Yeah, something. So I was going to say, because what is a close game, right? I mean, anything can happen.
If you watch the WBC, Trout versus Ohtani, it was the greatest at bat that I've seen in my entire. It's the most fun at bat I've ever watched. And every single one of those pitches was a pitch clock violation had they had the rule. Every single one. But it didn't feel rushed. It felt great.
Yeah, so they took it off for WBC, right? Or that,
they didn't have it. It didn't exist because like Japan's not preparing for that nonsense.
Yeah, it was already.
So market's coming back in here. I got no shorts, but I know exactly where I want to go for a short. First of all, Rivian's breaking down, so we have to give up Rivian. Unfortunately, that one never really carried through. I got one scalp out in VWAP. It just broke 35, so we'll slap the fail on that long. It looks like the market wants to come, and if it comes downside, then Alphabet's the one to go. I'm going to jump back into Alphabet now. It's beneath VWAP. You saw that little bit of a reversal. I now want to work the short into 50. It's no need holding on to that price here. We'll just kind of re-enter it at a more reasonable level. So Alphabet, this should be the one to the downside. Intel's actually holding up. Alibaba just came back to even. Looks like that could be worth a reload. Netflix as well at that 339. I want to play for a reload. Meta could be something here. I know I was looking for long if it broke, but look at that wick top. Wick top 06, nah, it's too strong. Forget it. Google's the one to short. If you like to short more Alphabet, don't try to force Meta.
Short more Alphabet. I like that. Okay, Square down to 69. That's not doing anything. Let's go over to the names that we were looking at earlier that we're just not in yet. Okay, Amazon's coming back. So Amazon's not a bad little level here right now. But the market's just still not doing much. But, you know, we were open the day up right where we are right now. That's the opening print right here, 1359. We're at 13053 right now. Amazon 101.30. So, yeah, that's where VWAP is right here. I feel like that's worth something at least on this downside. So let's try to just take some Amazon now. We're already in Intel, and Intel's been actually working out pretty good for us, obviously. So we'll stay with Intel for now. now, but Intel's a good name, and I do like Amazon down there. Here goes Intel trying to make a move again back up to the upside here off of that 32 bounce. We do have that high of 32.15. We're trying to just stay as simple as we can with a lot of this trading today, right? Like try to find the right prices at the right levels and hit those. So that's Intel, Amazon, and Apple. So we're going to put a bid right now on Amazon. I think consumer confidence is pretty strong. We've dipped down here to 101.30, which is why I say that price. So let's go. Google's still at that $100 level. Let's try Amazon right now. We'll try a little bid here at 60 and then put something else. Where's VWAP? Is that 50? Yeah, so 50 or so. We can just put the bid around 50. So there it is. We are now into Amazon against this level. Let's see if it wants to work. We're long Amazon, we're long Intel, and we're going to take this long until it breaks that 101. I mean, it needs to go down a little bit even more than that, about 100. Yeah, I mean, there's that 101.30 level right down here that I'm a little bit worried about. If it takes this, let's just watch it for 101. We're not into too many of these shares yet. We'll watch Amazon down to 101. Let's make that our out. So we're going to average into this one down to 101 as Intel, now 20 cents back in the money at that high, again, for INTC, guys.
Yeah, and speaking of Intel long, I still have Intel, but I just got AMD. So AMD, kind of a gentle little trend move here. Let me actually just draw this. If it holds this line, then I think you're going to start to set up at like 98.80 for like bigger positions. This is initial position for me. If it gets underneath like 98.40, I might just give it up and look for a reentry. I am into you-know-who, Alphabet. I just said if you like the short more Alphabet instead of going over to Meta. I didn't actually get more. I didn't get more Google there. So it's kind of unfortunate for me. I was trying to grab a few more shares. I had some under. I just canceled those. I'll leave the 104th, but we're pretty much heading toward that low of the day. If 100 breaks, I want to take some out on the break of that level. If we get it, we get it. I'm not sure that's going to even happen. I want to see if Netflix is worth the reload, but the problem is this wick top that the futures just put in. I like that support there, but can it actually hold up? It doesn't look like it wants to. The market's starting to roll over just a little bit, and if that happens, you don't want to get caught playing still in a breakout trade. That brings me to another name that's gotten ignored, Square. Square rejected that 70. It's up 4%. It's still above the gap. It's still on that breakout trend. But if this rejects it altogether, you kind of want the 67.5 or 67 long. So I don't want to diddle in the middle with block here. I still like it on that upward trend breakout, but I feel like you had to have that one early. That time might have come and gone. The longs have been good today, but let's not force things. You don't want to chase and then end up kind of giving back your early morning on some of the longs, especially when you see something like this on the NASDAQ. Wick high, inside range. If something's on support, you like it, then you grab it. If it's chasing support when we're on the lows, don't force the trade, because if it breaks down, you're about to get the next level that you'll like a heck of a lot better. Brendo?
Another little EV name moving around, EVGO, EVGO on the NASDAQ, up 20.5% off of earnings, guys, so better than expected there. Took out 7 briefly, but back below right now. Huge volume for EVGO today.
Yeah, didn't we had seen some volume in that name previously, so, okay. Again, we got some out of Intel. We're in this Amazon trade right now. So we're going to try to play this off that 101. We talked about that. We're going to get some more bids if it does get into the 30s, and then we'll just try it from there, man. I mean, this is going to be a good opportunity to see if our averaging in strategy will work, right? I mean, I don't know. We'll give it down to $100. If it does, sorry, 101. If that 101 does break, then we are going to get out of Amazon. And that's just what I'm just sending the order right now just to make sure that I have it out there in case it does break, because I'm going to have a few. I mean, I'm not, we're not trying to get too many shares on this name. We're only in the money right now, $2.50. So who knows where that's going to go from us for now. But that's a play that I'm in right now. It's Amazon and it's long. And then we do have, obviously, we have the long as well here in Intel, and that one's been working. So only 2 positions. We did step up and out of Square. There's our Amazon doing nothing, and here's our Intel kind of staying near the high right now. So let's see if we can keep on that sort of talk here, try to trade the best names that we like, and then kind of ignore the rest, right? So as long as that's the thought here, we're going to go with that. Intel trying to take out the highs. I know you were in AMD. Let me have a quick check on AMD.
That broke that trend pretty quick. So I basically took like a 20-cent hit, like 22 or 23-cent hit on it. But more importantly, now you're starting to really come back in. Alphabet's holding 100, but I just got a reload in Netflix, but not in Alibaba just yet. I want to see Alibaba kind of hold off on VWAP. And if it can do that, then fair enough, I'll jump back in. This is the difference, man. Like, Intel is just, This has been trending and holding trend to the upside, right? We know we like that for the long. That was the first thing we were in today. It's just a heck of a lot stronger. Netflix, I still think, if Netflix wants to hold this one, it's still a 336 half break. I always go back to the original thesis. This is the breakout, 336 and a half on Netflix. So I might not have the price I want at 38, but I want to leave myself room that if it holds that same level, I can get into a full position and then give it to under 36. That's the level of risk that's required for that position. And by the way, Meta, the market just pulled back and is breaking lows. Now I just got to say, now I have to put the short on Meta, because if we're breaking lows and I'm risking 25 to 30 cents to short this off the high, I got to have it. I can't ignore a position like that. It's just, that's way too juicy in terms of risk to reward for me. And when something sets up like this, like the pre-market, like up, pop and fade kind of trade, and the market's tanking and it's a big cap name, I'm just going to put it on like 10 times out of 10. And if Meta's too strong, fair enough.
Yeah, strength, eh? The only name that seems to be strong today, man, are these chip names. Look at what Intel's doing. And again, I said that story that I was talking to my father last night, and he sent me a message this morning. He's like, are you sure we shouldn't be selling some of these names? And I was like, you know what? Intel is nicely above this $32 level. We're nicely above 13,000 on the NASDAQ. Now, whether or not that holds is something else, but it's a nice move up for Intel. I initially bought it because I thought the dividend was pretty good, and then we averaged back in near that 25.10 mark that we talked about earlier. So far, so good on all that. It's a nice trade there. Let's see if it can still continue to hold out some of these high moves here for Intel. And then Amazon. Amazon's been pretty disappointing, man. It's not really moving around right now the way I sort of hoped it would. Amazon just kind of hanging out right now. 101, 101.60. Nice little upside move here. Let's see. We didn't get that bid down at the bottom. Let's go over to Apple quickly and see if there's anything on Apple. No, there isn't. Square dropped down. Disney right now, maybe. Just trying to find anything that's, relatively strong. What? I mean, Tesla, yeah, Meta, okay, we'll look at Meta for the professor over here in a second, but right now it does look like we have some Tesla movement here down to 195. This wasn't a bad level. I mean, yesterday, I thought we had Tesla around here, right? 190, yeah. So some of these bottoms right here, 194.40, 190, 194, some bottom wicks here for Tesla so far today as that's going. We could check in on some banks. I mean, JP Morgan today was near that 130, and it's fallen off of that 130 a little bit right now. So this is another name that we should be able to watch out for if it gets back to that 130. We talked about that sort of in the pre-market as a decent level right there for JP Morgan. We'll see if we can play off of that anytime coming up soon. There goes Amazon finally. Let's take something out on Amazon here if we can in these 70s, guys.
I just got the bottom on Alphabet. That long in, so the short in Meta, that stopped out for 30 cents almost instantaneously. Like we got in, we gave it to that high, it took out that high. Like I said, like the weak name here is very clearly Alphabet. And for now, it hit that low. If it rolls back over like above 100, I think shorts above 100. If you can get them, give it to 150, and then everything else is kind of hopefully gravy. Alibaba gave it a chance to try to hold VWAP here. It's trying to do so. So once we get a little bit of green, I think we can be reloading Alibaba up 2.5%. Today, JD is the other one. JD had their own news, spin-off news. It's up 6%, but I mean, the chart's not quite as strong. It's mostly that move that we had in the pre-market, and then you've been going mostly sideways with a dollar range. So I'm going to stay away from JD. Baba just seems a little bit more interesting to me. Just going back over to Tesla, I know Tesla, yeah, see, this is the same thing nonsense happening on Tesla. It's got a flat bottom break at 194.5. So watch out for 194.5. I think you can probably scalp that level. I don't know if I want to be scalping this. Tesla gently trending down when the market is putting a reversal on, or at least setting up a reversal. If the market breaks a low, I'd much rather be hitting the low break on something like a Tesla. Netflix, we just got one reload in, but I'm still looking for that 3. Like this is it, like that 336 is essentially what has to hold. So that's a pretty sizable dip back in. We want to be very patient. Either we're going to go all in front of it, or we're just going to have no bounce and just stop out beneath that 36. I don't want to add on weakness. I want it to bounce first. It's the only way to add to a position. In this regard, I want to make sure it bounces, shows consolidation, set it up for that long, then re-enter the trade or add back into the trade. Even Intel starting to pull back in here. So you got to test to that high. We did scalp out in front of the high. If it holds 32 again, I'll add in front of 32. Otherwise, the ads are right here. It's all in that 90 range. So 31.90, I'll probably just jump on that bid right now because we already know we like it. Everything else, just be patient. You got a bit of a range forming here. It's a 40-cent one on Intel, which is pretty darn good. That's over 1%. So we'll take that if we can get it. But at some point, you're going to break out of that range if the market decides it wants to.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Justin. Happy trading day to you too, my friend. As we're going here, let's go. Yeah, so far so good here today. You can see here Amazon has just blasted. So this is what we're talking about, man. Like 1, 2, 5 good trades, however many good trades you want. There it is right there on Amazon. That's a good one. We'll go, oh my God. Finally started to work out for us on that. So that was good. We are out of 70% of our Intel. I'm looking to get out another piece right now. If we can get this 15, let's do that. And now get out of that one here. There we go, we got it. So we'll see now where we're going. But it's a nice out so far for us there on that name. And then there's Amazon right now. You know, the belle of the ball is trying to go back up to the upside right now for Amazon. We're long at 54s. So yeah, man, we are pretty happy with that. Some Young Gravy we talked about right there. Shout out to him. Betty White, we were playing that song and then we almost got demonetized. So I don't think we'll do that again right now. But that was a lot of fun. And there goes Amazon. I'm going to take out one more piece. We are now out of 40% only of that, so now we're out of a little bit more on it. So right now, this is the position that I'm in. I'm long Amazon, I'm long Intel. We just got a piece out for Intel, so that's something, and for Amazon. So now we have half of our Amazon left. It's 50 cents in the money. For me, that's a banger. You guys know that, so we're happy with it. We'll celebrate that together here with a nice little victory dance here for Amazon. So hopefully we could break above that 101 right now, 102, sorry, and then we'll see. Because remember our stop was going to be down at 101, and we're looking for more shares, so we don't have the full position yet or anything like that, but that's sort of where the stop was. So if that's where the stop was, we're now in 50 cents in the money, so that's why we're now out of half of this name and looking to get a little bit more if it does dip back down into that 101.50 area. And then honestly, now we only have 80% left of this name here, and this name here is Intel. So we only have 50% left, 20% left of Intel as we go over to Brendan with a small cap recap.
Hey guys, if you're moving around in small cap land to be aware of today, we'll start things off with SCYX. Big gap to the upside. Hasn't really done much. Just kind of chopping around 280 to 260 right now on this note. New research agreement with Glaxo announced this morning, GSK, for SCYX, again, up 59%. So far on that, but again, not really doing much, just kind of chopping around. This one, however, VHC, trying to get back to day highs right now. 270 was a problem early on. There was this, $1 announced in special dividend. There's also some board changes they announced this morning for VHC, so one to keep an eye on. EVgo as well, little EV maker, was a lot higher, 730 I guess was the top there. After earnings, beat expectations for them, up 18%. FFIE, another EV-related stock, yeah, just collapsed immediately downside. A little penny stock, but they announced production has begun on their flagship vehicle, finally. Straight back down to where we were yesterday, though, for FFIE. Guys, back over to you.
It just reloaded on Alibaba there. Kind of got in and then kind of keystroked out when putting a stop beneath 102, but I just jumped right back in. So essentially the same price. We got 45s here. If it gets above VWAP, we're looking 03s and then probably 03.5 and then 04s if that one wants to go. Just checking back in on Intel 4s. By the way, you know what? Let's go to Google first. Market bouncing here a little bit. So Alphabet kind of showing you is the signs of strength and kind of rolling over here. I still like the overs. When I say over or under, what I mean by that is I like the fills in like up top of VWAP, like closer to 105, but if I can't get them, I'll take whatever the curl is. And when I say curl, like wherever it starts to roll over, starts to show me red, I'll take that consolidation short. If there's a name I want to be short today, it's obviously Google at this point. Meta, oh goodness, Meta. Look at Meta now. It's like the first two things I did today was go long Meta and go long Intel. Intel strong, Meta, I got out, and reasonably so. I would have been out here anyways, wicked out if that happened first, but I should have just jumped back in when it reclaimed that 04 level. It's now off to the races. Let's go higher time frame so you can see where we're headed here, because I know if you're in this name, and unlike me, like you actually held on to it, then you're looking at the 15 and saying, look at 208. 208, big wall at 208. I think that's going to give you a chance for a dip, or it's going to give you a clean break, hopefully hopefully we can catch one of those two to be able to participate in a little bit of meta, because what an unbelievable move Meta's putting in right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have an unbelievable move right now on Amazon. Amazon's making that move to the upside right now, and it's for me, pretty good here as we watch out for this profit, hopefully coming in more for us on Amazon. But hey, let's not get too greedy. Let's take some 20s right there. Nice out for me right there on Amazon at 20. We'll see. I mean, is it nice? It could even go more than this right now. So let's watch out for Amazon trying to make a move back upside. There it is, man. That's the banger. We told you we're not in many trades today, but the ones we're in, we are flying right now. So there it is, man. Nice trade in Amazon long. If you guys have it with me, man, put those ones up. It's a nice trade right here for us on Amazon. I'm pretty happy with it, man. I mean, you can tell hopefully you can tell I'm a little excited right now. We still have 40% of this one. It is 75 cents in the money right now. So we'll spin the money, man. We can have good days and not trade too often, right? So that's a good one right there. Intel's blasting for us. The only one that we screwed up on, and it was early, was Square. So yeah, that's a mistake by me, but we'll continue to watch it. There's Amazon right there, sorry. 102.30, nice move back upside for AMZN as it's ready to rock and roll again, man. There it is, yes, sir. Pretty happy with that, as you can tell there. So we found something for Amazon. Again, it's on the list. Didn't go down as far as we had hoped it would, but the NASDAQ is now blasting back up to the upside. So far, so good on that little hold there for Amazon. And we're only in 30%, but we did have a big trade there on Amazon as we did load up twice on that downside. You guys know the way I've been feeling about some of these tech names. So that is definitely a trade that I could be really happy with. And then obviously Intel's trying to get going as well. Let's hold on to this, man. Maybe if this run wants to happen, we have a little more legs here in this Intel trade, guys.
Yeah, I still think there could be. I think there's more legs in the Intel trade. I just got Google. I said if I'm going to short something, it's going to be Alphabet, so we are shorted again. I'm going to give it to that 150 level. You know, that's kind of been that line in the sand for me. On the higher time frame, it's also yesterday's low sitting right around here on Alphabet. So I just got the overfills, as I mentioned. We like that over. Don't fill it here. Try to fill in there. We'll play into the low of the day. This time I will take 100s if I get it. I haven't been getting anything out at 100, but if 100 reaffirms itself as support, then I got to be able to respect that. So we'll see what happens on Alphabet. Intel's good, but I wanted to break that high. Like if you look at what happened in Micron, it's still trending to the downside. Like maybe it just needs, if the rest of the chips need to participate, if Micron gets back green, maybe that'll be the litmus there for something like an Intel. Meta, as I said, this could turn into one. I want the dip into 06, 05 half. Otherwise, 208 is setting up for a big breakout on Meta. That could be a good one. Netflix starting to creep back up there again. I was able to reload something on Netflix. Look, I'm not going to be terribly happy unless this breaks 40s. Like $1, I'll probably scalp a buck on this. But if this breaks 40, then I think we're a little bit more excited. I'm still offering in front of 45. I'll probably offer some in 42 as well. But as far as where this should be going on a break here on Netflix, why are we not, at least 45? Like that's previous support on the daily. That's the channel I think the stock wants to go to. So, kind of like Happy Gilmore said, get in the hole, break 340 Netflix. That's where you should be going. Look at this. To me, this is the one. Like it breaks that 50-period research itself. We should be trying to test back into that upward channel, especially if the market wants to be up 1 or 2%. So I'm not terribly happy till we see at least $3 or $4 on this trade.
Ooh, I like it. Let's hit the bang up for that one. Hopefully Netflix can go for us. And obviously for us, we'll be happy with any kind of a movement to the upside as well, as we're along the two tech names here. We're not in any banks or anything like that. I mean, that could be something to look at, again, for any of you traders out there. The price is right. You guys can figure out that one there. One of my favorite lines of all time there. Rest in peace, Bob Barker. That was a fantastic movie. And shout out to Adam Sandler and everybody for making that Happy Gilmore. If my kids are in golf camp this year. So if they can, if they make any strides and they like golfing, I think I'll show them. Actually, you know what? We've seen Happy Gilmore. That's actually the language in that isn't that bad, believe it or not. So there's a lot of family. Well, I mean, it's played on cable all the time. Like there's probably some clean. No, versions.
There's a clean version, is what you can watch.
No, I don't think it's that bad. Anyways, honestly, I thought I was watching it. Wasn't really. I don't think there's the F word in that. I don't think so.
I remember those Adam Sandler films.
Yeah,
having
but
some
that's what I'm saying.
language
I
in
don't
them.
think that
I'm
one
just
is
saying,
that bad. I don't think one that we watched with my family was Big Daddy. That's a great one where he.
Oh, they curse in that one. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, that's a great one. That one's funny, man. Rob Schneider, that's hilarious.
Joe Carter?
When that guy comes in, yeah. There's some great references in that movie as well. We love Adam Sandler over here.
Canada.
In all those movies. So yeah, shout out to everybody who likes good films. We do here too. So yeah. All right, that's that. A little bit of talk there. Hopefully you guys like that. As we're willing to trade these markets, and that's exactly what we're doing here today. I'm just watching Amazon continue to go, man. I mean, I don't know, rip it, pump it, whatever the hell you guys want to say. That's exactly what's happening right now with this trade. So we'll see what we're doing now with Amazon. It's a nice little upside move here, and it's continuing to go. So far so good here on AMZN, guys, on this upside. And then, by the way, your boy Intel is also starting to go to the upside right now. So that's going to be a good trade for us as we watch this go through here today. Good trading so far, but very little trading for me. So just a couple positions as we watch this market go. Brenda, what up?
Little one, Toro, starting to get going. This is a recent addition on the NASDAQ. Just came out. Looks like going back to the beginning of the month. But back to the upside. Huge day yesterday for this thing, up to 290. Little float on this, so 20.5% right now for Toro.
Oh, Toro, eh?
So I said I'd scalp $1 on this if it got there, but I wouldn't be happy till it broke 340. So there goes Netflix. It did scalp that dollar. Let's see what happens next. I think it's a decent, like the market's now breaking back out, right? Like you're at the high, you're at 1%. I think we should at least be churning here. Here's Intel. I mean, Google, by the way, broke that 150, so we're out. There's Intel finally breaking the highs. I think you're buying every single available dip on this stock. By the way, the thing about Intel yesterday is this moved more than Micron because Micron did most of it as a gap up. Intel was actually steadily climbing the entire way. And I know there was a downgrade, but I mean, who cares about upgrades and downgrades? Price target. Someone changed your price target on Intel. So I'm all about this long. I think once it reversed and broke this trend, it was pretty clear that you're going to have long opportunities on Intel. And next stop, potentially, before we go to Brennan here, you look at 33, that was that big gap to the downside that it had going all the way back into August. So 33 makes a ton of sense to me. I think we get there today as long as the market doesn't defecate on itself. Brendo.
Just checking whether or not it's UA or UAA today. UA, so just one A, has done more volume here, guys, but you'll see there's a huge volume spike that came in a couple minutes ago. I'm not familiar with this, but something called Front Office Sports reporting Steph Curry has signed a lifetime contract with Under Armour. So there was a pop on that.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I guess those shoes are doing pretty good. I thought they weren't an overly successful venture. Those Curry shoes are, but maybe they are. So good for Steph. He needs more money, of course. So that's really great that he's signing that deal. We can look at Under Armour. I don't know. I mean, nothing are going to be like Jordans or anything like that. But you need to have some kind of sponsorship there. And so congratulations to Mr. Curry. I'm going and Under Armour, I guess, for linking that up. There it is, right there. Yes, sir. Let's go. Awesome. Because there's another trade and another out. $1 now. We just took $1 on that. So right now we are long Amazon 101.53. So that's a good trade there. Taking that dollar out on AMZN. Let's see what's going on right now. Huge move to the upside for Amazon. Intel into the cushion as well. Just took that out at 32.40. Let's see where we go right now with Intel back up to that upside. So still going. Let's check out Apple. We wanted that Apple 162 break. It happened, man, and it happened pretty clean. It happened early there where you got that wick to the upside. Unfortunately, I wasn't looking at it, and then it came back. It's that second break that was good. So here we go. The sticky note has this one on it, but we don't have it right now. So it's an Apple break, and it's at 162. So nice move to the downside right now for everything, but sorry, not for everything. That did happen early to 160.80, but we don't have that trade on right now for Apple. Kind of wish we did. But yeah, right now Apple looking like it wants to take it a little bit higher. Any pullbacks into this 160, 160 area where VWAP is and there's some support, that's an interesting area for me right there. 160, 160 on any kind of a pullback. But we're $1 in the money on Amazon and 50 cents in the money on Intel. So yeah, your boy's pretty happy over here.
Yeah, obviously, I still am not getting into a firm, which is weird because it's been doing these wick ties. Every time I change my price, I go from 95 to 85. It then kind of puts in a lower high. So you know what I'm going to say next. I'm going to wet my beak, and I'm just going to try to get something in the 80s. I still think $11 is a break. If this gets to 100, I mean, whatever. If this gets to 100, something like ridiculous has obviously happened. But yeah, just got in for the first time on this name. Here's the daily. That's 11. You guys can see that that's a pretty big level, but it doesn't seem to want to break it just yet. So I'll go short first. I'll give it to the high of the day. I do think 11 is a long, but it's got to get there first. Obviously, that's been a little bit of a dog for the last little bit. And if the market's going to be super strong, this is already gapped up 3% and is now not really moving. If the market ever reverses, this couldn't break out the high. And if it breaks the top, I know exactly where I am wrong. That's going to be at that 1090. I still have double checking my order to be able to go long off 11. Just want to make sure that's still going to be in there. Netflix, we said we wouldn't be happy unless it broke 340. It's at 340 now. So we're a couple of bucks in the money on our reload and looking for the 42 level. So let's go Netflix. And let's go to Brendan to get our crypto update.
Yes, sir.
Kind of back to the downside right now, guys, for crypto individual coins. Anyways, we'll talk a little BTC and Ethereum coming up here. But I saw this out this morning. It was kind of interesting. Kraken going to move into Canada, officially filing paperwork with the OSC today. So another exchange coming north of the border to satisfy Ontario regulations anyway. So there's Bitcoin right now on a daily time frame. Bit of a wick being put in. It's worth noting we did get above 29,000 early on this morning. A nice move back to the upside, but back down right now. So kind of rejecting 29,000 is Bitcoin so far today. 1,800 still a sticking point here for Ethereum. Stuck within this range overall on the daily time frame. Overall, kind of flat, 0.3 right now on the 12-hour. 28,453, 0.5% downside. We're back below now. 1,800 for Ethereum, but more red. Bottom end of the board. Ripple has had a huge week. A bit of a pullback today, 2%, 1% right through ADA, Doge, and Matic. Guys.
No, we didn't look at Coinbase too much.
It wasn't at a good price.
Yeah,
it wasn't anywhere that I wanted to trade it. Is the best way to think about it. It's not that it's not like where a stock is trading is right because that's what the market says it should be at. It's just a matter of is it at a price level that you feel confident putting trades on. Sharif just shouted it out, so it reminded me that Meta got to 08. I'll use the 15-minute chart just because that's the one I'm trading off of when it comes to Meta. This is 08. You've seen it be resistance. Yeah, we kind of probably should have had that breakout on Meta. Come on, Netflix. Netflix just rejected 340, which kind of sucks. And Intel just rejected 3250. So this 208 level, I'm going to put a short on in this level. I think if it gets up there and breaks it, I don't mind it, but I think it's going to be short first. Can we take a look at NVIDIA? Thank you for the super chat there, Juan Batel. I know there's a lot of names out there that you want to be able to track, but you can't trade them all. Take a look at NVIDIA. Got in at 272.5, holding the long. Does it have a chance to break 75? Going to need some help from the market. I don't know if I'm still offering 75, but that is the big wall. So we keep rejecting each high break in the overall market and then pulling back in. So you have a lot of names, like I showed you Meta 08's at some resistance, NVIDIA 275's at resistance, Intel's at 3250. When you have a bunch of names at the same time hitting the same walls or big walls, you need something to punch it through. That's why as a day trader you look for scalp trades. That's why I took a firm off the high of the day, and that's starting to work. So I think it can, absolutely. It's just, if we don't get a 1%er day, then it might not happen. Now, if we get that, I think NVIDIA is going to outpace. But it's resistance till it's not for a reason. So I'm going to hop on I probably will be on the offer of this one if it gets to 75. I know I'm on the offer now in front of 08, like we just said on Meta. And the only short that I do have on, because I didn't go to Google, was to go to a firm. It's already kind of going back down. So it goes the first 10 cents. I should be on the bid. Let's get some out there. Let's get some out at 60s. This, if the market never breaks the high and we actually end up off lows, I don't see any like a firm could fall as far as it wants to. A firm could fall back to $10. I mean, definitely to $10.50 because that's where it closed, but it could easily fall back to 10 even. Netflix, like I said, kind of upset with this one. Couldn't break that 340. It'll probably give me a chance to reload here in front of that 336. But I've been greedy with this one, just thinking it has all the reason in the world after this break. If the market wants to go higher, if this is really truly going to be a good green day, Netflix seems like it should be going more than 2% based on where it's breaking out from on the daily chart. So much room to the upside. I do not want to give up on this one too early. I'd rather have a small win on this or be flat than not have hit the home run when it's set up for a home run.
Yeah, I'm We just kind of screwed up a little bit there on Amazon too, because Amazon went right to 103 there, and we didn't get out. So that's a mistake. I don't care, what my trades look like or anything like that. That I feel like up there to 103, we should have been able to get out of that. Amazon again, a huge move up. We haven't been up here anytime soon. I'm always taking levels out. Anytime recently, sorry, we haven't taken out anything up there. This 102, the minute we took that out, we knew we were rocking. That's really why we took this long, because of this 102 break. Obviously, we were down here at $100, but look at Amazon, man. We play the relative strength. We keep, I guess my daily chart, there you go. We keep playing the relative strength in Amazon. So, every day, if we find names that are stronger, weaker, whatever than the other, then those are the names that we're going to try to get in, right? We're going to try to pick on those names and take advantage of that move, right? So that's, whoopsies. So that's what we're doing right now on Amazon, picking it up as it was relatively strong versus weak. So, those are the names that we're doing here. Amazon, grab something that's a little bit stronger, grab some Intel that's a little bit stronger, and try to see if these names just quite frankly want to go. So that's what we're doing right now, and just trying to let them go to the upside. We've missed our Apple, but we still have our eye on that. Right now, Square's down to 68, so that was a pretty nasty move for me as well there on Square. Wish we would have done a little bit better on that name, but we didn't. So Square, nice downside move. SQ.NY. When do we pick this name up? Look at this. We were long early, and then we got out right there at 69.40. Good out for us as it comes all the way back down. But right now, you're coming up to the 200 period on the daily. That's looking pretty strong for Square, so that's something to look at now if you're looking for a long. But again, relatively strong against the market, right? Coming back in. This could be a decent long here for Square. I think I'm going to pick some up against 68, guys.
So I just want to say a caution to this ALPM here. It's halted multiple times to the upside, yet has done 700,000 shares in volume. So this is what I talk about this for a good reason. These being like no-fly zones. And there's one style of trade I will look for this, which isn't like it goes to 100 and reverse it, or it goes to like 150 and reverse it, or something like that. And that's after a series of halts, it gives you a tight consolidation. So it's not really doing any of that. So halted to the downside at 38.80, 38.45. It's indicating a reopen. Who knows where it's going to open up? We'll let you guys know if you guys ask. But I want to see it bounce somewhere, then have a tight consolidation where there's $1 worth of risk off the low, and then breaking back out to the highs. Because if that sets up at like 28 or 32, you could risk a buck to get back to the 40. Suddenly you're like 5 to 10x risk to return. Whereas trading around these other levels in the middle of nowhere, unless you're long here, too much risk. And the risk to reward isn't going to be there, and the slippage is going to be gigantic, and you want to try not to get caught in halt. So this will be open in about 2 minutes, or it'll be open in 7 minutes, one or the other. But I'm going to be waiting for a nice consolidation on this if I even trade it. That's a big if. You don't have to trade everything just because it's moving. You can be patient. You can work into something else. That Square, if it gets down to 67, I like a 67 area for a long on Square, block, whatever you want to call that one. And Netflix, I thought I was okay. Yeah, I thought it was, didn't break 38, higher low, that's good. Doesn't mean obviously means I'm not going to get a reload, but making a higher low now. I'm not even offering in the middle here around 42. I do want to get something out in this range, but I'll see it break 40s and then make a judgment call. I had said Intel had failed 32.50. I have some bids down here. Just going to cancel. I don't really need those bids. We're trending to the upside now, so the longs are probably off at 32.10. So I'm just going to constantly adjust where I want to buy the dip on Intel. Have something out there so I can get picked up. And then just keep this one all day. Like Netflix and Intel, I'm really hoping I can be long those ones all day and affirm to the short side that works. Oh, here comes Meta again. Here we go. Here we go. Meta's coming back up to that 08. I missed it the first time. Shout out to Sharif, who said Meta's rejecting 08. Get to it. So the second time not always is good, but I'll still take it. We'll still take it. And if it breaks 08s, then we're off to the races.
Meta, yeah, good name there. I like Meta. And again, what is Meta? Meta's up 1%. Okay, so basically at the market value there for Meta against the relative strength. That's what I'm talking about when I say that. Square, again, doesn't look like it wants to be the winner today. We're going to get out if this breaks a little bit lower. We're long right now at 22. I'm going to see about one more position right now. Square's been pretty disastrous, man. I mean, there's been no doubt about that one as it's trying to break lower right now. I'm going to get my stop order set up for this breaking through, but we do take another order right there on Square, but we have Brendan to go to.
Just reading into this APLM a little bit more, guys. So day one, it would appear for this Apollo Mix Incorporated. which is a cancer-focused biotech company. JMAC was the SPAC. So the first official day for this APLM today would appear from SPAC conversion, guys.
All right, SPAC conversion. I like it. All right, let's go. There it is, the nice little reload on Square. Let's take a piece out now because this is a nice win. There it is. Good call on that one. We just reloaded that at 68, so far so good on that, man. Really happy with it. And yeah, more to come hopefully on Square. But, you know, we'll wait on it. Nice move to the upside right there. And then Amazon, trying to see if that one wants to go as well. And hopefully it does. Nice little upside potential here for AMZN right now. So that's what we're looking at. I got an out. I'm waiting to get a piece out. I can cancel my Apple buys for now. That's not going to come down to 160. I got one at 63. So let's see. That's right there, 64, 65. There we go. Amazon nicely back up to the upside here. We're $1 plus in the money on Amazon, right? So let's take another piece out. We just bounced off 60. We'll offer 60 now. There it is. So that's a good trade there as we wait and be very, very patient with Amazon right now. But it's a nice move to the upside, and we continue with that move on Intel as well. Now 45 cents in the money at day's high for Intel, and Square battling back, man. We're going to make everything back on Square. We're long at 68.14, and I like that trade right now. Square, hopefully for the win here.
Yeah, I just got the first in on Meta. Here we go. They just got the first in on Meta at that 50. The wick high got to 82, so it didn't quite get to the even. So the money fills would be 50s into the even. That's about like a 40-cent range where you can enter into it, and then 208 is a bit of a stop. So we're in a second short position now. Obviously, I still have a firm, which we'll hang on to. NEO, I get it. There's a lot of talk about NIO today. And look, NEO's been strong. Why is it still? That was interesting. I hit enter. NEO's been strong, but look at the barcode going on here in NEO. It's probably gearing up for a breakout. You probably don't care what direction. I'm just going to point to the daily chart here above $10 to give you an idea which direction I would say makes a little bit more sense. So when you're breaking out like this, I think the bias to me would be the long side. Obviously, maybe that's what people want to hear. So if it breaks out, it's probably not the name that I want to go to because I haven't really been trading NEO in the last little bit, but this does stand out. Sure, you could look for the short. A lot of times I'd see that set up and say it's a short trade, but when you're just breaking out above that 50 period and starting a trend, I would tend to rather join that trend as a bias for myself. Brennan, what is going on in Sector Watch? Because I feel like I have no clue what's happening in industrials or what's going on in energy. It's all tech. It's all Chinese ADRs at this point. Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, we're back towards the top end of the range, but still overall kind of stuck in this range. Nevertheless, a nice green board for the S&P right now, 0.64 overall for the market. Upside, we talked about that Schwab downgrade negative note today. 3.4% right now in negative territory for SCHW, jumping out as far as financials are concerned. Overall, though, much more quiet day, worth noting, in the banking sector, but largely positive at this point. Tech once again in charge, but not the names we're used to seeing. We're back to the clean energy related names, SEDG. As far as the semiconductors are concerned, 4.5% so far today. KLAC, Intel, another day to the upside, 2.7 there. Enphase here as well. ON Semiconductor, AMD, 2.4%. Still a great day, obviously, but not leading right now. It's SEDG. Pacey in the software group leading 4.5% as well. Hardware names all positive. Consumer discretionary names pretty positive as well, including some of the travel names. What a week for CCL off that earnings report earlier in the week. 2 or 3 days now in a row back to the upside. Hasbro, nice day as well. Positive note I saw for that one. There's Ford, some of the automakers back higher as well, including Tesla. Tough to see, but 1.2% at the bottom there for Tesla. Match notably weak here, 2.6 downside. Communication stocks, though, also higher. Also on an upgrade was Philip Morris today. PM back to the upside, 0.63 guys for the S&P.
We'll check out some PMs.
There we go.
Coming out finally. Some better named. Well, not that Phil Morris is a better name, but a name that we haven't heard in a while there. Some people won't trade that, ethically and this and that. But hey, it's a good name there. I believe with a nice dividend as well.
Own it ethically, maybe.
Yeah, that's own it. Yeah, trade it. I mean, whatever. Trade whatever you want. Make sure you make some money when you're trading. That's the most important thing. All right, so we've got Square now. Square's nicely 30 cents in the money for us, and hopefully making that move back. Let's just wait to see. We just bounced off that 68 level there for Square. It was back into some support there. The real support is right here. That's already been broken. This is a 3-minute chart. So I thought that we had some decent support right into here, which we didn't. And then we averaged it back to this 68 where we sort of started to go. So now we're into square. We're pretty happy with it. It was a good trade for us to get out, obviously, of Amazon right there at that high spot. Let's see if that is the high spot, though. We just got out at 102.60. You saw me do that one. We're pretty light now on Intel and on Amazon. We only have 10% left of both of these names, guys. It's Square where all my attention's at right now. So this is, whoa, okay, 42s. All right. We'll see if we can get an offer there at 42 and take that. As soon as I put an offer, see what happens? But hopefully it can rip back up and we'll get a piece out there on SQ. But so far, so good here trading today, man. We've made some money back. Come on, Square. I was going to say, we made some money. Look at this thing move. We've made some money back on this name. I'm going to put a 37 there. Cancel the 42. Maybe it rips back. Made some money back on this one, but it's been banger alert central right now on Intel and on Amazon today. So here comes Amazon back. We only have 10% left. Look about a reload back at the same area, 101.50-ish.
So we just got, like we said, we just got that short in Meta. It's already starting to roll back into VWAP here. The trend's clearly on in Meta, and I only want 06s. So VWAP or trace play here down to 06 is what I'm looking for. We'll ring the register on that one. We'll be pretty happy about it, but NVIDIA got close. It got real darn close. There's that 275. He went to 80s. Should have it. Should have it. Don't have it. That's the level, that 275. So hopefully somebody got that sucker because that will stand out there for you on the 15-minute chart. Micron, I'm not really looking short on Micron. I get it. It's trending back into the downside. It's been rejecting 64. We talked about this yesterday. That's why the early out was at 64, and then the outs in the afternoon, you weren't getting much better because this on the daily. So you saw what happened. Like when Micron finds a level, it just kind of hangs out, and there's a lot of offers up there. There's a lot of sellers up there. If we get back up to that price, I'd make a decision. I do like the trend down. I just don't know about joining it here. Like, where's my out? A little bit cleaner if it pops into the 63 quarter area to be able to short this name, but definitely not here. I'm not going to force the action on that one. I'll check back in on a firm. This is, like, it's in the money, but unless the market gets back to the lows, I'm not sure it's going to do a heck of a lot. So this is a 15-minute. I want to be holding this in case we break 10.50, and then we can flush another 50 cents. But inside day for a firm since the open because inside day for the overall market. That makes sense. But we got two shorts we like. We got two longs that I definitely want to be holding on. And if I get into something like an NVIDIA, it is going to be off of that 275. That's the only price I wanted to short this name. So I'm not shorting it down here. It's trending upside.
Yeah, NVIDIA. Okay, good. Yeah, we can look at Intel. Well, we already looked at Intel. We can look at AMD. Give me a shout out. All right, Ponzi Fonzie. There you go. Nice little shout out for you as well. This guy gets the most shout outs. Because I don't know. I just happen to see him on there every time I'm looking. If anyone else wants one, AMD Tank. Okay, let's have a quick look at that just to see. I know Neil was just on it. This is not Tank. Come on. All right, so we'll wait to see if AMD wants to do anything. Let's look at our Intel position because, again, long right there, out, all the way to the upside, and we just make that. Yeah, let's watch out for 32.25. Let's put that order in right now, 32.25 on Intel, and then just get out of that if it does break lower. Looks like it wants to do that right now, so we're just going to get out. It's been a good trade for us on Intel, so if it breaks this little 50 period, we've respected it a little bit, but there it is. Now there it is. Now we are out of Intel. That's going to be a siren, man. That was a big trade. We're really happy with our performance there on Intel today. So that's a good one there. Good long, we hit it, and it was a success. So when we do that, that's going to be a good one, regardless of where it goes now. You got to stay disciplined, man. Neil and I mean, that's the one thing. I mean, I hope we do lots of stuff that you've taken away from us, but it's all about having your outs, right? Do not get into a trade if you don't have outs. And I think that that's one thing right there. And we just got out of Intel. Put the profit in your pocket. You don't get to capture profit until it's in your pocket, right? And I think that that's something that I've definitely learned here as I trade in these more volatile markets. You could have some big swing positions on, and then one day they're great, the next day they're not. And so it's the same way intraday, man. I mean, if you're not as aggressive of a trader as maybe Neil and I are, intraday, it's the same kind of movements, man. Up and down, and get the heck out when your limits are reached, right? We could have got killed on Square today, but we were able to get out and then absorb that move, right? So, so far so good here. But yeah, it's been a good day, and I think that Amazon's been pretty good to us. So has Intel. So we're good to go. Only 10 minutes left right now before we throw it over to the Midday Madness with the madman himself, Max, and Sharif. So that should be a lot of fun.
And I want to get to Osh. Oh, sorry, I was about to say Osh. I want to get to Restoration Hardware, or You know what's hilarious? We had this conversation this morning about how it's not Restoration Hardware, it's RH. It's RH now. So I want to get to RH. A lot of people have been talking about it. I know it made the big move to the upside, but I think this is not, it's not terribly difficult to see what's happening here. It wicked top 250 in the aftermarket and then wicked top 250 again. So unless this breaks 250, you're at just as much of a risk on RH of pulling back in here rather aggressively. So, you know, 250, it's not a stock that I would trade. It's got a 40-cent, sorry, it's got an 80-cent spread right now. So it's not a stock I would trade, but it needs to break 250. Otherwise, you're going to get a big nothing burger on RH. And if anything, if there was liquidity, I'd be shorting that level. But there is no liquidity that would allow us to trade it as day traders the way we normally do. Let's go to Brendan for Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, decent sized moves to pass along this morning in currency land, including the dollar back to the downside to the tune of about 0.5% right now. The euro sharply higher, meanwhile, 0.67, 0.65% on this. German inflation data, CPI came out this morning better than expected. So yeah, better than expected. Still very high, but it was 7.4%, but nice bounce anyways for the euro. 2 or 3 days in a row back to the upside with the dollar off 0.5%. On that, British pound higher as well, 0.5%, 123.77. Canadian dollar was red initially, has since gone green, 73.9. Still flirting with that 74-75 cent area. Big problem for the CAD, trying to get back to the upside. Japanese yen, Swiss franc as well, green as well. So are BTC, or I should say, is BTC, and Ethereum was, but has since gone red on the 12-hour period anyways. Chopping around that 1800 level for Ethereum, 28.5, still a sticking point for BTC, guys. Back to you.
You want ugly. I mean, look what's like Bed Bath & Beyond actually hasn't even caught a bid yet.
What?
Yeah, like it's all red on my 15-minute. There's been, okay, that's not true. On my 15 minute it hasn't, but look at it. It's actually catching a bit off 65. Let me correct that, because the 15-minute there was no green. It's been all red. It's now barcoding off of this. This kind of sets something up here. And a lot of times, like the way I look at something like this is, okay, if you're short at 68, you got to 69. And if you long a 69 break, you can stop it at 67. Both those look pretty solid. Generally speaking, my bias is to the south side on this name. I have not paid for locates. I'll go ahead and do that. You have to have locates to be able to go short. This is not an easy to borrow name for us. That just basically means, you know, when a stock gets beat up like this or has a low float, a lot of times you're going to have to pay for the ability to short it. Usually for us, it's less than 1 cent per share. But I'm going to go ahead and do that now, because if this rolls over again, like who knows where the bottom could be. Like you want to say 0, but it's probably more like 50 cents or 40 cents. If not that 65 right here. So the place to make a move would be either short with a couple cents worth of risk, and then you have room to lows and 50 cents. Or if you want to go long a 69 break, which I don't mind either, you risk a couple of pennies, and you can go back up to 75. Either way, it's set up pretty nicely, risk to reward. You only have to be right, I'd say like 1 time out of 3 with setups like that, because the risk to reward is so good. So I'm going to go ahead and get some locates because I want the short first.
Right. So by the way, bad out. You know, we'll be here to admit some of that. Bad out on Intel, man. It hit that 50 period and we got the heck out. But you know what's been a good long right there? We talked about Square today. We make it all back, baby. We talked about trying to get that back, and we do exactly that for Squares. Now it's 55 cents in the money. We just took a piece out right there at 62. So a good little dip buy there for us on Square. Hopefully it can continue to print for us at that level. But right now, Square, not bad little dip buy area there for us. And we protected that 60. So hopefully that'll stay true, and we'll be able to get a nice little win there for Square. But so far, so good as we go. So that's a nice little win for Square. I say win, but ultimately, I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about there. Successful trade. Like the Blue Jays today, Neil, we wish them the best of luck for their season. Any predictions on where they can finish? Can they win the AL East?
Well, I always think they're going to win the East. My prediction would be Gossman's going to get some Cy Young votes. Brandon Belt's going to hit over 25 bombs.
Ooh, I like
Varsho's going to go like 30-20, I think. He hits 30 bombs, he steals 20 bags. And
that's nice, though, isn't that?
I think it'll be fantastic. But the one, like, if you want to take like an outside, this is weird. It has nothing to do with the Toronto Blue Jays. But Dustin May is like he's ridiculously long odds to win the NL Cy Young, and I think he's easily the best value.
What
the
team
guy,
is that on?
He's on the Dodgers. He throws 98 to 100, and they're sinkers. And he's got this like slider cutter thing that's like 92 miles an hour. It's bloody well absurd, man. Like the idea of having to hit off that guy.
Similar to Fahad.
No, not similar to Fahad at all.
Remember when Fahad was like he could strike you out on 3 pitches?
Fahad could never.
I'm not sure Fahad can throw 3 strikes in a row.
Well, that would be the real problem.
That would.
Like if
I
do face Fahad in the batter's box, I'll probably not be able to tie my shoes the next day because I have a bad back. But it'll be worth it. I'll wear a helmet for damn sure because he probably can throw a strike. But I have a helmet, and you know what? I wouldn't be one of those people that if we do the challenge, I'm not using aluminum. You know, I'm gonna use a wood bat against you if we do it, Fahad, because I don't care. That's how I roll.
I thought aluminum got that ting off. Like what?
No,
aluminum.
Actually, no. The real reason is Fahad's not a baseball player,
right.
And if he's standing on a mound,
you're gonna smoke it.
Like we don't have one of those those barriers that pitching coaches use, right? So I wouldn't use an aluminum bat. It actually would not be safe for Fahad. Like you don't take BP as a grown man against.
No.
You have to have a cage or you use a wood bat. Aluminum is literally not safe. There was a guy in my men's league who actually suffered a serious brain injury, and our league went to wood after it happened. And that was the reason why, because you can't have grown adults swinging aluminum bats at each. It's ridiculous how much more carry and the exit velocities. It's literally insane. So I wouldn't do that to you, Fahad. If with aluminum bat, your life would be.
I'm saying it wouldn't matter because you can't hit his.
He's saying saying nonsense in my ear, but quite frankly, he's never thrown a ball in his life, and I played baseball all my life. You guys can guess how that one would go.
97. Now he's just throwing out shit. I mean, I don't think there's any chance of a 67, to be honest with you. People don't understand how much of a technique that baseball is, man. Like, you said your daughter was throwing 27? I thought that was awesome.
No, she hit 22.
That was awesome. I don't care.
First time up, she didn't register. And then she was upset. She was like, because she gets really competitive. And then we told her, just watch some of the bigger boys. When they do it, this is how they throw. Like, I can tell her what to do. Or she can watch other kids. And she would like watching other kids. She followed their technique, and then boom, she registered at 22. So, and she's a lefty.
She could probably hit Fahad.
MLB, baby.
I would think that she could hit Fahad as well. But I got to say that on the down low because then Fahad's going to be trash talking. The next thing you know, he's going to want to battle your daughter one-on-one there. So that should be fun.
He doesn't want that.
But okay, yeah, look, it's been a good show. I hope you guys have enjoyed everything, some of this talk that we've had today. Go Major League Baseball, man. I'm excited for that. It's going to be a great time to lace them up, and NBA playoffs coming, NHL playoffs coming, and to be honest with you, man, more trades coming from this afternoon show because we are getting ready to throw it over to Max and Sharif. They're ready, locked and loaded. Big show. Thanks, Mark. And guess what, guys? Knock on wood. The power stayed on.
Oh, don't say that.
I know. Some people believe in jinx. Are you one of those guys?
It went down after. There was a point after market it went down.
And then we thought it went.
That's not funny.
Yeah, good one. I like that. That was actually really good. Whose idea was that? Was that yours, Fahad? That was great, man. I like that. That was hilarious.
But it didn't fool us because everything went down. Like our trading
like yesterday
screens
when no
went down.
trading happened. It was an
actually
absolute disaster. But that was really funny.
Was.
Was that you, Fahad? Yeah, that was good. I didn't know if it was Prad.
Who else is it going to be?
That was a good one, man.
You know what's fun.
That was good, man. Thanks for.
Prad's too nice to do that.
Prad's too nice?
Yeah.
That's like one of the first times I've heard something like that before. I think Prad's super nice, but just he's always busting our guy over here, Sharif. Oh, he lies on his. See what I'm saying? See, this is where now it's going to get nasty. So I'm going to stay out of that. Okay, look, it's been a great show. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. But let's not waste any more time and get you over to the real guys beside us here. It's Sharif. Thanks, Neil. Thanks, Brendo, for everyone. It's Sharif. It's Max. Let's go to the midday show.
Oh, Netflix.
Stat.
What's up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Max. I'm Sharif. Let's get it started, Max. I'll talk about my BABA trade real quick here, and then you can get into Amazon. Okay, so BABA's been doing a little bit of a dance. It's up, I don't know how many percentage points on the day here, 3.1%, but it was up to about that 104.50 area, I think 104.31. It retraced to below VWAP, and then we saw a bit of a curling pattern. I actually tried to take this short initially, got out of that super quick, flipped long, and then here I am here long at 106. Give me a sec. 102.67, scalped out through the 30s, but now it's doing that dance at 103. I'm looking for continuation and possible high day test at 104.31, but I'm also cognizant of a bit of a bear trap, a bull trap through VWAP, kind of breaks above VWAP, and then, you get that V-shaped recovery back down. So I've got my eye on it. It's actually retracing in the exact way that I hoped it wouldn't right now, back in nearer to my entry point. Again, my entry point is 67s. But again, I was looking for that continuation. I'm not going to get out of this because we're still seeing higher lows and the trend is still holding. But yeah, making me sweat a little bit for this one. I also want to get into a possible meta long here. I'm looking for a bounce off maybe to that 206 area. But I think probably the better level is yesterday's close maybe, which is that 205.36. So maybe a bit of a zone that I'll be looking for some relative strength, or where buyers really start to overwhelm sellers. Yeah, on that move down. So I'm looking for a meta bounce, but not quite ready to get into it yet, and then nursing this BABA trade.
That's
Amazon.
Good. Amazon. Had the idea, didn't have the execution today.
beast.
But yeah, so got into Amazon this morning, was talking to Obi about it. We gapped up above all of the selling basically from the last few days. That 101 level that I had on the chart mapped out. And yeah, we get this initial pump up, and I'm thinking we're just going to kind of pull back a little bit and explode. And yeah, it didn't happen. Got out, but then holds 101 super, super strong. And like the best price that I could get was like 20s after that hold. So I was like trying to bid in the teens, couldn't get the teens, so I just ended up punching 20s. Goes up, tests these highs, tests them a bunch of times. I get to add, but then big mistake. Adding on a breakout. Do this all the time. I do get some out.
Winners.
I know, but kind of messed up my average. And once I added one more time, feeling pretty good on this move. Little pullback. I'm totally fine with this. I'm thinking like 101.25 is kind of the level here. But then we get this massive move on the ES that just shook me out. I just see this move, ES spiking down. I'm wondering if it's news, and I just punch out, which was big mistake of the day, obviously, because then we rally. Yeah.
Around 10 or?
10-12, I guess it was.
12, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
just random ES move to the downside. And like I had a decent amount of shares here, so I'm not going to just hold through like some market news and get completely smoked on this. But could have easily just punched back in at basically the same price here and then get this massive move to the upside. I did take like a much smaller position here when it re-broke 102, and I'm still in that now. Kind of got most of it out, and now we added a bit back, and I'm looking for that move back up towards 103.
So you're back in the game.
Back in the game.
Yeah, likewise.
But terrible price, relatively speaking.
Well, for now.
This trade was like 3 times the size, and we ended up losing on it. But it's what it is, I guess.
It is what it is. All right, so Meta's making a move here. I'll get to that in a second, but we got to address the Hayes Records 199 super chat, and he's coming in hot right from the get-go, Max. He's going for you. He's going for some blood. Max's shirt buttons are holding on for dear life. That's something I typically hear a lot, right? Like, usually it's me who gets trolled like that, but you're on the receiving end of it today, and I'll take that, no problem.
I can take it.
Yeah, of course. And I can tell you sitting right here, it's fine. It's not holding up for dear life, but it may look that way on camera. All fun and games, though, guys. Looking for this BABA retracement. So BABA holding up these higher lows, now looking to pump higher highs. We've had a bit of a top here developing, to be fair, at that 103.25. A lot of renewed selling seems to come in, and a lot of tops. Here we go. We're going to test it again. We're long 67s. Are we going to get continuation? I'm sitting. There we go. We get filled. We hit the cash register, baby. We're going to take some more right there as well. De-risk a little bit. We're holding big boy. We're going to let this one go up and to, I like day highs 104.31, maybe even more.
Never sell BABA, Sharif.
Never sell.
If we've learned anything from the past 2 days, it is do not sell when you're long BABA at a good price.
BABA's been going.
Yeah, shout out to
BABA's
Ian.
been going. Someone called you Maximilian. I'm sure you've heard that before.
I heard it a million times.
And it's great in this industry too, isn't it? Because, well, it's just so apropos, right?
Yeah, I mean, how about max 10 million?
Hey, there you go. I'll take that. Max 10 million, max 50 million. As long as the millions, bring that juju with you. Throw some of those millions my way, my guy.
Yeah.
All right. We're continuing to print here into the 30s on BABA. I'm gonna probably take. I've been taking very, very minor. These are very tiny outs here. The majority of the position is being held. Excuse me. So I'm looking to take into. I think I want to say the $0.5. That will be the majority of my first, like, you know, real out. Let's go ahead and sit there. I'm going to sit at 48. Okay, so we'll sit right in front of that whole dollar. And guys, I'm just joking when I say BOVESPA, right? Like, it's just an inside joke with one of the dudes on the floor here. I don't mean to, you know, I'm not purposely saying it that way. Here we go. We're about to test the $0.5. We're at 47s and 46s. I'm sitting at 48s. It looks like we crossed, but there was no liquidity at that level. You know, we are breaking through that $0.25 level. That's the level I was talking about earlier. So now we have the $0.5 level to contend with. But good movement here on BOVESPA. It's continuing to move up. So let's see if we get printed, and we'll keep an eye on some other plays here going on.
Got PYXS is about to halt at 578,
okay,
just fake halted. So let's see what happens now. But this one's a runner from the past few days.
Yeah.
That 420 level, always a level for some reason on these small caps. But let's see. This one just kind of broke out on a ton of volume, maybe just randomly. I don't know if there's news that came out on this one, but that 5 break just broke and never looked back. Maybe, I don't know how to trade this right now, unless you're trying to take the short off of that halt price, and you can short it now and give it to 580, try to take it back down to 5. But this one's going, so stepping in front of this name would be probably a mistake today.
Yeah.
Let's see where it goes, though. If we can get a halt, maybe we get a pullback, and we can get long this thing for the move to $500 or something.
There is.
Yeah, there's lots of size on the offer on this one, and it's getting hit for sure. It's interesting.
All right, we're almost 90 pennies in the money now here on this BOVESPA trade as it continues to curl to the high side, really reclaiming VWAP with a vengeance here. Broke through the $0.5, but obviously having a bit of trouble. Did it break through the $0.5? I think it got right to the $0.5. No, it broke. 51s, we got a 51 print, but now we're back into the 30s. So again, exercising some patience. I've seen this one in action the last few days. It's been that kind of way where, you know, you're really going to have to give every 1 minute candle like a 50 to 60, 70 penny range, okay? I mean, that's somewhat like every one of these candles here on the top. Like, let's take this one, for example, 103.37, and the low is, you know, 103, so that's a 40 penny range. And then this one over here, where we have 103.51 down to, yeah, so 53 penny range. So yeah, it's very turbulent. It goes up and down quite aggressively, so just pack your patience, but look for those key signals, the higher highs and the higher lows, and then you're with the trend. There we go. We're going to take another baby out here as we break through decidedly through that $0.5. Now we're knocking on that 60 penny level. We've been looking for that, so let that one run. Pumped about this one. I see you, static trader. Tesla pumping. Do you see this one pumping?
I did see Tesla pumping. Tesla, my level, I kind of have a range on Tesla. It's 197 to 198 is my kind of range on Tesla for this thing to turn around. If it blasts through there, then we could probably see 200 today. NASDAQ still trying to take out the high. So, yeah, Tesla's definitely strong today after being weak yesterday. Let's see where it goes. I think if we can get kind of like some kind of selling above 197, maybe you could short it back in. But, I mean, do you want to step in front of something like Tesla today? I don't really.
I do not.
It's just kind of jumping in front of
Tesla, man.
Jumping in front of the autopilot to the high side today, I guess. Yeah, and your BOVESPA's still going. My Amazon is finally maybe going to fill me on a profit taker here. I think it just bounced right off my order, sadly. But yeah, still waiting to take profit on Amazon. Always happens.
Always, constantly. Okay,
right.
so
PXYS didn't halt, but it's just kind of chilling.
Man, these ones just terrify me. That one, that they don't even go up and to the right; they just go up.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not buying into this, man. Like, I can't do it. I can't short it either. This meta dip trade that we had was kind of like a nice fanciful dream to think that it was going to maybe make it down to 206s. Because it's like, yeah, sorry. Yeah, because it's done. It went to 206.44-ish. and now it's back up above 207, knocking on the door of 207.10s. So it looks like that that long, you know, I'll have to wait on that one, but it looks, for the moment, destined to go to the high side. So we'll stay in this BABA trade. We'll do the dance here with BABA, and we'll continue to take these little bit of outs. Somebody in the chat's like, "Yo, bro, stop getting so many outs." I'm like, "Yo, I'm an exit addict, man. What can I say? You know, I like these outs, right?" Yeah, there we go, man. Bang! Shot hits the light. There we go, baby.
You love just painting those triangles.
Yeah,
on the
you see,
chart,
I took an exit as I said that too, right? I like to kind of add insult to injury there. We're moving in the 60s, baby. We're almost $1 in the money. We are on BABA, and now we are $1 in the money. It's pumping to the high side. There we go. Let's spin that and take another exit for the exit addict, baby. Oh, that should be the new name, baby. Proudly he's gonna have to go to HR after this. No, just joking. Right? Anyway, there we go. We're printing here, and we're happy about it, Max.
Yeah, Amazon's still going up. I just did get some out at 49s there, waiting at 64s, waiting at 74s, and then we'll see what happens if we get up to that 103 level. Do we break that today? 104 is like a crazy level on the daily for me on Amazon. Mm-hmm. So yeah, if we get to there, like, where is it on here? I don't know.
Yeah, pull it up higher so that you can show. Yeah, there you go.
There's all these wicks that get in the way. I can't really. But yeah, this 104, it's hit it so many times on the daily. So if we get up there, I think that's like the full out scenario. But yeah, we'll see. It's kind of pulling back now, just chopping around. Yeah, I like this for the move higher. NASDAQ keeps going. NASDAQ did just wick 13,100. So that was that's kind of that top level on NASDAQ. Let's see if it can keep going. Yeah, maybe we can get some longs on a pullback in some of these tech names. What's Apple getting up to? Apple's just hanging out. Apple's kind of doing the same thing as Amazon, just hanging out in this top range. Apple's a little stronger, so yeah, that 162.50 resistance right now on Apple, making that move up. The once it cleared 160 yesterday, just kind of hasn't looked back. That 160.75 is kind of my level to get long on Apple, and I just wasn't able to get it today, sadly. Same thing on BABA. I wanted that at 100, didn't come in. Everything just kind of went up off the open.
Yeah.
And that's not super easy for me in this market when things just go straight up. When we're in kind of like a weakish market, I don't really have ways to get long them. I'm always trying to get long on the dip. And yeah, so a lot of my trades did not come in today. Meta, I missed, sadly, because I was so focused on Amazon. I really like that 203
really
level.
Weird. Hold on. This one, look, remember in the pre-market, were you here watching this like completely tank?
No, but clearly it did.
Well, yeah. And so I was like, what is going on? And then it absolutely got bought up.
Yeah, this kind of break 203 here, wick down to the 80s. It only got to 80s and then just explodes upwards. Like that is such an easy trade to just take that 203, give it to 75, whatever. Now you have 25 cents of risk, and this made a $5 move. So what is that? 20.
The reason I wasn't
21?
so confident about that trade, no, this is just my, particular to me, which was I saw a headline that said, we're going to start giving European users the option to opt out of targeted ads. And I'm like, maybe analysts are seeing something that I don't see here, and someone's offloading in the pre-market, we get continuation. But it just absolutely got bought back up, and I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, tech was strong today. That's for sure.
Yeah. All right, back to BABA here. We're still flirting with that 103.5 level. A little bit below, a little bit above. So we're going to continue to hold. A momentary kind of consolidation area. We've had a few of them on this move up. I want to say off that 102 area. That was the real money fill. And that's actually where I wanted to go short initially. And I'm like, okay, this is great. This is a nice flat bottom break. We have that big Christmas tree recovery, that V-shape down, and then we have a move back up. I'm like, perfect. So if we move right back down, take the lows of this last peak, this is a short. So I punched in short here. It was not the right one, and I punched out immediately. As I saw all the buying come in, supported by volume, and I immediately flipped long. having, you know, basically just following the trend on Baba here. Tried to take the counter trend move. The counter trend move told me nuh-uh, and so just decided to go with the trend. That was the whole idea about that one. Now we're gonna hold. Jeff Erickson, how about Nvidia 275 short? Eek. Okay, so you want to go against the trend in tech, in a microchip name that has an AI. So look, I'm not obviously saying anything. I'm not trying to be glib, but that 274.99 is absolute money right now. If you stood in front of that 275, but do we hold? Let's have a look at the half an hour, see what we can glean from that. Okay, so it looks like back on the 22nd, we had a nice move up into that 275.89, almost touching 276, but did we close? Where did we close? That's the most notable part. No, we did not close above that. So 275 looks like we don't have a close going back to mid-March. Let's go back even further. Let's go to the 4 hour. Anything to glean there above 275? Absolutely not. The daily? No. Okay, so I have to agree with you for now. I think you may get opportunities off 275, but like, you know, I wouldn't hold on to that level for dear life because it's been up and to the right for this stuff.
Yeah, I got to agree with that. Like Nvidia, if you're talking about like a scalp off 275, yeah, for sure, why not? That's that's been a great trade just now. You get 80 cents out of that. That's solid. But like if you're trying to swing Nvidia short off 275 when it's trying to break out on the daily, I think that's a big mistake. This thing cannot stop going up. So yeah, holding for now, but 275 break could be that could be money to the upside today if we get back above that 13,100 on NASDAQ. Let's see what we're doing. Apple kind of pulling back. Amazon kind of pulling back. What's happening with that PXYS? Oh, come on. Nothing. PYXS. Nothing.
This one from yesterday again?
Tried to halt, and then usually if something tries to halt like that and doesn't do it, it'll just nuke back down. But this one is hanging out at the highs, kind of no volume happening. I feel like we've seen this recently on these stocks. Like they go up, do this crazy move, and then nothing happens, and then they make the next move up. So maybe try to get long this name. Might try a baby long on PXYS into this 520 kind of 525 area if we get down there. That could be interesting with smaller size. Give it to like 510 VWAP, and maybe we get a move to like $6-7 today on this. Because I mean, all the shorts from the last couple days on this name should be a little bit like sweating a little bit. So let's see. 30s. All right.
You got a dip trade going on.
We got a dip trade going on. Amazon is going back up. Amazon, I love this trade to get to 103, 103.50. Let's see if we can keep going. Give me those profits that I missed out on before. Nvidia also is screaming towards 275, actually. That's so the short is off. Maybe take the break on 275. How many? These breakouts have not been working recently, but it does tickle me to take this 275 break. No, I'm not going to do it. Maybe if we break strongly and then get a pullback into like the 20s, then I'll try to get long in front of that 275. This stock is just strong. Like the trend is just up and to the right, as you like to say.
Right? I heard it on a podcast, and I've just been using it habitually since. See? Meta move, yes. Meta curling, making that kind of happy face shaped recovery back up to 207 and a quarter. So, you know, this dip trade that I've got here, come to my screen. This dip trade that I've got here sitting at 206.15-ish is probably just quite futile at this point. Might as well cancel it. And we'll have to look for some better trade on Meta. But yeah, the NQ, man, decidedly stronger again than the ES today. The NQ up 1.05%. The ES up 0.59. I didn't even have to look at the percentage to tell you about that. The shape of the chart on the 5-minute on both these guys, you can immediately tell. Let's do it for you guys right now. How do I do this? Or I just do it in the corner? The other window, it does it. Okay. So here is my chart on the NQ. On the right over here, so we'll do it like this. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to do that because it's going to take me forever to resize. You guys get it. You guys know that the ES is relatively weaker than the NQ at the moment, and we've been kind of having to chart the NQ independently as a result, and I haven't really been doing that. Probably not the right thing to do for a futures trader, but I'm not a futures trader. I just kind of try to glean my levels off the futures for some of these big capper names. Anyway, enough about that. Back to BABA. BABA still hanging out at that 103.5. Not much has changed. You know, breaks above it a bit, breaks a little bit below it. Gonna have to pack my patience on this one as we continue to head higher and maybe test at 104.31. But I have to account for the possibility that this does retrace possibly into 103, maybe even into VWAP, which is at 102.70-ish. Do I add at that opportunity? Do I take that opportunity? I missed that opportunity yesterday on Micron. When Micron dipped, and I held this one almost until the end, right? When Micron dipped, I didn't get a chance to add. And I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about here because I did actually save this. I saved the picture of it because we were off the show at that time and I wanted to show you guys. So here it is, Micron. What is this? Okay, so this is the 5-minute. Yeah, that's fine. So here's what I'm talking about. This is my entry. Where is my entry here? On Micron. Oh, okay, this is my entry right here on Micron, right? Which I got in around a little bit in front of below 63. I want to say 62.80-ish, all right? It pulls back that 62.50-ish area, 62.25 area, 62.25. And then it goes up all the way to 64.40, and I don't add on this opportunity. This was a very vital opportunity to add, especially why would I hold here if I'm not going to add at these levels, right? Holds a key level. You can't see VWAP here, but it holds VWAP. That's the point of this trade, right? That it was a VWAP hold. I don't know why it didn't show up, and I can't get it to show up on this chart, but the point is it's a VWAP trade. Again, I had another opportunity. If I'm going to continue to hold this into 64.5, I should be adding on these dips here. These 63, 62.25. 63.25, excuse me. So those are the mistakes I made yesterday. I don't want to make them again today with BABA. So do I get in on the dips? BABA may not give me an opportunity because now it's back up to 103, knocking on the door of 70s max. I've been talking a long time. Sorry.
Hey, I'm all right with it. I'm chilling. Yeah, this PYXS, I'm going to take high of day breakout on this one. I think I looked at the daily chart, and that 580 actually is a level on the daily, so I'm going to take that, looking for the move to $7. I think, you know, if this one decides that it wants to halt today, it could go a little bit crazy. 19 is the all-time high. When was that IPO? October 2021. You know, so it's kind of a recent IPO company. I think when these ones get moving, they can really move. It's the third day of it, so let's see if we can get a halt on this one if it takes out high of day. Amazon kind of pulling back, not loving what I'm seeing. The market doesn't like that 13,100 kind of triple top there on 13,100 on NASDAQ. So Amazon, I'm going to trail. I don't think I'm going to add to this again. If it bounces again, I will get out. But yeah, I'm going to have to trail Amazon.
Oh, Baba.
Back to VWAP, I believe. Wow, BABA just going to the high side. I thought Amazon and BABA were a little bit correlated off the open there, and then you know BABA keeps going up, and Amazon just kind of chills out. Yeah, so let's see what.
I just want to address Michelle Hebert's super chat. Missed that one. Sorry, Michelle. $2.20 Canadian super chat. Thank you very much, Michelle. Accumulating GME. Between $22 and $23 support, bounce, question mark. Oh, wow. BABA just flushed off that. So I'll get to that one in a second. 103.80, and now we're down at 103.40. Wow. Remember how I was talking about the ranges of these candles? Jeez Louise. Okay, so that's a big boy drop. Let's get to this GME question real quick here. This one is not going to be in play, so we'll remove it. The accumulation is between $22 and $23. For a possible area of support and a bounce. So basically, we are below we are in that exact range. So we have a low of $22.23 is a low today. The high is $22.83. So we have an exact range of 60 pennies. So if you're accumulating, you're still accumulating within the day's range at the moment, right? Well, we have to zoom out in order to see here what we're talking about. So this is a good area. I mean, we go back to this area March 24th, a lot of action here March 23rd. This has been the low area. My only concern with this chart, Michelle, is that we see consecutively lower highs. We're not making any higher highs on any of these bounces here. Whereas we are kind of maintaining that same low. You know what I call those compression patterns, and usually they break down to the side, pointing to the lower highs. You know, that's not a hard and fast rule, goes without saying, but you know, that's just kind of how I see it. But I see what you're saying, especially if you're looking for bounces within the range. If you're able to accumulate at, you know, especially in the lower 22s and take out somewhere here near the 24s where we have bounced off, March 27th, March 24th, we were in and around those ranges. So sure, that's money, a couple of $1.50, whatever your ACB is going to be at that point. You play the ranges and then you get a breakout, you're caking. So not a bad idea, but you know, look for a possible breakdown, I guess, below the $22 level. Maybe that will be the tell. I wish you luck on that, my friend.
But NVIDIA short off 275. It was money. It was money.
NVIDIA short off 275 was absolute money. Okay, we're going to have to give tag me whoever said that, because we're going to have to give you a shout out for that. Yeah. Because you did call that. So you're going to have to get your due
credit
for that.
Called it, and we talked it down.
I didn't talk it down.
I did.
We didn't talk it down.
Oh, I said it was going to break out just right here.
You said it would be good for a scalp.
Yeah, but then it happened.
Yeah, which is
back to the 50, and then went right back up. I'm like, this thing's breaking out. We're going to 280 now. But yeah, no, bounced off it again, and this one was way better than the last one. Had to risk a little bit more on this one because it didn't hit that like 99 price. But yeah, like what a trade-off.
Yeah,
all the way back down like $1.50 in, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes, you get $1.50.
Easy money.
Take that all the time.
It's not easy money, but we're being facetious, of course.
As far as easy trades go, this one was pretty simple. You're probably risking 20 cents.
Shout out
whoever said that one. PYXS.
Okay,
still
it's
going,
back up.
curling back up. I'm getting ready to get long over 580 off that halt price. Yeah, we've just seen this so many times over and over again on like the midday where they just do this, do nothing, and then we're like, okay, it's dead. Take it off the screen, and then it just blasts up. So I'm not going to get left behind this time. Let's see if this 580 can break on this one. Your BABA is going back up.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm not long BABA today after yesterday.
That's why
here we go.
Thing I asked you when you sat down. Yes, there it goes, baby.
Let's
Whoa.
See. Big
but look at the
there.
bamboozlement, the immediate retracement. It makes my heart pound.
Well, now if it takes out the high after that little push back down, I kind of like it even more. So let's see. Okay. I'm assuming that that's people getting short in front of this 580 level, and then if it breaks, then they get squeezed. So let's see what happens. I'm not going to let this trade go against me. If this doesn't immediately squeeze up, I'm going to be out right away because I don't want to be punching out at $5 when I got in at 580. Yeah, so still just hanging out there. Still can't push the high quite yet.
Yeah, it's not quite ready. I mean,
but it's not flushing either. Like you'd expect it to just flush off of that, and it doesn't. So there's buyers in this stock somewhere. They just don't want to be buying the highs.
It's holding VWAP like a glove, too.
Yeah.
Look at those dip trades off VWAP.
This is off of...
what is that aqua
the 21.
Sorry. That's a 21?
I cleaned up a little bit of the spaghetti.
Okay.
I took the 9 off. I don't think it's very useful for my style of trading. So no more 9. We just got the 21, we got the 50, we got VWAP now. What do you think about that?
The 21, the 50, and VWAP. I think that's actually great. I keep the 200, VWAP, and 50. And then on like my actual day trade, like the 1 minute charts, I keep the 7 and the 20, but like look at all my side charts, I only have red, white, and blue. American colors, that was not on purpose, but yeah. Shout out America. American cousins, obviously. Yeah, red being the 50, white being VWAP, and the blue being the 200. They're all exponentially weighted as well. We talked about that a little bit yesterday.
My 21 is exponential.
It is.
Yeah.
You're a random.
I do random things.
I like it.
But I mean,
life
it's
without
holding
whimsy.
like a glove. So obviously, this is the right indicator for this name. I guess just buy dips off the 21 EMA and you'll print.
I like
If it breaks, you're out.
Look,
You know,
Sonny.
the simple trades, the dumb trades are always the best ones, it seems.
No, man.
so yeah,
that
we're going
was
back to the high
That was
again.
an actual strategy. The pullback off the 7 EMA on the 1 minute with small cap crappers in 2020 and 2021. It
Yeah,
was
when
money.
they just went up and it was like, let me find the tightest indicator that I can so I can
the
buy
first
a dip.
pullback. Yeah, exactly.
First pullback to this indicator that's basically just following it directly up.
The first 2 pullbacks, I think, a lot of the times during that time were money.
Oh, they were crazy.
Yeah, you could get the first 2 pullbacks, and then you were kind of playing with fire at the time until it set up again on the 5-minute chart. But here we go, stair stepping up on BABA, but we're still not breaking through. I want to say that 80-ish level because I'm sitting here at 84s and or 83s, whatever, and I haven't got printed. And this is the first, second, and third time we're going to be testing these levels. But most notably, guys, we are holding the pattern of higher lows, right, consecutively. And we really are getting bought up on the dips, even though the dips are wide at times. So I still like this trade. I'm not getting out of it. I don't want to take out any more here. Zaharan Zamani, Meta looks like it's coming to 206.15. All right, let's have a look at our friend Meta. A bit of a double top-ish pattern brewing here on my 5-minute anyway. A bit slanted, obviously. Looking for that possible 206.50 break. That'll be the break of this trough area and signal a newer low, which could be interesting here. The close yesterday on Meta is 205.36-ish area. VWAP is right below that 206 area at 205.90. So if you're looking for profit targets for that possible 206.50 short break, those could be 2 interesting areas off which to take profit. I won't be participating in that trade, but just to me, taking Meta short, even if it is valid, it's a bit risky given its relative strength over the last few days. And there we go, baby. We get printed on BABA as we were making the Meta assessment. There we go. Take another print out as we get some at 88s. We'll do a bang on that one. This one's moving up $1.20 in the money now, Max.
Absolutely crushing that BABA trade. What's the target on BABA today? 106?
Okay, well, technically it was high of day 104.31.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
See if we can get that break and maybe what's the next level on the daily? 107 is kind of my next level for BABA. So yeah, if we could take out day high, that's a good trade that you got on. I'm kind of sad that I missed that.
It's a convoluted area on this way down because thank you for bringing that up. You're like, where are your profit targets? So if I'm looking above day's high today, look at this area. I mean, there's a whole lot of action taken on around here. I mean, how do you choose?
Yeah, it's tough to choose.
Right? To me, it's come. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
But look at that move up, eh?
Beautiful.
That's a consistent move up. The market really does like what they hear from this splitting into 6 segments. I guess, that probably speaks a lot to efficiency, especially when you break it down. You're able to be managed a little bit more.
I think also if you have 6 entities, maybe the political risk is a little bit less on every individual entity. So the reason why BABA is so depressed right now is that there's so much political risk on the one giant company.
Yeah.
If you have 6, are you spreading that risk out?
So true.
Maybe the value of the 6 independently is higher than the one together.
And you don't pose as much of a threat because you're not that one big conglomerate anymore. Because we know how the Chinese Communist Party felt about Chinese tech over the last year and a half. I mean, they really did their best to beat it down.
Exactly. Yeah.
And now, we're seeing a little bit of a slowing down and the kind of a reconciliation between them. I mean, there's no bones about it, man. It's American tech versus Chinese tech right now. And so if they're getting it at home, it's an uphill battle. So chill vibes. Max wants the next call on BABA. You called it twice. Max is going to get it too. He's in an Amazon log. Trade Alliance. Sheriff. Thanks for that. My name's Sharif. BABA, 107 is the level a hedge fund is betting this week. Interesting. And are you able to base that off options volume? Is that where you're making that assessment from?
I think it's just because I said it.
Because you said it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm the hedge fund
Okay, is
now.
there unusual options volume around there? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what these guys are looking at. Your PYXS is looking good. It's up and to the right.
Let's see if this can break out. There's size on the offer all the way up, and that 80's got some size on it for whatever that is. Someone trying to get short, someone trying to take profit. So let's see if we can break this. I am excited about this opportunity. I feel like the small caps are starting to heat up.
I felt like you were in an interview there. I am excited about this opportunity. I was joking.
Yeah, I think we can get to $7. That's what I think. That would be my profit target if this gets moving, and then, if we crack that 19.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Maybe we halt up like 12 times, gets to $19. I don't know. I think the
You're
risk to
going for
reward.
it there. I love it. Where are we at? We're at $5. We're at
5 to 19.
You
Yeah.
stall it here for a second.
We're going for the $14 winner.
All right. I believe we have Brendo though. He's at the big desk and he's got the Euro close for us.
Hey guys, just wrapping up the European session for the day. Yet another positive one. Really nice week shaping up for European markets right across the entire board. I was just checking North America as well. We're up nicely on the week right across the board. Here are the main indexes just coming through with some final prints as we speak. Even Euro Stoxx 600, the last there, 1.1 to the upside. So nicely positive. I don't see anything in the red at this point. Top to bottom, positivity 0.77 there. For the UK, lagging ever so slightly. Swiss market as well, 0.65. But otherwise, call it 4 days in a row positive for Europe, guys.
For that, Brendo, everything in the black. We ironed that out yesterday. Everything in the black there, guys. Up on the day in Europe. Yeah, man, it's that way on North American markets too. And here we go. We just went all the way down into the 50s on BABA. Now we're back into the 80s, knocking on the door of the 90s. Do we see 104 in our very near future here? Because we're at 89s on the ask. Let's get some continuation. And you know what? What's life without whimsy? Let's get some out here at 90. We do. We get a little bit of a print at 90. Definitely want to hold now for that 104 break. In fact, let's put some sizeage here in front of 104. We're gonna sit at 97s. And I'm going to take out some sizeage there. There we go, flushing right back into the low 70s. So yeah, BABA doing that same thing. But if I can make an observation on BABA here is that the movement up has really started to slow down. Here's where we got in initially, and it's been a very obvious about 45, 35 degree angle to the high side. Now we're kind of leveling out, where the rate of the ascent is slowing down. Have you ever heard of the indicator called the money flow index?
I've not.
It's supposed to basically see not, where like the stock price is, but how much money is flowing in and the rate of the inflows. So not just the amount, but the rate at which it's coming in. And you're supposed to be able to get something off like, okay, now the money's coming in, or now the money's coming out, right?
Now the big money is starting to pour in.
Something like that.
Something like that.
There was supposed to be a little article I was supposed to read about it, but had to put that off. But anyway.
Interesting. That PYXS did break that 580. I took the break, got smoked. It's all right, smaller size. We were going for $14. We lost 20 cents. Not a big deal. But yeah, they kind of they rug pulled that one a little bit. But it's still holding up. So this one probably it's still holding that EMA there. So just buy the EMA. Sell if it breaks, I guess. I'm still trying to take breakouts on these things so I can risk nothing and make everything, and that's just not the way to do it in this market, I guess. But yeah, this one's still going up. So if we take out the high now, if we take out 580 again, that's pretty bullish. But I don't know.
Just get that dip off whatever that aqua line is. It's absolute money.
Take the beautiful blue line.
Yeah, well, it is. It's respecting the hell out of it.
It is really liking that line. Maybe they're short below that one, but I'm not going to short this. I don't think I'm going to trade it again after taking that hit. But maybe if we make the move up and then pull back. But yeah, just kind of bamboozling everyone, as you like to say.
Everywhere, baby.
Amazon's still hanging on to this, still waiting for the next move up. Hasn't stopped me out. I almost punched out of this when we went down to 102, but I am still holding, still waiting. Going to take some profit here and then see where we can go after the this 102.60 break seems to be like the breakout area on Amazon today. Really consolidating now, like makes the nice move up and gap up and then move up and just consolidating, hanging out. I like the fact that it wicked down below the 102.10 into 102 and held it nicely.
Very.
So I
And
think
VWAP
like
is there too.
Exactly, we got VWAP there. So I think, yeah, this could be the trigger for the next move up. Let's see if we get the 103 break again today. Not going to add on that breakout though, as I did on 102. Learned my lesson. I think no more adding on breakouts ever again.
No, don't say that. All right, we just got filled there at 98 as we break through 104 on BABA. That's now $1.40 in the money. Let's take another baby out there. We just desized. Let's just look quickly to see how much shares we have on. It's an absolute print factory here on this
Wow,
BABA
104
long,
on BABA, eh?
Bro, this
Oh
has been a good trade. Yeah, let's let this one run again. Not going to take this out. Our initial profit target was 31s. We're now at 06s. It's printing again to the high side. Oh no, what did I do? No, I hate when I do that. I end up typing in the stock screen instead of, and it went down. Okay, well, whatever, it's all good. We'll sit there at 09s to see if we get filled on that pop back up. And here come 08s. Okay, so maybe we'll get filled now. Anyway, letting it run. Let's, we're taking scalps out, but let's let it run. I don't want to stare at it too much, because it just makes me want to take out more, to be honest with you. So looking at,
Let it ride, Sharif.
I know,
Let it
bro.
ride.
I've got a hot hand, man. Right? Like it wants to
I don't
punch.
know. Someone call it a paper hand.
Yeah, well, there you go. It is. But look, paper hand is like when you don't hold for long enough. I'm holding over $1, bro. Come on.
You're killing it. You're killing it.
I'm wetting my beak, as someone likes to say, a certain mobster.
Everybody's favorite.
Hey, he took it from me, bro. Yeah. No. It's just a joke. Here we go. We broke through that 104.10 now on BABA, continuing to the high side. I was just complaining about the rate of ascent slowing down. It's just picked up a whole lot. So now we are really getting close to that 104.31 on BABA. Someone, Chill Vibe, saying BABA for sure is going to see 105. Sharif just bought BBC shares by accident. No, I didn't. I didn't type BBC in the thing. Is there a BBC ticker? I thought it was a public company. I thought it was owned by the British government, like our CBC here. I have no idea. I'm just spitballing here. Low, 105 target on BABA. Okay, I do like that. Max and I were just looking at the daily on BABA, and we just saw so much price action from the highs that it made in January to where it is now, and it's like, what do you choose, right? So I'll continue to take profit into that 104.31. Then we're gonna leave some after for that level, Max.
Yeah. Everybody's favorite large cap.
Keep it clean in the chat, people.
Tesla.
Or you will get timed out. Okay.
Tesla did
People
pull back
acting
off
up,
that 197 kind of zone that I had, but it didn't kind of extend enough for me to get in. I don't really want to be like, I think 30s isn't enough for Tesla to move up for me to get short on it. So gave you that nice pullback though off that 197 zone, $1-ish, but headed back up. Everything's kind of headed back up. Market's trying to test that 13.1 again. At least we got some action today. The last couple shows have been all in a 10-point range on the ES.
I know.
At least today, we got to move up.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can start to break out here on the market.
Man.
The 13.1 still the level of interest.
Man,
it hasn't convincingly broken it yet.
Look at this, dude. Come to my screen for a sec. This is basically the January-February high. Come to my screen for a sec. This is the February high on the NASDAQ, okay?
Yep.
We've broken above. We closed above it.
Okay.
So we've taken the Feb highs now. Look at the ES, bro. That's the Feb high. Look where we're at now.
Yeah,
It
we're
is
150.
a completely different move on the NQ than it has been on the ES these past, I want to say, month and a half.
All the money's pouring into big tech.
Big tech, baby. And you don't have to be a super chart analyst to see that one. We've been telling you about that one. So do of that information what you will, but the proof is in the pudding, so to speak. So BABA holding above 104 now for the moment. I'm trying to make contingencies for what do I do if this dips. Am I getting out? Am I buying? Again, I want to use the Micron example from yesterday. It was a long-winded trade, very similar to this BABA trade, where I did not take the opportunities on dips to add. I want to be better with that. So I will be looking for, key levels to take some on BABA here. It's just a matter of identifying which one it's going to be. And I mean, it's not that good, right? I don't know where to go. Someone's saying here, chill vibes, NVIDIA consolidating. NVIDIA's been an absolute money short again. Whoever called that in the chat, shout out to you. Here it is, guys. Look at this. That 275 top, Huadunk consolidate. Now, do we get a bounce? Because we're hanging out at VWAP here. VWAP's held quite nicely, but we are consolidating at VWAP, and it looks like we want to break it. I mean, I don't know. The NQ still up and to the right. The ES not so much. This is a risky trade. What do you do on this one, Max?
NVIDIA?
Do you see a breakdown or a bounce?
I would be thinking bounce here on NVIDIA. I don't think, because like 275 is your level. 275 is obviously the level on NVIDIA today.
Right.
So if you're going to short, you got to get closer to that 275. If you want to go long now with like tighter risk and try to get that move back to 275, you see the break. That's how I would be playing it if I was taking a trade in NVIDIA right now. But yeah, I don't think the short is in on the breakdown on NVIDIA when the market's so strong.
Okay.
Somebody asked about Oxy chilling at that 62 level again. It does love that 62, but we're still above this kind of, 60, 75 would have been resistance previously. We kind of break above it, support there, and then blast off. So yeah, the 61.75 is kind of the spot right now for Oxy. And yeah, if you can get a long down there, risking maybe 20 cents or whatever you feel like risking on this to try to get it back above VWAP and into this 62.50, maybe see 63. Oil is a little bit strong today, and Berkshire Hathaway is constantly buying Oxy, so there's always going to be a bid if it dips. Yeah, I like the idea. I don't think I'm going to take it unless we kind of get down to here. But yeah, Oxy could be a good trade. Back up, it did the exact same move yesterday. Gapped up, comes down to this level, and then just kind of creeps back up all day above VWAP. So yeah, I think Oxy could get back up to the high if you can get a good price down here, tight risk. Maybe you get like a 3-to-1 trade off of that. Yeah. Yeah, I like Oxy.
All right, Andy Fischella, Sharif, digging your relationship developing between you and Mad Max. Love is in the air. Your technicals are awesome. All right, I don't know how to process that last part, but thank you very much. Yeah, Mad Max and I, fourth day now going on this new midday host setup that we got, and it's going to be getting better, baby. We're only growing, so more stuff to come. Keep a watch out for what's coming. All right, we just rejected that high teens area on BABA. I have an order sitting here at 104.18s. I think it came up to 16s and then rejected there. And now it's back down into 103.80s. So this one doing a dance again. I want to keep talking about it because I really want to get better with these dip trades. I'm just not sure how I'm going to maneuver that one or how that one's going to work. I'm going to have to get it off a key level. But we shall see what BABA has in store for us here. Long. I don't have anything else at the moment, to be honest with you. So let's see what else is going on.
Everything's kind of pulling back at the moment.
Yeah.
ES kind of pulling back to the 4070.
Yeah, it did.
NQ kind of coming back to VWAP, but like it's still just coming back to VWAP. So NQ strong. ES gave up VWAP back at 4079-ish. So yeah, the 50 on the 15-minute is coming up on ES. If we break back below this, then maybe we could see a bigger pullback in some of these bigger names. I think I'm going to try to get out of my Amazon and see if I can get it at a better price. Because I don't want to hold it back down to VWAP and then just be adding. I can get out here for basically break even and then probably get a better price, maybe in the 90s, 80s on Amazon for that move back up. So let me just get out of Amazon here.
All right. Dan Emmons, NQ coming to, what's the RTH stand for again? I forget. Something, I don't know. Dan, tag me into what that, because you've explained it to me before, but my memory's not that good. NQ coming into RTH opening range now, and ES is at the European opening range. Okay, interesting. All right. So we have Dan. Shout out to Dan. Real-time hours. Okay. Regular trading hours. Right. Because that's where the liquid time is. Right. The liquidity is. Before that, it's obviously less liquidity. I want to make a little observation on. Thanks for that, Dan. By the way. I want to make a little observation on Oxy because it's been kind of doing. Max, have a look at this. This is yesterday's close, 62.09, right? Look at what it's done here. Every time it's kind of come to that level, rejected off it, you've been able to scalp like 30, 40 pennies, maybe a little bit less. Is it rejecting off that level or is it rejecting off VWAP? That's kind of the question that I have here. You get that bull trap taken through VWAP and then right back down. So this is interesting here.
I think that 62.30 level is kind of like, if it takes that out, then Oxy's going to go.
That's the level.
But yeah, that scalp off those mid-80s is beautiful.
Right?
For,
is that and repeat level?
This is all today?
This is all right now.
Yeah.
Right
and
now.
We just get that bounce off the 20 pennies there.
Right? And that's what I'm saying. Look how many times it's kind of done that range.
Yeah.
First it played with the 50. Now it's kind of playing with that yesterday's range or VWAP, whatever. Yesterday's close is what I mean. We'll see. Keeping an eye on that. You never know when Uncle Warren is going to be hitting the buy button on that.
Exactly. Apparently the buy is in the just below 62 there for Uncle Warren.
Yeah,
PYXS kind of spitting in my face right now, breaking $6. I could just buy this blue line on PYXS, buy the fail break of the blue line maybe right here. Yeah, this thing's going up. So maybe we get a halt on PYXS.
Baby.
6 breaking out now.
Baby.
Maybe 6 is the breakout. Not going to take it though, because I keep getting smoked on these. But yeah.
Man, I told you that aqua line was money.
The aqua line is the line, guys. Buy the pretty blue line.
21, right?
21, yeah.
21,
the 21.
Yeah. I gotta remember.
Buy
that.
the pretty blue line on PYXS. Yeah, it did just fail break 6 though. So let's see if they can bid this thing back up. I think if it breaks the high right now, that's when it like really starts going. So let's see if it can get back above 602. Try to break out into a halt. There's a big bid there. Not quite chasing it up. Let's see if he gets filled. That guy gets filled, so yeah, just chilling out kind of.
Yeah, wow. Look at that go, man. Well, yeah, that's what these small cap crappers are all about.
It doesn't want to make that like explosive move back up, but like the 85 break, yeah, it's just chilling out with 6. See if we break all these offers at 605 and take off. I kind of figured this one, if it did like a real breakout, it would just go up and halt because that's what it did last time.
Yeah.
But yeah,
what's
just kind of
floatage on this one? The floatage is 27,700,000. That's current as of March 21st, according to our friends there at IBKR. Do you know short floatage on this? Does it tell you?
Short float is negligible on this one,
Okay.
but I would expect because it's been a runner for the past few days, like the unreported short float would be higher on this.
Good call.
Yeah, so like people would have been shorting for the past, it's been running for what, 3 days all week? So there's probably people that are short in the 4s that
It
are
would
now
be
getting
nice
squeezed.
to have like immediate disclosure of those figures.
Yeah,
Like,
what
not
are they?
have
It's
to
like a
wait
month or
14
2 delays? 14 days?
Isn't it 2 weeks?
I don't know.
I thought it was 2 weeks. I have no idea.
But you do definitely have to wait.
Yeah, it would be nice to have like more,
I think though you could make a pretty good assumption if something's running for like 3 days that the short float's going to be a lot higher than previously.
Sam Shalson, I know exactly what you're doing. Hilarious, but yeah, you know what? I mean, come on, right? Like, shout out to you. I appreciate that. Lark Motto, Fed Barkin speaks at 12:45 Eastern. Just FYI, absolutely. Yeah, Brendo mentioned that this morning. We have 3 different Fed speakers. I'm not sure if they've started or what has gone on, but yeah, we've got a lot of speakers slated today, as well as Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen. I hope her performance today is better than her last time out because she got a grilling the last time there and, bamboozled the market into misunderstanding lots of things. Anyway, Baba back up here above 104. We're knocking on the door of that high a day, 104.31. We're back at 104.10. I'm sitting at 18s. I'd like to get printed, please. And then I'd like my prints right in front of high of day. That'd be nice. Thanks to the stock market gods for that. Let's see what materializes. But yeah, we're printing to the high side here. Again on BABA. I did not get an opportunity to add. I get the fill. We drop the cash. We're in the 20s. Let's go now towards high at day. 104.31 coming up, baby. And it's just a matter of, do we take more out here, or are we going to run it, let it run? What are we going to do here?
Don't bet against BABA.
Don't bet against BABA.
I think clearly the sentiment has changed on BABA.
Yes.
So, yeah,
Yes.
shorting this name,
I mean,
you're in for trouble.
dude, I kept giving the stat earlier in the year. More money flowed into Chinese ADRs in January than had been the case since 2018.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden it flowed out because we had Balloongate.
Yeah.
Right? And balloon wars. And then people got nervous about what may happen to these ADRs. Again, so politically sensitive. TikTok, TikTok trading, Sharif, you must exit every 20 cents on BABA. Hey, man, let me just live my life, man. Let me take these profits. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, if I held more, I'd be in the money more. And you've mentioned that already in your message. But thank you. Probably something that I can probably improve on, and I appreciate you putting pressure on me to do so.
BABA's best friend, JD.com, is also running today.
Sympathy
you know
play,
what they
huh?
did?
What?
I think splitting up your company and doing IPOs is the new laying off 10,000 people.
I just saw it.
Yeah.
11:45. It just came in. Did it?
No, it
came
was
in
this
before
morning.
that? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
it came in this morning. But yeah,
Here's what
they
he's
all do the
talking
same
about.
thing to pump their stocks. So yeah, JD's splitting off 2 units.
2 units through Hong Kong listing,
Yeah.
reports the Wall Street Journal. Come to my screen, guys. Come to my screen, guys. There we go. Yeah, this is what he's talking about. The Dow Jones reporting that the Wall Street Journal reported. Don't you like that? This is what Max is talking about right here. Stocks rise. Company plans to spin off 2 units through Hong Kong listing. I'll read this after. But there you go. Remember we heard about the reverse splits, and every company started doing the reverse splits for their shareholders, and then
Yes,
everyone
exactly. Yeah,
kinda
the one
caught
reverse
on.
split went crazy.
This is what's probably going to happen now.
Yeah, they all do the same thing.
It's so funny.
Next up, PDD. Next up, NEO. Who else is going to do another Chinese Hong Kong listing?
I don't know, but let it run, baby. Yeah, we're letting this
Someone's saying, what if Google spins off YouTube? I don't know. I think that's kind of their cash
Hold
cow.
on,
Why are
wasn't
they
there
gonna
just a
spin it off?
valuation done on what YouTube independently is worth, and it was some ridiculous
YouTube would
amount.
be
Did you hear about this,
independently
Sean?
worth.
The independent valuation of YouTube recently? No? Okay. Brenda was the one telling me about it. Yeah. I think he was telling me some ridiculous figure. I'll message him in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can you just imagine that?
Yeah, YouTube
It's just growing.
IPO.
Growing.
That would be a day to. That would be a day to remember for sure.
Yeah, no question about
I'm here
it.
for it.
And
Come
can I
on,
tell
Google,
you,
spin off YouTube for us so we can make some money in the.
How do you use YouTube? What's your primary mode of YouTube usage?
Like, how do I watch it?
Yeah.
I have it on my smart TV.
Yeah.
I have it on my Xbox. I have it on my phone.
You have it
but
on a
like,
lot of stuff.
typically,
Yeah.
honestly, like, I don't even. I just watch YouTube instead of watching
That's what I'm turning
TV
into.
now. Yeah.
And I was not like that.
Yeah,
Like,
all
YouTube's
my,
been popular for a long time.
Food and travel guys
Yeah.
doing their all the trading content. YouTube is just YouTube's the new TV for me. Honestly, I don't even have a cable subscription.
Well, I'm forced into one.
Oh, because of your building
yeah,
thing?
they're
But it's like $5 a month.
Well,
Who
they
cares?
got like a deal,
Yeah.
like the bulk deal and
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
Anyway, so I'm kind of a bit strong-armed into it, so I use it. But anyway, all right. Reliable Rudy, don't forget about the AI stretch. Yeah, you're right. The AI stretch, the biotech stretch. Remember that? The investigation. We're hiring this independent FBI person to investigate illegal short selling. That was a thing too. That ran for a little while. You know what is running though? That's BABA. We're at almost high days here as we are. Come on. Why can't I take any out? There we go. We'll take some out at 27 as we end up getting a better price. There we go. We're up here at 31s. Now. Are we at 31s? We're at 30. So we're knocking on the door at days high. I'm going to have to take out some more here. We talked about this being the level where the majority of the shareage would come out. So we'll take some more out here.
Let it run to 105.
Let it
Sharif.
run. I know.
Let it
bro.
run.
Let it run. Okay.
BOVESPA does not want to slow down.
No, it's taking days high. It's been up and to the right for the last few days. So let's let this one run. New high day, 38s. Here we go. Pump into the high side. We're going to get to 40s likely, and then we're probably going to, do that dance at the $0.50. But it's running for now, and the profits are accumulating. One more little out. One more little out. Oh, no.
Somebody asked about VHC. So this one is a classic lesson in not having a bias on a small cap because you could get absolutely smoked on this name.
Oh, my goodness.
So this was trading at $1.70 yesterday. They came out, they're going to do a special dividend of $1 per share.
Okay.
So I'm thinking $2.70 is the price.
Right.
But then I say to myself, how many times have you done this where you think, like, just because this stock was trading at $1.70 yesterday and they're giving a $1 dividend, that you're so smart, or the market is not smarter than you.
Yeah, you know better.
So look at this. Goes up to the exact price, and if you are stubborn on this name, you get absolutely smoked. That's like half your value, 50% loss there, if you're playing this for this dividend. So yeah, I don't
that's
know.
why I call them crappers.
A word of caution on these names. Don't let your bias affect your trading. What else we got? Amazon kind of. I'm basically bottom wick on Amazon. I made a mistake there. Got a little scared by the ES, which is still making lows, and Amazon's holding up. So bad call on that again for me today on Amazon. I'm going to chalk this trading up to being too tired today to be good. But yeah, bad decision making on Amazon today. It's going to make that high, I think. We'll see if it can run in the afternoon.
It's curling.
Yeah,
I feel
basically
like,
pretty much bottom wick here. But I mean, yeah, should have obviously risked this to 101.99. That's too bad. BOVESPA is making new highs again. You're gonna get that 105 faster than you thought.
We're almost $2 in the money here. We're like a few pennies from being a couple of bucks in the money on our friend Baba. Here comes 104.60. Sean hitting the bangs from the. There you go. There you go. It's going.
Absolutely smoking it today.
Yeah, it is a good trade on Baba. It's going here. 64 is now the high, guys. I mean, we've broken through the $0.50. Again, we were looking for levels on the daily chart. Kind of hard to glean. We'll do it one more time. Maybe you guys can help us out. Someone tagged you in there and they said, I'm holding to 150, Max. So there you go. 158 even on the scope right here. Last time we were on 150 on Baba, guys, just for like FYI, November 2021. So a year and a half ago, right? That was a long time ago.
I like that like 120 kind of area from the last time we pumped up on Baba.
Right here. This area right here.
Yeah, exactly. Like
For
we
sure.
pump up right to 120. So and 120 bamboozled me like 5 times.
Really?
I tried to take the breakout on Baba at 120 so many times. There was so much size there, all these reserves, and it just got me every single time. So that's definitely a level of interest. You are printing now.
Yeah, it's printing.
Wow.
Yeah. There we go. Let this one run. I didn't get that last out there as my old man fingers were unable to process the information and make the trade in sufficiently fast of a time. Back up at 72s. I'm sitting at 72s waiting to get filled, but we're going to do a little bit of a dance here with this stock as we are reaching, higher highs. So we'll probably encounter some selling here. Julie Beckwith, riding the trade with you, Sharif. Thanks for the great trade. Shout out to you, Julie. I hope you absolutely print on this. I'm very happy for you. And please hit the like button. Reliable Rudy, NEO is a flat top setup. Thoughts? Sure. Let's have a look at NEO. I know that Renata, she loves NEO. She's always mentioning NEO in the chat as well. I don't know if she's mentioned it today, though. Shout out to Renata. Yes, very good look there, my friend, Reliable Rudy. That is a nice little flat top. That is brewing on our friend NEO here. It's not an exact level. I want to say 1040 is the exact level, but we've rejected off lower levels. But definitely a lot of accumulation here. It's an up and then a horizontal move above VWAP. Looks fantastic. These Chinese ADRs are, they're riding the wave right now, right? We've had Baba kind of spur this whole thing, and you heard about Max, JD, Baba's first cousin, up also 9 1/3% on the day, having done 19.1 million shares. NEO right now, it's up 5.8 percentage points, and it's done big boy shareage at 31.6 million. So yeah, looks good in terms of a profit target. Let's go to the 4 hour. see if we can glean any obvious levels. But yeah, look at this. I mean, you got to say that 1075, that 1066 is an area. It's just tough when there's been so much recent price action at almost every level to choose a level here. I mean, it's hard to tell. Not from the 4 hour. Let's see the daily. If we have any obvious levels, it looks like, yeah, this 1060, 1075-ish level, which is like 25 pennies from where we're at. That looks like a good level. Again, hard to glean here. Anything possibly that 11 if we really have a good day. I don't know if we see 11 today, though, but let this one run. I got the fill up in, where did I get? I got it in 72s. So we get that another fill on BABA there. Let's let that one run. Now we're holding a 65% position of a full amount. We were holding a bigger than a full amount. So just pull that up, put that out there. Let's now sit in front of 90. So we're going to go ahead here and we're going to sit at 84s. No, that's too close. Let's sit at 87s. And if we get the print there, that'd be great. We have a couple of super chats to get to, so let me get to them real quick. Due diligence, dude. I like that. 99 cents Canadian. I like it. No message, though. Come on, dude. There he is. MCB, please look. We'll have a look right now. Sure. And then he sent another one, or they sent, I don't know if it's men or woman, but due diligence, dude, another 279 super chat. Can you take a look at MCB? Next bank failure, in my opinion. Absolutely.
That one's interesting.
Can you have a look?
I pulled up the chart, and this thing has glided down $10 today on light volume. Only 1.8 million shares. I guess like the float on this is only 10 million. I do not know what the story is on this. We would have to
tag me in the chat there, MCB. I mean, due diligence, dude, so we can tell the viewers why this is relevant.
Yeah, because we don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like people are nervous on this one.
Yeah, it's down and to the right.
Down and to the right. Find me a chart that goes left.
Yeah, I know. Someone said yesterday, well, it's not going to go left. Yes, smart one. I know it's not going to go left.
I guess you could just reverse the way that your charts go.
Yeah, well. Remember
somebody said to me,
the Chinese crypto traders, remember they would make their red candles green and their green candles red?
It's because red is a...
it's a cultural thing?
Yeah. I believe red is like a really good color in Chinese culture.
Oh, awesome.
So it's not like...
Learning something every day.
It's not like they're just shorting and trying to make money.
I know. I just thought they were just trying to be whimsical.
No, they flip it because I believe red is like some
awesome.
Special color. But yeah, I don't know. If this thing's failing, it's going to... what's SIVB at right now? Said.
Red is for prosperity.
Well, that makes sense for that to be an up candle then.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? That would make sense.
Somebody, I think it was Wayne. It was Wayne in the back. I tell him I never make money shorting.
And?
He says, why don't you flip your charts upside down when you want to go short?
Okay. Give me an example. Like,
just flip it upside down.
Okay.
He's like,
I see.
He's like, if you can't make money shorting, but you always make money long, then why don't you just flip the chart upside down and then you can short? I died.
I mean, there's.
But then he sent me a flip chart, and I was like, wow, the long there looks
fantastic.
Beautiful.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Oh my God. So it's psychological then. It's not obviously something technical.
Yeah, it's a psychological issue that I have with going short. I can't see it, I guess.
Are you looking at this BABA trade?
105, man.
Oh my goodness,
105.
We are knocking on the door of 105. You said 105, didn't you? Weren't you? No, somebody else said 105.
I have 105.05 on my chart for some reason. I don't remember putting that there. I thought 107 was like if this thing really went crazy today, but
wow. Okay, well, we're percentage-wise, we're at 5 percentage points, guys, and we've made several days now with like, I think we had double digits on the first day, didn't we? We did. Yeah, and I don't know if we had double digits yesterday, but it definitely had a good day yesterday. Again, now we're knocking on the door of 105. I'm long 102.67. I still have some sharage on. I'm going to let this one run. No point taking everything out now. You know, whatever ends up happening with this one is going to happen. Meta also doing that little deceptive curl where it kind of stair steps up without really like catching attention. I know some people have been saying in the chat, so you know, some people were onto this one. I was not. 207.56 is where we're at now. 207.82, that's high a day. So this was a nice move, a big move up, and then we get that consolidation area, kind of a bit of a double bottom sort of brewed up here on the 5 minute, but double bottoms you know, they're usually reversal patterns, not continuation patterns. But anyway, maybe a pennant, and then maybe we'll get continuation. For this one, we've definitely had resistance at 208. That goes without saying. This is the daily chart. I believe it was the 23rd when we made the high, 207.88. So we are 6 pennies from the high, and that's a 52-week high, I believe. Or maybe, yeah, I believe it is a 52-week high. I'll have to double check that. But the 23rd, we made a 207.88 high. I don't think we've gone up there today. No, 207.82. So we're 6 pennies off that high. But we're definitely knocking on the door on Meta there. So there may be another move left in this. Who knows? So keeping an eye on that as we keep an eye on this 105 BABA break that one must assume we're going to get momentarily. Here we go. Here it comes. I'm going to take some out in front. It breaks 105. We spin the money, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's take out a little bit more shares here. I'm going to let this one run. Shout out Daryl Finch. Bang, bang, bang. Shout out to Sean for that. Here we go. All right, guys. Here we go. Let's let this BABA run, but it is moving up to the high side, guys. BABA.
Yeah, that Meta, I kind of like the 208 break idea on Meta, just because like this was a level back when a couple weeks ago. Back where is it? So hard with these little charts, but yeah, 208's a level for me on Meta. I think I might take the breakout, smaller size because it is the middle of the day, and we'll give this like 40 cents back down to like 60s. And see if we can get up to 209.50, 210. Meta has been on a tear recently, and I would like to take part in some of that. Amazon also just kind of trending up. Yeah, really mismanaged Amazon today. That is too bad. I should be long from the 60s in here. Way she goes. Sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't. People are saying BABA overbought on RSI. I don't know. I don't know if I'm using RSI on BABA today. This thing is just flying to the upside. Pixie as well. PYXS. I can't get this name in my head properly. It never made the continuation move. It just got to 615 and then kind of drops, pulls back. This one's weird for me today. I feel like this should be either flushing or going crazy after all the moves that it's made recently. But if you're long this in here or you're long on a swing like this, you're killing it on this one. So congratulations to those longs. I saw someone say that they were long like 380 on this, which, yeah, basically a double up to $6 there. That's pretty solid. What else we got? Apple's starting to make its move up. Tesla kind of held VWAP, so Tesla, I like the 193.50 kind of area from yesterday and a couple weeks ago. So I wanted to get long off of that, but none of these large caps dipped at all off the open, so I wasn't able to get like a nice long on Tesla. But yeah, it's moving back up, kind of still in a downtrend. If it breaks this 50 here, then I would say maybe the downtrend is over and we're going back to the high. But like really, you want that 197 break and see if it can clear that 197 to 198, maybe 198.50 resistance up to the 200 level, which is the major level on Tesla. Yeah, what else we got? Intel. Everybody's always on Intel these days. I saw it was strong. Over that 32 level. Sorry to Neil, but his covered calls have been covered. No. Intel breaking over 32. Oh, no. Gets to 32.58 today. So, yeah, Intel strong. All the chips strong. What's Micron up to today? That one was quite the long yesterday. Back to that 63 level. Kind of, is this a gap up? Where did we get to yesterday on Micron? You were long.
We were close. Yeah, we came close to the. I held that after the show.
64.40. So basically, like opening at that level and just kind of dropping, doing a little pullback. Kind of chilling now. I like this wick down below 62.80 and then kind of holds it and then holds it again. So yeah, Micron could be gearing up for a move back past VWAP, maybe like a 63.80 target. Maybe if I can get a dip on Micron, I would take maybe something in the 90s and try to take it back up to kind of 63.40 area. Let's see if I can get one.
Have we seen the top on BABA here? 105-ish?
I mean, it's an obvious level. You're definitely going to get shorting off it. You're definitely going to get just natural selling off of it. But, I mean, counting BABA out the past week is probably not the best move.
Yeah. A bit of a topping tail candle brewing on the 5. I don't know how much you believe in these topping tails, but, like, look at this, where the body... Like, it's not big enough of, like, a wick to kind of get my attention.
Yeah, exactly. And, like,
You know
what
what I mean?
happens afterwards? Like, how much selling do you see afterwards? Maybe you look at the tape, look for, like, an unusual seller, somewhat like reserves on the offer, something like that.
Yeah. Okay,
But,
so we have to look
yeah,
for
I'm not... I mean, you're how many dollars in the money at this point?
Right now, I'm not sure. I'll have to look.
You know, just...
I don't mean to be...
I'm not necessarily, like, believing, like, a micro little reason to get out of a trade if you're that far in the money.
Okay.
Maybe if you're like scalping the, 104.50 and it comes into 105 and wicks like that, you're just trying to do a scalp. But like on a longer term, BABA's still up and to the right, as you like to say, holding all trend lines on all timelines. So yeah, I don't know. I'd just be holding that
I hate
one.
to digress and keep directing your attention to different stocks, but this NVIDIA short
What a money short.
275 was absolute money.
Money.
And now, remember what I asked you? Does it do a dance? I remember, and then you said no, it's going to bounce. Well, here's what it's doing. At least for the moment, it's breaking down. Break it down. Dun, 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 dun. Who knows where that is, man? Did you? Oh yeah. That's DX, baby. WWE. Shout out to DX, the original DX. There you go.
NVIDIA, actually, I would say
like,
that
what are you
this
guys
is like
talking
the decision point on it. So we gave up 273. If we get back above VWAP right now, like and I'm saying in the next 2 minutes, I think this is the move back up. If we keep going down, then we're going down. That's my opinion. And I think if we do reclaim VWAP, I will take a long on NVIDIA to try to get it back to that like 275. But I want to see some buying in this before I just place a bid. Yeah. What's AMD up to as well? You got to kind of look at these guys as a group.
Sorry, Michael Lloyd. I get excited on here. I sing at times, and I renewed my coffee, so there'll be a lot more energy coming in now, baby. I know. Yeah. I just try to be nice. All right. Yeah, Baba making an obvious rejection off this 105 trade. Somebody in the chat there was like, yo, look away from Baba. Don't paper hand the entry. You're probably right, but I have to, have some sort of management of the trade here. It's not just good enough to punch and walk away. So where's my, first of all, am I going to add on the retracements, or am I looking to get out at a big move down? And I think that, given the strength of this one, I'm looking to add. Now, the question then becomes, well, where am I going to add? And there's really no obvious consolidation level on the daily right now to say, well, this is an obvious area where, there was an intersection between buyers and sellers. This is where I'm going to step in. I don't see one. Maybe you guys see one. You can tag me in the chat, but I don't see an obvious level. So I'm looking to, take it off an indicator. And the first one that really stands out at me is that the 50 period on the 1 minute. That's all the way down at about 104.20. Do we see a possible bounce here at maybe that 104.20, 104 area? If I add here, it's going to be super light, and I just want to make that very clear. I'm not going to be adding that kind of same position that initially I got in with, but I will likely add here and try to defend that 104 area. I think that that's probably the better area. The other obvious area, in case you guys are following along here, is VWAP, right? VWAP is at 103.13. So I'd really have to give it like about $1.50 from where it's at now to add at VWAP. But we'll see. I mean, sometimes it doesn't give you the opportunity at the levels that you want, and your levels just mean absolutely nothing. Good, right?
Yeah,
So.
Everything's kind of falling right now, pulling back. NQ still kind of holding VWAP though.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wouldn't be scared at the moment if I was long tech names. I think we're getting kind of a VWAP bounce right now on the NQ. Yeah, if we give up this like 13,050 kind of area, then I'd be worried about a move back down to 13,000. And maybe we do want to test that 13,000 because that was kind of the level yesterday. where it rejected quite a few times. Where's the? There's yesterday's close. Yeah, so we totally rejected 13,000 yesterday, and then today we gap above it. So maybe we want to go back down there and test. But if we hold VWAP here, then yeah, look for longs. Amazon back to that 102, which I kind of like for a long. But I want to see what happens at that area. Not just gonna blindly kind of buy 102. I want to see it break, come back up, back above VWAP, AMZN. Yeah, so I'd like to see this like break, hold the 90s, and come back above VWAP. VWAP is right at 102, and 102 is like that area of interest today. So this is kind of like the decision point on Amazon, in my opinion. See if we can break that and reclaim. I mean, yeah, there's just buyers here. I mean, it's VWAP, it's 102, so many things. Yeah, what else?
All right.
NVIDIA did not reclaim VWAP also. So NVIDIA, I'm not going to get long that name. It looks like it has decided to go down for the time being.
God, yeah, that was clutch. Man.
What a short.
That's an
off
amazing
of,
short. I got to give
off
that
275. Whoever said
And the
that.
chips curled. Like, look at INTC in that same time frame.
Yeah.
Over here. It's just down, basically on the same
Everything
move.
just trending down.
They're all
But, like,
all the chips.
So they're all pulling back. At what point do these break out? Because they always catch a bid at some point, these chips. Like, is AMD consolidating at the same rate as AMD's not really breaking down when NVIDIA is breaking down. So maybe AMD is the strong one that you try to catch a dip here off 98 and bring it back up to VWAP. I mean, I had this one on the list too today.
Right click, go customization dialog,
All right.
and then go turn on title so that people can see. Go apply. Okay. Yeah. Just so we can see like the ticker. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so AMD, this one I had the idea to get short between like 99 and 100 and give it that 100 as the out. And yeah, missed this one too. I missed Meta, I missed AMD, and I mismanaged Amazon.
Well, bro.
Terrible day for me. I was at the hockey game last night.
Okay.
Little tired.
Oh, they lost in overtime, though.
Lost in overtime. I had the best seats in the house.
Yeah?
Row 7 at center ice.
What?
Yeah. My girlfriend gets them from
Other side of the benches or
behind the bench.
Behind the benches?
Behind the bench, Sharif.
What?
These
Oh, that's amazing.
these are the best seats I've ever sat in. They're crazy. I don't even know. Like Air Canada gave them.
And give the viewers some context. The tickets you're talking about are Maple Leaf tickets. Like in hockey,
yeah.
Maple Leafs are like you
These
guys.
are not,
It's like the Lakers. Yeah. It's constantly sold out.
Yeah,
Okay.
these tickets. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
they must have cost like $1,000 a seat or
Yeah,
something. It's
easy.
crazy.
So how'd you get them?
Row 7 at center ice.
This guy. It's like getting the 50-yard line.
I was.
How'd you get 'em?
When we sat down, I was shocked. My girlfriend's company gave them to us.
Oh, that's amazing.
And yeah, a bunch of people from our company were there. We had like the whole row. It's crazy.
Really, eh?
Yeah, I was.
Awesome
I was
sauce.
shocked. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I
bit of
suck at
drinking?
trading today.
A little bit of drinking.
Just a little bit, a couple of beers.
Yeah, it's that's. how it is.
I don't know
Hockey
that I will
game.
financially recover from buying beers at Scotiabank
I
Arena.
know, dude. Sean was just complaining about it. He
Yeah.
went to the Raptors game. He was doing the same thing. How much were the Haagen-Dazs? A cool 10? A cool 10, guys. Yeah, Haagen-Dazs. Okay, plus tax and tip.
Only $10 for the
Only-
Haagen-Dazs? I would have thought it's like 30.
I know you would have. Especially on
Yeah, the
And guys,
Haagen-Dazs.
sales tax is not a joke here in Ontario. It's not a joke. It's 13%. Yes, every single transaction that takes place, save and except for very few like items related to food and some other things like prescriptions, everything is taxed. Yes, if you sell a car here privately, if I come to give my car to Sean, right, Sean has to pay tax on that, even if I give it to him for free. Like, we live in that kind of system here. So, yeah, that's what it is. Baba coming back now into that 50 period here on the 1 minute chart. I like this like we talked about, this 104.20 to 104 zone for a possible buy area. I'm not really sure if I want to add into this. I got to tell you the truth, but I'm going to continue to watch here. I want evidence of a pop, or I want evidence of a consolidation. I don't want to see any more lower lows. I want to see the last lower low, and then I'm willing to give up some of the move in order to get confirmation here. Then, if we don't get a bounce, what's my out? I'm going to wait to tell you the truth. I'm going to wait till about 103.17. I want to see what it does at VWAP, right? So I will wait that. Now, I've taken the majority of the sharage out. I've got a 35% of a full position left on this bad boy. So I do have a few more outs, and that's why I can give it to VWAP. So that's my move on this one, and yeah.
Here comes the bounce on AMD.
Oh my goodness.
AMD off 98. If you took that trade, congratulations, just explodes 40 cents there. I was waiting for like the 05s kind of, 01s, and honestly, like to take a full-size position on this, I want to see it break and then come back above. But yeah, AMD going back for VWAP, and yeah, same move in NVIDIA. So the chips finally catching a bid. Now Prad has something to show. Here's the tickets. Yeah.
Those are your tickets.
Those are the seats.
Yeah, so you can essentially see the entire rank at a glance.
Yeah, I was watching the coach chew gum. His temple was bulging out. This guy.
Was it?
Yeah. He's a bit of a psycho, the opposing coach. But yeah, he.
I like it. This guy, no plug.
Yeah, he's a little nuts. Yes. Former Maple Leaf coach during not the best years, but you know, this year we got the shot at the cup. Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing a lot.
Tough division, though.
Be nice to get out of that first round, though.
Yeah.
It's already Tampa Bay, I'm hearing. Yeah.
Tampa's a little weaker than they have been in the past, so I'm a little optimistic. I like the Ryan O'Reilly trade. Yeah, and like this year Tampa's weaker, and the Leafs are better, so I'm taking the Leafs in the 7 games this year. But Boston, we're gonna have to exercise some demons to get out of round 2.
Oh my, yeah. Well, I'll be watching. When do they start, by the way? When do playoffs start?
Playoffs start.
A couple of weeks. Okay.
Yeah, a few weeks. May.
Yeah. We got a lot of people chiming off in the chat here. Let's go Stars. Let's go Canes. All right. Okay. Let's go Stars again. Yeah, Meta is close to high of days. Thank you for that, Mark Susi. I hope I don't butcher your name. I mean, it's just tough to say. But yeah, 207.77 we're at. 94 is the high, so essentially 204. Now, Baba is making a decided move down now below the 104 level. So we're getting to that level we talked about. It's going to be that 103-ish 15. That's where VWAP is. I really want to see what happens around there. What are you laughing at?
We have
Tampa.
Cal from the floor previously in the chat.
Is he?
Montreal fan saying that the Leafs will choke in the playoffs.
KC. Leafs will choke in the playoffs.
Floor legend, Cal.
Just for that, Cal, chat. You're getting banned in the chat.
Yeah,
you are going to get banned.
Ban Cal in the chat.
Shout out to Cal. We miss you, brother.
Shout out to Cal, managing his beautiful bar in Montreal.
Yeah.
What is it called? Mile Public House? Go see Cal in Montreal at Mile.
Yeah, I've got both of his accounts on my Instagram there. I asked him, like, what's your Instagram? He's like, I don't have one, but my businesses have one. So shout out to Cal. We miss you, brother, and I hope you're doing well out there. Dan Emmons. Quote from Kramer, bizarre happy days are here again, feeling here. I don't know what that means. That's not English. Bizarre happy days are here again, feeling here. Okay. Jim Kramer 2 hours ago marked the highs of the day. The inverse Kramer ETF strikes again, and I do have that. Not on my SIM account here on my IBKR, but I have it on my live account. And I have an ETF watch list, and it's on there as I call them subversive ETFs. I have the Ted Cruz, the Nancy Pelosi, and now I've got the Jim Cramer, baby. I don't even know how these guys get licensed to these ETFs. I guess it's legitimate. It's like, okay, yeah, let me put them.
Yeah, like how the market's just a casino these days, eh?
Yeah. Okay, we got to get it to super chat here, Max. Ian Respeto. Can you please look at Schwab? I had a Morgan Stanley downgrade. Yeah, it had a Morgan Stanley downgrade and dumped. Yeah, we talked about that this morning. Could this level be a good spot to go long from now on or more dump? Isn't it always interesting when one of the banks downgrades the other, like their direct competitor, like Morgan Stanley downgrading Schwab, and then Goldman Sachs downgrading Morgan Stanley? Sure, let's have a look. Let's bring in the chart here on the Schwab. Where are banks? There we go. Schwab down 5 percentage points on the day, having done almost 25 million shares, far outpacing any other bank stock on my watch list in terms of volume, and it definitely had the most move on the day. What's the daily show us on? Like intraday, obviously we know it's selling off. There's no, I'm not talking about intraday trade. He's obviously talking about a move here long term, but buying the dip. So look at this. This is obviously the news with the bank, probably SVB. This is March 9th. I think that jives with SVB. SVB collapsed. It's been down and to the right. All right, let's zoom out. We have not been at these lows on Schwab, at least going back into 21. Let's go see what the weekly has in store for us here. We zoom out. Okay, so last time we were near here was back in late 2020. And we do have an interesting area of price action around here, and it's at that $50 level. Look at the consolidation area that we had prior to COVID at that $50 level. And then you had the Huadunk on COVID, and you had the COVID lows, which we haven't touched, at 28 bucks. I want to say 27 and change. Now, this is a one-wick candle. Okay, that's why I'm not really basing this 45. I don't have too much faith in this 45. It is a wick. The closes have been above it. We have not closed at 50. What
Schwab did actually halt down on that day when it went to 45.
This is the one that halted? It actually halted?
Schwab actually halted. A major bank halted to the downside.
Crazy.
It was crazy. And then it halted up and gapped up like $3. Meta's about to take out the high, and I'm going long here on 208. 208, key level from last week. I like this move to 211 kind of would be my eventual target on this. Going to scalp some out on the break after it comes. Let's see if we get filled here on the 208 break. Meta just crazy strong. All right, there we go. So we're filled on 208. I'm going to give it back down to like 69 area if this fails, but I'm expecting Meta to be strong with the NASDAQ bouncing off of VWAP there. So let's see where this Meta goes.
All right, I did it, guys. I added to the BABA. I waited for the bottom to develop here, and on the first sign of the curl, I added. Now, I'm not committed to this position. I probably will get out the amount that I added if it does break below my lows. I'm looking for continuation here on the ad. If this is where I'm going to take the ad, I'm not going to take it at VWAP. I'm not going to wait to 103.16, then I have to be committed to this position here. So I will take out my ad if we do break below these lows, which is like 103.92. I added, where did I get in? I got in at 18s, now we're up into the 30s. Obviously, I want to see us test days high, but again, I'm not married to the position, and I'm going to trade whatever it brings me. If this is a bull trap, if this is a momentary, retracement on a bigger move down, I don't want any part of it, right? So Dan Emmons, just in, U.S. citizens residing in or traveling in Russia should depart immediately by the State Department. Thanks for that. I don't know what
that's kind of scary.
Yeah.
That's a little scary.
What's going on over there? Reliable Rudy. Okay, I see you. I think it's a good ad. All right, Rudy. I hope you're right, brother. And send me the good juju that way so that it bounces back up into 105. Can you please look at VHC? I mean, Max had to look at VHC. Didn't you look at VHC and you said it was a Huadunk?
That one, VHC's dead.
I don't know how I feel about that one, right? It's a big boy move down.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really feel particularly strongly about that one now. I think the market kind of made its decision on VHC, and it was not the one that a lot of people were looking for.
Here's what he's talking about. This is what he's talking about right here, guys. So look at this. I mean, you got a big boy move up, and then it was a decided move down. This line right here, let's put that in for you guys because it's probably hard to see on the TV, but this white line here at 170, that's yesterday's close. So now we are negative on the day. This was a big boy mover, right? And now it's negative. So the market's just told you, this is not the one that I would be going for here. Yes, I see it curling, but I do find maybe you have resistance at 170. It's just not for me. There's other plays. You got NVIDIA bouncing here off VWAP. There are other plays to be had, so I'm going to stay away from VHC. I'm also nursing this long that I continue to hold here on BABA, so I'll have to give that one its due attention. I am looking for a continuation hopefully through the $0.50 here, 104.50, based on my ad. Now, quickly before I send it back to Max, we're seeing consecutively lower lows on the ES here. The ES is curling down and Meta's curling up. So another divergent move from our friend Meta. It bucks the trend. Again, that's been doing that a lot. 40.69 now the low on the ES, and now we're a knock on the door of highs on Meta here. So continuing to buck the trend, but that 208 is a level.
Yeah, Meta's still crazy strong. I'm still long, kind of, high of day basically. I'm long, but I'm giving this about 30 cents to see if we can get that move up. I'm looking for like kind of an explosive move off the top here, and see if we can get like 208.50, 209, and eventual target would be 211 if we can get really going on Meta. The market's pulling back. Meta does not care for the time being. So let's see where this goes. Amazon has finally really decided to give up VWAP, as have some of the other Tesla. We can see what Apple's doing. So it looks like the market does want to pull back for now. Apple's still hanging out at VWAP, so maybe this is the decision point on the market. If Apple decides to go down here, then the market's going to go down. I'm about to get stopped out on Meta. We'll see if we can get that bounce and that explosive move up. I really do believe in the long on Meta. Maybe just the wrong way to execute it today. We got our little blue line here that you can buy off of, I guess, all the way up.
The baby blue line's the magic line, baby.
The 21 is the magic line today, apparently.
I like
Just buy the blue line and sell into the new highs, I guess. Yeah, let's see what happens here on Meta.
Sean is excited back there. I
Yeah,
love it.
somebody's excited in the back.
People saying SIVBQ is moving. I don't know, guys. I don't really see this as a move. I mean, tell me what you think. Here's the 5 minute, excuse me. I mean, we're up 10.31% because we closed at 96 and now we're at $1.07. We're below VWAP. We're well off high a day. High days 145. I mean, this isn't my trade. I couldn't even punch in the sim on this yesterday. And we can't trade it here, by the way, too, guys. It did not close above $1. It's got to close above $1 for it to be tradable by us on the following day. And, just missed it. 96.05 is where it closed yesterday. So, sucks to be us right now as, we're not able to trade it. All right, quickly here, back to Baba. Yeah, it's still doing that dance. I'm still not ready to sell my position out on this, but I will sell if it does create a newer low. And by newer low, I'm talking about 103.89. If it prints 89s, I'm gonzino, but it looks like it just got bought back up. Well, it just sells off again. Wow. So it's doing a consolidation dance here. Should probably just set in some stops and look at something different, but yeah, it's moving here.
Hey, Sharif, I know you're on the air, but that's okay. We just broke 390,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
Give me a prediction. When do you think we're going to break 400,000?
I want to say by my birthday, end of May.
End of May, I like that.
Yeah.
Mad Max, give us a prediction here.
End of April.
End of April. I like this guy better. Thanks, Max. All right. Keep killing it, boys.
All right, guys, you saw it here first. We're shooting content at all times of day. It doesn't matter we're live or not. We're shooting content. That's just the way we do it around here. What is that, Bradley? Oh, there's a sub count right there on my poof. On my little poof there. 390,769. We're almost at 391. Dude, we just got to 390.
Yeah.
Like a couple of days ago. Now we're at 1,000, so that was a quick boy move. What are we doing for 400, Sean? What's we can't. I know we can't announce, but is there something?
I just don't know.
I just don't know. There you go. You just give me the goods. You're like, look, bro, I don't know.
420,000.
Bradley says we're going to do something special for 420,000. Take of that what you will. Bang. Oh, there it is. There it is. We need that emoticon over here. Yeah, shout out to all my Canadians out there that can live legally on this side. Tyler Normandin. I can't tell if Sharif is 25 or 40 years old. That's a mystery, baby. I'm an enigma. I don't exist. All right, guys, here we go. I'm going to have to get out of this trade if it breaks 89, and we're real close. I got to live by some rules, and there we go. I'm out of that trade. So the trade on Baba is done. Beautiful. I tried to add here at 18s. It kind of bull trapped me a little bit. got up to about high 30s, and now huadunking to the downside. Look at this go, bro. This is a big boy move down, so I'm done on the BABA trade. It ends up being a hell of a trade, so no positions on at the moment. And now we got to figure out what we're going to do for the next hour and 20 minutes, because we're going to need to get some positions, but we're not going to punch into anything silly.
Yeah, Meta's still struggling with that 208. Maybe the 208 is the short on Meta today. I don't know, but it's hard to step in front of this name when it's just moving up constantly. Apple has kind of made a little bounce here, decided to reclaim VWAP. I think there's a Fed speaker today.
There's several.
12:45, I think it was. So the market could get a little crazy. Yeah, Susan Collins speaks at 12:45. And I don't know, there was someone else. But yeah, so things could get a little crazy at 12:45 here. So I think a lot of the stocks are just kind of bouncing around heading into that. Let's see, what else? So yeah, Apple kind of reclaims. I think, you know, as we said, Apple is like the decision point on the NASDAQ. So see if Apple reclaims 162. It's kind of been just downtrending, downtrending, downtrending. Maybe this is the little bounce and like spike back up that we've been looking for in the market. Yeah, NASDAQ still messing with VWAP. And there's a new name that people have been calling out in the chat, WINT, that looks like it halted and is pulling back now. I didn't see any news on this.
WINT?
WINT.
Wint?
Wint.
Okay.
It's only done 600K of volume, though, so I cannot get into this name based on my parameters for a small cap.
And like for some reason, I can't get any info on this Wint. Is it, what's the daily on this look like? The weekly is absolutely really bad. It was a $500 stock at one point.
$500 stock.
Yes. Yeah, here it is. I'm not making it up. Here's the weekly.
This a Chinese small cap?
Something
no,
therapeutics.
This is an American Windtree Therapeutics.
Dude,
500K float.
$503.
So this must be like a reverse split kind of name.
That usually shows me here. It'll say S, you know, on the IBKR charts. It will show it to you in purple.
Yeah.
And then it'll tell you 2-to-1, whatever the split was. No.
So this one's saying no.
This is just a small cap. Well, it's not a small cap, but it's a crapper.
This is an IPO and dump kind of scenario.
This is really bad. Okay.
Yeah, so everything's catching a bid right now.
What's
I think,
the header?
Is this just short covering going into the speaker? I don't know.
Windtree Therapeutics. What is this crap? Okay.
Trying to figure out what this company is.
It's a biopharmaceutical company, and they're still moving these biopharma companies, man. I mean, it's not over for them yet. It's focused on the development of therapeutics intended to address significant unmet medical needs. Yeah, that's specific. The company's development programs are primarily focused on the treatment of acute cardiovascular, as secondarily in acute pulmonary diseases. Okay, just going to check with Brendo. Anything on Wint? All right, so we shall see. Yeah, up, big boy, up 36 percentage points on the day, $7.50 high. Halt level was to the upside, 713. It's since made a really big move back down, 615. Looking to test six. Thanks for that, Max, for seeing that real quick. Small cap crapper, infamy 3. Yes, you know how it is. Is Yellen speaking today too? Okay, so we're gonna go
everybody's
through
speaking today.
The cacophony of Fed speakers. There it is.
There it is.
Yeah, I know. I tried to drop that one. Of Fed speakers. Let's go through who's speaking today, because I know there were 3 Feds, and I believe Treasury Secretary and Yellen. Okay, so here we go. Look, these ads. Where are the Fed speakers? Okay, so 12:45 is Barkin, and then 3:45 is Treasury Secretary Yellen. And then I don't see where the other 2 Fed speakers are. I know they are speaking, but I don't see where they are here. Okay, so it's not showing up here. Brendo saying that Wint is a 575,000K float, and he does not see anything.
Okay, we got the...
Yeah, there we go. Pradley putting it up there. Love it. Thank you very much for that, Pradley. Barkin speaks. There, he's got it right there. Treasury Secretary Yellen speaking. And then the 2 other Fed speakers that are supposed to be on are not on because CNBC said there would be 2 other ones today. So I'm not really sure what's going on there, but yeah. All right. Cacophony. People are like, what's this guy talking about, man? Beautiful. Shout out to you, Andy. Lone, barking, always barking. Yeah. No, you know how it is, man, with these Fed speakers. They talk, the market listens 99% of the time. So, yeah, that's where we're at there. Baba, kind of bamboozled us a little bit. It really broke down. I probably should have listened to myself initially, which is hold VWAP, because now it's retraced a bit higher. I kind of got bamboozled on that that descent. But hey, whatever, it is what it is. We end up taking a nice winner, so we'll see if there's more room.
Everything's kind of chopping around right now.
A little bit, right?
So everything kind of broke their range and then looked like it was going to break out, looked like it was going to break down, and then nothing happened. So let's see if something can do a more outsized move. Maybe Tesla, which is going for VWAP right now, is the name to start the market moving. I got to be careful though getting into a name when someone's about to start speaking. Especially if it's a large cap.
Well, that's what they're saying.
If you want to get long WINT, go ahead. But
yeah, it doesn't really matter.
I don't want to get I don't want to get offside when someone's about to start speaking, because those moves can be kind of crazy and happen very, very fast.
Collins, apparently Cody Lowe saying Collins is going to speak at 12:45, and then also Cody Lowe saying Kashkari at 1. So those are the ones we couldn't find. Sorry to interrupt you, Max. Just wanted to put that out there for the viewers.
Yeah, so should have just started speaking. No volume going anywhere on whatever they're saying so far. We'll see if they say something market moving. Interesting how ES is just kind of gliding down and NASDAQ's still a lot stronger. So that trend continues. NASDAQ is the strong name. ES is going down. What happened with that Oxy at the 62 level?
Did it do that dance?
It's still doing the dance. So
yeah, man.
Oxy at 61.91 right now. This is a great name. If you're just like a pure scalper, just buying the low of this range, selling the high, I mean, this is just beautiful. Look at that price action all day. Just buy 61.90, sell 62, 62.10.
like that.
Easy trades. They got a poll going now on the.
Yeah, I saw that. Proudly putting that in there. I think it was Proudly. Also, BBBY. Look at
moving?
this. Look at this move.
Oh.
I mean, we're talking pennies, but it is a penny stock now. So 81 cent the close. And now we just touched 60 and a half. So that's a big boy move. That's very big boy. BBY absolutely hwadunking to the downside. Maybe it's all over for Bed Bath and Be Gone.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going bankrupt, short interest be damned.
Here we go.
Oh.
Why Bed Bath Beyond shares are trading lower by 15%? Here are other stocks. I don't care about the other stocks. I'm looking for BBBY, and then they have to make me look through all the names to find out what BBBY is doing. Okay, here are the losers. Let's go, BBBY. Where are you? Show yourself. There it is. Fell 15% to 68 cents after the company entered a $300 million at-market offering program and issued weak Q4 guidance. So BBBY coming in hot, saying that they have entered into a $300 million at-the-market offering program and issued weak Q4 guidance. So is there Q4 now? That's bizarre. Aren't we supposed to be in Q1? But every company is different, right?
They report at different times.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's like just a weird accounting thing.
Right.
Yeah, so they're doing another offering. BBBY just trying to use the market to save themselves. We'll see if it works. It seems like it's not working so far. Apple just took a bit of a dump there.
Yeah.
And really gave up VWAP. Let's see. I mean, the market are we moving that down that much on the market? Yeah, I guess. So this Fed speaker must be saying something bad right now.
Collins, some additional policy tightening will be needed. Reports, what's his name there? I forget his name. Barkin, if inflation persists, we can react by raising rates further. Okay, so I probably should get all this stuff here. I probably will have it on my hot news, and I do. So I'll bring that in here, and we'll read what's being said. Collins says Fed will use all tools to counter financial market stress. Recent data has shown the economy is stronger than expected. We saw that in the jobs number today.
Look who's behind us. The legend.
The man.
Brad, back on the air.
Test. Okay. So couple new things coming out from the production team over here. You're gonna see in the chat, if you use exclamation mark points, you'll only be able to use it once every 5 minutes or so, the command. If you use exclamation mark points, you'll see how many points you have in the chat. You collect points by being active in the chat. So if you're a lurker, if you just sit back in the chat and lurk, you're not collecting too much points. You're collecting maybe 1 point for every 5 minutes of watch time. But if you're active in the chat, you collect a little bit more points. And all those points are going to be used for, hey, what are we doing over here trading? We're going to be trading points in the chat. So we're going to do a betting system. If you're going to throw a bet out there saying, maybe the market ends green, the market ends red, based on the amount of points that you have already, you can gamble those points to make more points. And then maybe somewhere down the road, if you collect 1 million points, maybe you get to be on the show for 5 minutes. We don't know yet. Nothing has been discussed yet.
Okay.
But we're gonna let the viewers battle each other, battle the system, battle the market for free. And then we'll have a leaderboard of who's at the top of the leaderboard. Bears versus Bulls. You're not allowed to play this game.
Yeah, that's not fair.
You're not allowed to play this game. He's at the top of the leaderboard right now because
sure.
he's got the most view time. So obviously, guys, if you're in the chat, do exclamation mark points. Find out how many points you have. Either on the closing show or somewhere during, what's the time right now?
Right now it's
so we still have an hour for this show.
Yeah.
So somewhere during this show, I'll throw up a bet over there. You'll be able to sign up for that bet, use your points, gamble, and let's see who the winners are, baby.
We're
Peace out.
flooding the chat already with points. Everybody is
Peace out,
typing it
chat.
in. Yeah. Thanks for coming on, Pradley. People miss you. Everybody's saying Prad. All right. Yeah. So we're getting all sorts of streams coming in here about what's being said by some of these Fed speakers. Again, I'm not gonna read out all of them, but they're gonna come in hot and heavy here. But obviously, just be ready for market movement. All right, that's all I can say. Sometimes they may say good stuff, sometimes they may say bad stuff. But here we go with Baba. It's moving back to the high side. Oh my goodness, I should not have gotten out of this. This was a paper hand part of the trade. I should have stuck in with that ad, man. Got bamboozled, but it's okay. Yeah, Baba looking to go to the high side.
And look at Oxy. We bring up Oxy. We bring up 6190. Where does it touch? 6190
and
bounces 20 cents. Why am I not long? I have no idea. Should I be shorting it here? Probably not, because I feel like this is a stronger name over the last little while. So I'd rather not short the high of the range. I'd rather get long at the bottom of the range. But yeah, missed that one. Let's blame it on Prad.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah,
that's
basically a free 20 cents. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes. You get 20 cents. That's pretty good.
Bro, people are flooding the chat with exclamation mark points to find out how many points they have. Chill Vibes has got a lot, 572 points. I'm going to shout out some people here with some big pointages. Let's see, we're going to scroll up and see who really stands out. The Hayes Records, 209 points. He's got big boy points there. Renata Haddad, 534 points. You got a lot of points, Renata. Shout out to you. Who else we got here with big boy pointage? Let's go up. Anonymous, I love that. You have 466 points. I love how you have more points than most people there. Let's keep going. 97 points by Eric Taylor. AG Monster, 287 points. That's big pointage. Where else we go? Let's go up. 466 by Anonymous. Okay, so we already said that one. Mashworth, 239. Okay, these. Anthony L. You have 201. Michael Escorza. Yeah, I hope I didn't butcher that. 221. You got big pointage as well. And the list goes on and on. We can keep going up. But yeah, shout out to you guys. Best chat. Best viewers in the world, hands down.
Hit the bank for that. And there was that conspiracy that everybody in the chat is a bot. Apparently not.
No.
Apparently not. They're all,
well, who knows,
look at how many
man.
people.
AI? The way that AI talks back to you these days? Who knows, man?
Maybe.
Did you know that ChatGPT had an alter ego? And had a name? And it could be really could be quite cynical and sinister. I'll put it that way, right? Someone put a video on it on YouTube about their interaction with ChatGPT and their alter ego. Do you guys know anything about this chat? Let me know.
I did see a story where it had to fill out a CAPTCHA thing.
Yeah, and it was?
And it hired somebody to do it and then lied that it wasn't an AI. Like it hired someone on Fiverr or something like that to just do a CAPTCHA for it.
That's fantastic.
And it lied to the person that it was blind, so it couldn't do a CAPTCHA. Scary stuff.
Is that real?
Scary
Is that a
stuff.
real
Apparently
story?
it's real. Well, I don't
So
know.
knows how
what
to
can you believe
lie?
on the internet these days?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You see what Musk and Wozniak and a group of other people coming out and writing an open letter and basically saying we should
We need to slow this down.
Yeah, and have
I
some
mean-
like regulations because they're worried about it, right?
Yeah.
Paul Goodson saying that is a real story. Okay. Yeah, man, you never know. Dr. Crusher saying that's a fake story. So yeah, you just don't know what's what.
You
on
can't
the
believe
net these
anything
days.
on the
Yeah.
internet.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Always participate. And I love this pointage system. T-Money, 149 points. Yeah, I know Adam was telling me he had 400 something. So shout out to Adam there. I saw that real quick. Dr. Crusher, 345 points. Dr. Crusher with the fake news allegation there on that story. No, I'm not making any claims here. I'm just joking around, guys. All right, what else do we have moving? We have Oxy breaking through decidedly here, Max.
Yep.
That yesterday closed and VWAP. Are we going to get continuation on this or what?
What a banger long. Anybody who took that, you're welcome. Beautiful, beautiful long off 61.90. Yeah, mismanagement again today. I am on fire with missing trades today. Amazon is coming back to VWAP too. That 102.10, which was kind of like the low of this consolidation, is now the high of this little kind of breakdown consolidation here. So if we get back above 102.10 and I see some bids, I think I will try to get a long. You know, we'll be breaking the 50 period too, back to the upside, see if we can get back into the 60s, and then see if we can test 103 during power hour. Yeah, I mean, Amazon is crazy strong today. Just really on a technical breakout. I didn't see any Amazon-specific news that was like,
No.
you know,
I didn't see it either.
I don't know if this is maybe because Baba and JD are in the same business as
Yeah.
Amazon.
Yeah.
So is that just kind of sympathy?
I guess.
But
big tech
I mean,
is
we,
up,
yeah,
except Google.
Yeah. And we've been in this range on Amazon below 101 for such a long time that now, like, anybody who was kind of shorting under there is now probably covering into this range unless they're feeling like adding to it. So, yeah, I mean, Amazon's super strong today. If we get back above here, I'm going to try to structure along somehow. And hopefully one of these speakers doesn't tank the market. That's
I'll keep an eye.
always the problem when these people are speaking. Like, how do you
don't
go
know.
long a large
Yeah,
cap when these guys
exactly.
are talking about inflation? It's hard
It's
to do
risky.
for sure.
No question about it. I'm keeping my eye here on the hot news feed that I have on my right side screen. That will give me a quick, like, one-line summary of what the Fed speaker says. And there's a ranking here next to it, green and red, meaning is the statement bullish or bearish? It's kind of interpreted for you. So I mean, when you're doing a million things here, trading, you just want to know quickly, is this good or bad? So sometimes it's nice to have the volume, the color code thing. Dan Emmons saying this volume is putrid. ES only 816K contracts, NQ only 395,000 contracts today.
I mean, if you look at my volume leaders chart on Trade Ideas, like, look at this. Tesla at 68 million
Yeah, it's
like
a big
by
boy.
1 o'clock. Like, this is usually, it's usually 100, 100, 100, 100.
Well, we've
we
got big boy
nothing
numbers coming
today.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
We've got PCE, which the Fed loves. You know
Fed
that they
loves
love
PCE,
that. We've
yeah.
got GDP.
GDP.
We got
interesting,
GDP
okay.
today. It's not usually the big number, but we want to know if we're coming for a hard or soft
Yeah,
landing, and so that's a good
because that's a
indicator.
recession. Recession indicator. Yeah.
So we got some stuff coming tomorrow.
Everybody's just kind of sitting on the sidelines.
Yeah.
We're gliding up on light volume.
A little
So, what does that mean? Are we gliding up on light volume? The volume comes into the downside afterwards. I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. The move in tech really hasn't stopped in anticipation of what we're getting tomorrow. So, the tech names are all up again. I just said it, except for Google. Google's down, 0.2% on the day, and it's the outlier.
Yeah,
So,
that's Google just doesn't want to make that move. I really, really thought Google like 105, 108 this week. I was kind of like prepping myself to get long on these dips and then for it to make that big move to 108, and just hasn't had the juice, unfortunately.
You know what's funny? Have you heard Google complain about anybody from an anti-competitive perspective before? Because that's the accusation that they made against Microsoft today. They said Microsoft AI rollout has been anti-competitive.
What does that
Google,
even mean?
that's like
Come on.
the pot and the kettle. Come on.
Come on,
right?
Google.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're selling off on that news, but that was the headline that I saw this morning.
Yeah, maybe that's like a signal that they're getting scared about Microsoft's dominance on ChatGPT.
Okay.
I kind of figured that Google would have like the best AI around.
The Baird or Bard or whatever.
Yeah,
it's
I
called.
thought their AI would be amazing.
It made a full pile live.
Yeah, it made a huge error on their debut.
Not a good look, right?
On a pre-recorded video.
No.
No?
No, that was who's that? Baidu. Baidu came in with the pre-recorded video, and that like really did not wow anybody. Before we continue, NEO is pumping to the high side, guys. NEO now is up a measly 8.75%. The chat is talking about it. We're talking about it now too. We had that flat top break. Remember we talking about this flat top break on NEO? Someone was asking me about it earlier. It absolutely materialized into money. That 1040 break was met with a 1075 high, so that was a 35 penny move on a $10 stock. That's fantastic. I know there are a lot of people who were talking about it in the chat. Good for you guys. That's an absolute big boy trade. Let's zoom out. Let's see if we can, add some more juice to this run. Here it looks like we reclaimed the 50 period here on the daily chart. That's always a nice level to get through. It had been kind of resistancy, but look at that. Take that with a grain of salt because here are breaks from the 50 again. They're all rejections. So, what do you see on NEO, if anything, Max? Or are you looking at AMD?
I am looking at AMD. NEO, nice move.
Nice move.
I mean,
I can appreciate it.
Yeah, not bad. AMD just gave up 98, so this is where I was thinking about getting long previously when it made, I think it was this move back up. I was looking for like something in here, but now we're kind of giving up 98, so let's see if it rebids right away, and then we can get a long off this 98. Already kind of ripping to the high side, so let's see if I can get a little long off of 98.05. Try to get a trade in. I think I might have missed this one. AMD just loving the bounce these days. Loving to bounce off of these key levels. It was 93 on Monday or Tuesday, 98 today. AMD just like trading in range. We have anything? Nothing more on those speakers. So yeah, I'm comfortable going long on AMD right now. Maybe I'll get a little bit more aggressive on this buy.
I like it. Kevin saying that BMEA has just broken below VWAP and is an interesting look here. I'll have a look. BMEA with a 33.79 high and a 30.40 low. We're at 31.42. VWAP was at 32.10. And that's a nice down into, it's not even down into the right, it's just down. This is a 5-minute chart. Let's look at the 1 minute real quick on this bad boy. Yeah, definitely lighter on volume, no question about that. But this is yesterday's close. So did the dance with yesterday's close, a lot of consolidation area around it, kind of between the close and VWAP. And that was a bit of a, a 30 penny range there, but there you go, gives up the ghost, and now it's moving down. The market low here is at 30.40 like we talked about, so that could be an interesting level. This was a runner from yesterday, I believe. Yes, or 2 days ago. This goes back to Tuesday, so it had its big boy day on Tuesday the 28th. We get continuation, but a bit of a candle of indecision here as we kind of, it's a bit of a candle of indecision and an inside day for us today. We're inside the highs and inside the lows of yesterday. So, not much happening for this one today. Usually this signals a bit of a reversal for all my my swing trade heads there that want to go short possibly. Toro, you were talking about this one earlier. It's curling. It looks to test day's highs, to be honest with you.
What's the
high
volume
on Toro,
today?
265. We're at 262. This was a continuation from yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah, what did we hit yesterday? About $3 maybe? So Toro
We're still inside, yeah.
inside of that range. I think that $3 break could be money on that one. Let's see if volume can pour into that one for power hour rally. Maybe you get a halt up on that one. We haven't seen enough halts recently for me to get excited. I did just get long AMD, chased it a little bit because it just didn't want to print below like 10s. So I'm long 13s, giving it to kind of low of whatever this was, 86. And I think we can get back up to VWAP for sure on AMD. Everything else is kind of starting to trend up. AMD is lagging, so let's see if AMD can spike up. And I got my first profit just in front of 40. Then we'll try to get like 55s and see if maybe, who knows, maybe we can get to 99. Depends what the market feels like doing. And NQ is kind of like trying to reclaim VWAP slowly. NQ, M23.
Your points, sir? Oh, let me put my points. People are like, yo, what's your points, bro? Put your points. We want to know your points. All right, here we go. Points, enter. Come on, Streamlabs. Give me my points, baby. I still don't know yet, so hold on. Streamlabs, you have 191 points. Yo, this is not even my real one. I used to use another one before. I bet you have more on this one. This account, Neil's calling me out. I'm logging out and I'm logging in with my other one. I want to see my points with my other one. No, because I
Start now.
Pardon me?
It's not from all time.
It's not from all time.
No, it's just when they started.
From when they started. Okay. Sharif at rookie levels.
Rookie levels,
Point
Sharif.
shots fired. Okay, let's.
Sharif, you're putting in too much time in the gym, not enough time in the chat.
I know, I gotta work out my fingers, bro. I've never actually thought I'd hear that from anybody. Yo, sit on your like sedentary rear end and work your fingers. No, I'm just joking, of course. Here we go, baby. I'm looking for an NVIDIA bounce here. I'm not gonna. That's what I'm looking for. We're seeing some strength come in the chips. I'm seeing INTC curl. I'm also seeing NVIDIA hold VWAP-ish. Obviously broke below, but now we're above it and curling a little bit, seeing a bunch of higher lows.
Yeah, everything's kind of curling right now. NQ's trying to take VWAP back. Yes, still kind of lagging there.
About this one.
I'm kind of excited about this AMD long. I think I might have low of day here on AMD. Like, I'm looking for 99 as the last out on this one. I'm excited. Let's get AMD flying. We're only 10 cents in the money, but we're just getting started here. Take back this 50 period. Take back 30s. Take back 50s. Let's go back up. AMD, one of the strongest stocks in the market for the past few weeks.
Oh yeah.
Time to show us some more. Let's see some more. 100 level is like the level on AMD, kind of like the 200 on Tesla. You got these like round levels that everybody loves.
Yep.
What's I haven't looked at Microsoft at all today, but
Not
if it's
at all.
anywhere
it's done
near,
nothing. It's down. It's up half a percentage point, but it's below VWAP and looks anemic. At this point. Yeah, no. It
above that 280 though, like 275, 280 on Microsoft have been levels. So like, I don't know where this was.
280.50 is the close. That's an absolute money bounce if you get down there.
Yeah, exactly.
If you get down there.
It's interesting. Microsoft is quite weak relative to everything else today. I wonder what's going on with this name. Maybe just AI sector kind of weakness.
I don't know.
Google going down, Microsoft going down. What's our favorite AI stock? AI.NY, C3AI. We have crushed some trades on this one previously. $27 on AI? Oh my God. Where have I been?
So where was it at before?
26 was kind of its like inflection level on AI recently. I did not even notice this thing moving today. It does kind of light volume though, so kind of hard to structure risk on this one when it's going to make a candle like, this on you from 27 all the way up to 27.40. Like for a $27 name for it to squeeze kind of 40 cents on you is kind of tough. Like, imagine you're long in here and you're punching out down here. But yeah. I like AI for the trade. When it does volume, and it's going up, like AI is a banger long. A banger long.
I feel like, with respect to the small cappers and like the movement that we got on a lot of these AI names, especially early on, that might be done now. It's going to be like a stock pickers market for these AI names and who can develop and release and monetize and stuff. All the capitalistic stuff that we need to see in like a profitable business.
I mean, C3AI, right? If you're looking to invest in AI and you're just kind of, I'll say simplistic.
Because you type in AI.
You just type in AI and press buy. I mean, they have the ticker for AI.
Yeah, exactly. Kevin, BMEA still dropping, $1.20 below VWAP, might flush into the $29 range soon. It is still pumping to the downside, no question about that. Here's the BME chart. It broke below VWAP. It was kind of holding. We just talked about this. Between VWAP and yesterday's close, that level is now Dunsky. And now we are moving down into that $30.40 level. That is a low of day. Let's go to the half here, the half an hour chart, see some more levels. Yeah, okay, so we're not going to have leverage here until all the way down into $15 because that's the big boy move up. And there's not a lot of levels. You got to say the $30 level could be a level here. And then it's just a big gap all the way down into 15, 16. So hard to kind of guess where it's going to stop, to be honest with you. So it's a good short so far. Just where do you take profit? But yeah, shout out to you on that. That break of VWAP was absolute money, and it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 5-minute red candles to the downside. So that's a print factory. Good on you. I hope you're still holding that. I got into NVIDIA long with a quarter position here. I got in at 55. It's not a great in, but I'm looking for this VWAP hold and a curl back up as we possibly get into the more liquid time of the day. I'm talking about like that 1:30 to 2. And we are, we're doing a little bit of a dance here at VWAP on the NQ, just barely above it for the moment, but definitely holding that 13,000. We're at 13,055. So possible continuation here on NVIDIA, taking advantage of that. Victoria, Sharif, thoughts on BA for swing to the downside against trend from 209 to 201, thinking numbers.
Sharif, we got a halt there.
Oh, okay, so we'll get to that one.
PYXS about to halt 692. This is the move that I was looking for when we broke 6. It did not happen. They made me wait. Jeez. And I am not long. But look, there, we actually halted this time. Successful halt on PYXS. Tapping lower right now, interestingly. But yeah, that $7 level, that's what I was looking for previously. So if we break that, let's look at the daily chart. I think the next level is like 10 bucks. Doesn't want to load for me. Come on. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so you got like, where's 10? $10. We got $8.50 kind of. Maybe that's the next target, $8.50. Then you got $9.50 and then $11.50. All-time high is 19. If this thing wants to halt all afternoon, maybe you see 19, but right now the tap is really, really low, 630. So this could be a brutal open if it opens down here. Maybe this is the rug pull on PYXS. That's nasty. We'll see where this one opens. Let's check in on AMD. Still kind of hanging out down there. Maybe it gives me somewhere to add below 98 or closer to 98. NASDAQ's still trying to take out VWAP, so I'm still like pretty comfortable in this long on AMD. I think we can definitely get back above VWAP on AMD. And NVIDIA is kind of trying to go as well. So Sharif probably about to for AMD. Someone's screaming at me to pull up Tesla, and Tesla is screaming back into my 197 kind of level here. Not on Toronto, on NASDAQ. There, what?
Let's go.
There we go. All right.
Well, baby.
So Tesla trying to test this like 196.85 kind of shelf here. This was the spike on the open, and then it is these spikes here, kind of where it broke down from. So Tesla back over 196.80, over 197. Probably looking like a bit of a long here. We do still have my kind of zone of 197 to 198.50 where I think it's a short. But yeah, if the market decides to rally and Tesla's already making this curl, Tesla could see 200 this afternoon. Like, we see how this stock moves. $10 ATR. And what is the range today? 194 to 197? Those are peanut numbers.
No, I mean, it's been really within its ATR a lot lately. Have you felt
that?
like
it has not been doing ATR moves at all recently.
No,
Tesla kind of muted.
And it had a catalyst today. I mean, we had some news coming out today What was it about the?
We have
the
900 lots on the bid here on Tesla, 196.70. If that doesn't get taken, this could absolutely explode. So it's starting to get taken now.
196.70. Okay, here we go.
196.70, 700 lots now. 785 here. So they got hit for 200, and now you know, it's trading above. So they don't necessarily want to print this guy. This stock could start really moving now.
Oh, big boy size here. Yeah, that's Is it following it up?
This is the first time that I'm seeing it, but it is getting bigger. Now Tesla, it's starting to explode.
Tesla's moving here, man.
Tesla is moving. Let's see if it takes out that 197. We got size on the offer there. High of day 197.33. We take that out, then we could be seeing 200 today.
I don't see it either, Sean. It's pumping to the high side, guys. It just broke 197. It's kind of secular. The market's not moving. Neither are we seeing any big caps making a similar move. What a move here for Tesla. We're knocking on the door of 197, but we have 197.33 highs, Max, that we still have to contend with.
We
That's
still
the
have
high
to get over those. That was the high there was like 09, something like that, 08. So yeah, let's see if it keeps going. We'll see if this
Here we go.
If this bid starts to chase it up. I haven't seen the bid since we were in the 70s. So
it hasn't moved up.
They're looking for that fill at that 70 price specifically.
And let's
if they
explain
start to chase it up, then this could really.
Let's explain what we're talking about, guys. What he's talking about, it's making moves, man. We're about to break high day. We're like 10, 20 pennies away from high day. But what Max is talking about is that huge sizeage he saw there at 71, was it? What he's talking about is you kind of know someone's backing you up when the size moves up. So sitting at 71, then all of a sudden the price action moves up. Say it goes into the 90s, and then that size moves up with you. So no longer is it sitting at 71, it's now sitting at 81. So you know that backstop, that thing that you're relying on to help you or to prevent it from flushing is kind of moving up with you. That's what he's talking about, and that's usually a telltale sign that you've got some protection to the high side. It's obviously not foolproof.
And in this market right now, like usually if size pops up on a name like Tesla, they will just take it. So if that size isn't just getting taken on the bid, then you know that there's more people trying to buy the name, and that the bots, I guess, aren't trying to fill that order. So yeah, Tesla could have some momentum if we see that bid again. It might be worth it to try to get in front of it. But yeah, we do have that resistance at the 97.30, and it doesn't seem to want to break 25. So we'll see where Tesla goes now. Yeah, my zone is still intact for the time being. Maybe if we get a little wick off top, we can structure a short back down to VWAP. But yeah, Tesla really strong. PYXS is open now.
Oh, baby.
Opens down. Doesn't open down as bad as it was looking previously, but now we're starting to fall.
Oh, my goodness.
The tape is going everywhere on this name. Yeah, 45s now. Maybe going to halt down. PYXS, they push it up, they push it down. Rug pull scenario possibly on PYXS. I think now, if we like break 7 right now, that could be like ultra bullish, but looks like this one's dead.
What a move. Yeah, I don't know. This one, there's a lot of bamboozling. We could get bought right back up. Who absolutely knows? I mean, the level that I was looking on that one was 640. I don't know how you felt about that one, but there was a lot of price action tops that took place around there. So I was looking for some support around here, 640, 645-ish. We're right back there now, but we broke it. Do we hold this level? I mean, it's with these small cap crappers, the level may or may not hold. I feel like I haven't had a good read on these as of late. I'll be quite honest with you.
That's the problem. Like, I haven't been taking size on small caps recently because I just haven't had any success. Every time I try to trade them,
likewise.
It's just a lot of bamboozlement, no like clean moves. They're always going, stopping, stopping everybody out, going back up, which is typically like my setup to get long. When it stops everyone out and then goes back up, but like the volume just isn't there.
That's the thing. The volume is the tell.
We're back at 70 on Tesla, and those 800 lots are still there. They have not yet been filled, so that's exactly where we pull back to, 71 there, and now we're starting to move back up. Yeah, we'll see if this,
810 lots
if this person gets the fill on Edge X there. And if not, I mean...
Do you take a long here in front of that?
You could. You could definitely do that. What I've been seeing in the market is that these orders get filled.
Right.
So,
there it's at 70
getting long in front of an order that you think is going to get filled is probably not a smart idea.
No.
But
no.
If they don't get filled and we break through the highs, maybe that's the long to do. Like, just take high of day on Tesla.
What do you think your slippage is on this one if you use that as a backstop? 5 pennies?
A lot more than that.
More than
You're probably
that,
slipping 20. Yeah, depending.
20 cents on a level break?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
For sure. I tried to take Tesla 200 break to the upside, and I crossed 30 cents, and I didn't get the fill.
Wow.
So, yeah, Tesla is the king of slippage, but
yeah, I just wanted to mention this one quick. BMEA. I hate to digress, but it's being mentioned here in the chat. But this is one we talked about earlier. We talked about this being a bit of a low here at 30.40. Look at it, bounced right back up. Shout out to Kevin. He said he got stopped out, but he had a trailing stop, so he made some big boy money for a $1 winner. Shout out to you, Kevin, for that. There it is, a break below, view up, but finding some support at near the day's low. But yeah, Tesla right back up there. So that order holds up for now.
Yeah,
and
that
it's
order
supporting.
has not been filled.
No.
So yeah, pretty bullish on Tesla right now.
This
If
looks
you're
good,
long,
man.
this is the one that can make the outsized move for you.
Are we gonna go
And
long
NASDAQ
here or
is
what,
back
man?
above VWAP. My AMD is still just chilling there. What's your
I'm
NVIDIA
long
doing?
too. Yeah, I'm 5 pennies in the money. Nothing really to write
Yeah.
home about at all.
The show
But,
is long the chips, and the chips are not moving.
We're gonna go long Stresla here.
Yeah, you gonna
yeah,
take
we're
that?
gonna take a little bit of a quarter position on our friend Stresla at 10.
All right, you're
There we
instantly
go.
10 cents in the
Yeah,
money.
well, that's nothing. I'll show you. You just finished telling me 20 penny slippage. I got made fun of over here by these guys like 5 pennies. What do you think this is? A small cap crapper? It's a Stresla, bro.
What do you think this is?
Yeah, so let's let it run. Small sizage there. We're looking obviously for that high of daybreak. That's first and foremost. That's sitting at 33s. We're in the mid 20s. Here we go. High 20s we go. What did I do? Mid 20s back we go. So let's see if we get continuation on this. Where am I long? I'm long 12s. Okay. So 12s, we had a bit of room. Nothing really great. With respect to NVIDIA, back, break even again. Actually out of the money at this point. So we got to let these ones run. Taking small sizage, obviously, because it is not the time on the day to really set up these big boy trades, at least not for me. So let's see what happens here. Taking things just to keep things interesting and moving on some similar names. I don't want to say NVIDIA and Stresla are moving the same way. They're really not. But, these big cappers, they tend to be influenced a lot by these big indices. We're talking about the NQ, we're talking about the ES. So we shall see and keep our eye on those exchanges while we trade these stocks. And just a quick observation here, the NQ has been flirting with that VWAP level almost the entire afternoon at 1350-ish level, while the ES has been much lower than that. It's been about 10 points, 8 points removed from VWAP to the south side on the ES. So the ES, following recent trends, which is it's relatively weak versus the NQ. So yeah, still holding on to both these positions. Neither are in or out of the money on NVIDIA and Stresla. Can we get a bounce here into the more liquid part of the day, Max?
That's what we're looking for. That's my thesis. NASDAQ holding up, holding that 13,040. So let's see if we want to test that 13,100 resistance, which has held up basically. I wouldn't call a 15-point move a break on the NASDAQ. So 13.1 is that resistance that's still holding on NASDAQ. We'll see if we can crack that and start moving.
Be nice.
Do we think that's going to happen ahead of these numbers tomorrow, though?
I know. We were talking about it being like a kind of a tame day in anticipation of these big boy numbers, right? But I don't know. The market has its own ideas. Anytime you think you've got it figured out,
it's interesting. Sometimes we kind of like short squeeze into these numbers when people are worried about, is this going to come out better? And I've got this massive short on.
Right.
Like we've seen the market squeeze into CPI so many times, and then nothing happens on the CPI day. So yeah, maybe we get that kind of afternoon squeeze action. People are trying to exit their positions before the Fed makes a decision on this PCE number that's coming out tomorrow.
Let's talk some scenarios now. Tin hat conversations. Let's go, baby. So what if PCE comes in hot tomorrow? Do you feel that kind of leaves the Fed in a bit of a bind with having to fight inflation and not break the banking sector
that's
at the same
problem,
time? Like, what do they do, right? What if it comes in hot? Real hot?
Yeah.
Here comes Stresla again at an important level because, what did I just do? Yeah, so where's that size there at 71? Okay, so we're far removed away from it. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I think like the Fed's kind of painted the picture of what they're going to do at this point. One more hike and then nothing else. So I don't know. I don't know if like this PCE number doesn't really matter that much.
Doesn't, eh?
I I mean, they basically told us this is what we're going to do. Maybe we don't hike again. Maybe we do hike again. So I don't know that the PC is going to have that much of an effect tomorrow. But yeah, maybe if it's like really, really bad, that does back them into a corner. You can't blow up the banking system, though.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, how much leeway do you give it? Okay, here we go. We're at a big boy 11 on Tesla. So where'd that size go again? It's gone. I don't see it no more. So we're back down near those levels, and we're at 75s, and that size is no longer to be seen there at 71s because we're kind of close to it. So we shall see. Do we find a bounce here? For the moment, at least, we're bouncing off that $0.75, but it doesn't look like a great move for me. It's going to have to bounce. I don't know how much room I'm going to give this, to be honest with you.
I mean, this does go exactly to the same price again. That 70 level is apparently the inflection level on Tesla right now.
Interesting.
Very, very, very interesting level at 70s on Tesla. And you bounce like pretty hard, 25 cents right off of it. Now we're trying to crack 197 again. So yeah, Tesla, who knows? Maybe that buyer pops up a little bit higher if we decide to break out of this 25 kind of area. But yeah, Tesla definitely stronger than anything else.
Yeah.
Stronger than AMD, which did just stop me out at 97, 94. That's, we'll take the L on that one. Maybe we get a bid a little bit lower on AMD. Or maybe it just comes right back up and, you know, I look like the idiot again.
You're a joker, bro. Yeah, no, here we go. We're flirting with that level. We keep coming back into the mid to high 70s and immediately get bought back up. But you wonder how long that's going to last for, especially when we don't see that supportive size that we were looking for earlier. Anyway, we'll see what develops here. A bunch of tags that I have to get to. Mrs. Kim, can you take a look at Snap? Sure, I'll have a look in a moment. D-Loaf, NASDAQ back to 12,600. 12,500 if hot. All right. Shout out to D-Lo for that. Dan Emmons. Fed's Collins. Getting inflation low justifies no rate cuts this year. What? Getting inflation low justifies no rate cuts this year? Okay. I read that as no rate hikes. Okay. So we shall see. Because I know that there was a body of, thought that felt, we'd be seeing rate cuts. Either some people were saying June, and I got roasted in the chat a couple of days ago for saying June was the day, but I literally did read that. A lot of, the less optimistic look at maybe towards the end of the year. You're looking maybe December, November, whenever their meetings are, or that time of the year. I have to start really considering my position here at NVIDIA. The only reason I'm still in this is because it's held 273, okay? And that's kind of been the level that I've been looking for it to hold. It hasn't held it by much. It's kind of back at 18s. I'm in 55s. Quarter position nonetheless, but got to manage this. I need to see continuation. I'm looking at the NQ. I'm not really seeing much of an indication from that it really wants to get going. So a little worried about that. Is Tesla back above 197
yeah, so the
again?
Tesla, I was watching the tape the whole time. Tesla did not, or the size didn't pop up, but there were like 10 lots on 71 and 10 lots on 70. I'm wondering if they're now iceberging this size because they didn't get filled. So I'm thinking that like this person is trying to be a little bit aggressive, trying to get the fill on Tesla, and I like the bull case. Definitely 69 stop on this one.
All right. Adam, nice balance for Tesla. All right. Let's keep that. We'll keep looking at that. We'll see if it materializes or not. Okay. Before I get to the super chat, I have to look at NVIDIA here because now we're doing that dance with 273, and looks like 273 could be a distant memory because we may break that right now. I'm looking at there it is. It's broken. I probably should take this out. There we go. That's going to be a loser. That sucks. Don't like that. But quarter position nonetheless ends up being a loser. How much should I lose on that one? Okay, not that bad. All right, we'll let that one go. Yeah, NVIDIA tried to take that off VWAP. Probably not the best trade that I could have had, but thought that maybe some strength in the chips. Mark Knight, $2 Canadian, $2.20 Canadian super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the dark background, guys. Dark background. What does that mean?
For the black, the
charts.
Black charts. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I know. We were prohibited from using that. I don't know if we're going to be allowed to keep them for much longer, but what we shall see. Yeah.
I was not necessarily aware of that. I have
No,
to have
no,
white
yeah.
charts.
I think.
I don't know. That
Yeah.
sounds a little.
I don't know. We'll see. We've been granted. We've been granted permission, guys. All right. So there we go. We've got the Big Kahuna's approval, and it means we can go forward with it. Yeah. Can we? Bradley's gonna get a poll ready there. He's gonna ask white charts or black charts. So let's see. I know a lot of people.
What do you prefer on the show?
What do you guys prefer on the show?
Yeah, not
black
your own
charts or
charts.
white charts. Bradley's gonna put that real soon there. Rachel Saba. Hope I didn't butcher your name. Sharif, could you guys try and explain again on the slip? Sorry, you moved up. On the slippage and breakout level with something 30 cents, it was hanging there. Sorry, I don't understand that. Could you guys try to explain again on the slippage and breakout level with something 30 cents? It was talking about
that 70s is gone.
Yeah, there
on
it goes.
Tesla
It's
now.
gone, man.
But
yeah, he's talking
look,
about Tesla.
We instantly rebid
and
there.
then it gets bought back up immediately,
So,
right? But
yeah, is that buying interest still there? They let it break to try to stop people out and get some liquidity, and then they push it back up?
Yeah.
We're about to find out.
we are, but we are also curling down on both the ES and the NQ. It's down a little bit here. The ES has been relatively weak, and let's have a look at the NQ instead, because I think it's a better indicator. But look at this. Here's the top that we made at 13,111, and then it's been lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, until where do we stop? Where's the support? You gotta wonder. 13,000 obviously is probably that psychological level, but we are 40 points removed from that. So I'm not sure if we see that right now, actually. So I'm going to click black charts. And right now, black charts is winning by a small margin of 85 to 15. So the people I've spoken so far, we shall see if that result holds out, though, Max.
Yeah, Amazon, I was talking about getting long if this broke that 102.10 that was kind of just the level all day. And look at this, comes right back up basically to the penny, bounces off 210, 102.10,
get out of this.
and back short. So, yeah,
This was not a good
Amazon 102.10, and look at where these 8 a.m. dark pool wicks go to. Exactly that price. So any conspiracy theorists about the 8 a.m. dark pools is having a little confirmation today on Amazon at 102.10. That appears to be kind of the point of interest on Amazon today. You are now out of your Tesla, I believe.
Out of Tesla and out of NVIDIA, both losers, small, thankfully, because of quarter positions, but, they are both losers. Tesla's really screaming down there below the $0.50, so that's out. I got out, where did I get out? In the mid-60s, so decent out. Look at what NVIDIA had done. Thank God I got out of NVIDIA. I got out 272.95, and now we are 272.30s. So tried to exercise good discipline there. Renata asking about Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft's kind of the same thing as well, Renata. I mean, it's down and to the right. Most things are pulling back at the moment. You see Tesla pulling back, even Apple, which was stronger on the day. It's below VWAP. Even Meta. Meta has been super strong and near days highs. Now it pulled back, big boy, off that 207.64, now down, testing 207. I wonder if the Fed speaker had anything to do with what's going on right now, but
Yeah, it seems like someone must have said something that the market didn't like, because we are starting to break down now. We've given up VWAP on the NQ now.
Yeah.
So I think, maybe I'm not going to just look for shorts based on a Fed speaker, because we know that these moves can easily and very quickly be rebounded. So we're just going to kind of chill, see if some levels come in, and see if we can kind of pick some bounce spots maybe for the afternoon. So that tests.
JJW. I'm not even going to answer that question, man. That's hilarious. Look what he wrote in the chat. I'm not even going to read that out loud, but that's funny. He's trolling me for yesterday. What is going on with the market right now? We are getting a big boy move down on Meta. We're getting big boy moves on our friend the NQ and the ES. They're all down. What's going on? Who's talking back there? No, it's just Kelly Evans. Nobody there.
Yeah,
All
Sharif,
good.
I think I should have flipped the chart on Meta today.
You should have, huh?
If that was flipped, that would have looked like a banger long for me. And should have
So smart.
should have had this guy short here, this wick high of day. That's kind of such a simple short. Anybody who had this, I know there were some people in the chat saying that they were short Meta. Daryl Flinch here, short 207.96. So inverse
Yeah.
max ETF.
Give me
crushing
207
it
still
today.
short. Bang,
Crushing
bang,
it.
bang. You get the bangs for having that 208 top, baby.
Yeah, nice 208 top there on Meta. That is definitely the key level. I will be looking at 208 going forward as like is maybe an inflection point.
Oh, yeah.
If we trade above there, I'd like to be long. We trade below there, I'd like to be short. Yeah, PYXS.
This is what he's talking about, guys. Look at this.
Yeah,
Look at this 208 top.
That's just a beauty level on
Yeah, I mean, it's been reject. And we haven't seen a top brew. Like, this was a curl. On this ascent, it was a curl back down into the 160s, and then we had stair stepping up. Now we're actually getting a top. So a whole new pattern developing here. Yeah, say that 208 top. Maybe we test it. Maybe it's 210. Who knows? But a bit of a top brewing here. So
It kind of feels like we need a catalyst from
Right?
Meta to break out of this range. We need more
Like a
TikTok
TikTok
news.
ban?
Like maybe a TikTok ban.
Don't
maybe
say
Meta's
it.
buying TikTok.
Don't say it.
If Meta buys TikTok,
No one? No one, Sean.
no. There's no news. There's no news. There's no news.
Do you think that
Yeah,
they
if
would
Meta
give it
buys
to them?
TikTok, that's Meta to
Do
the
you
moon.
think the FTC would be cool with that? I don't know. Yeah, that's because they've been very anti-cool with mergers lately, and that's kind of the FTC. Yeah, the FTC lately, I don't know. It's being run by this lawyer. I don't really know how I feel. Anyway, we don't get into politics here, so it's gone. Where are
Prad's
we?
coming on in a second.
Oh,
here.
is he, eh?
Yeah, Prad's back.
Yeah, new features, ladies and gentlemen. So obviously I was here not too long ago telling you about the My Points thing. If you look in the chat, Streamlabs should be spamming you guys saying exactly what's going on. So there's a bet live. Will the S&P 500 close green, red, or flat? And the way to register for that bet is you do !bet, green or red, whatever your option is. You put !bet, space your color of the market, flat, green, red, whatever, and then space the number of points that you want to gamble. And at the end of the day, we're going to pick the winner based on where the market is, and the system will automatically give out all the winners. You can also use !my bet, no space between my bet, !my bet will tell you if your bet's registered or not. And then to get the leaderboard, you use !top. !top will give you the top 10 leaderboards, and I'm sorry, Bears vs. Bull and Nightbot. Nightbot's not a real person, but Bears vs. Bull and Nightbot, I took your points out. You guys are not eligible. You're rendered down to 0 points.
Wow.
Wow.
Those are, he's coming in hot there.
The chat absolutely loves Prad.
Yeah, they're Prad. Quickly, I want to mention somebody who tagged me here about the watermarks on our charts. They were saying, can you please have watermarks on your charts? Hard to tell what you're looking at. So here are mine. Come to my chart real quick just so I can show where mine are. I hope they're viewable here because there's NVIDIA, the percentage, and then the actual amount that it's up or down on the day. Is that viewable, guys? I mean, let me know.
We can see it here.
I think it's quite viewable, right? Yeah. Tell me how you feel in the chat. Turn it into yellow. Yeah, okay, I can do that. We can play around with that. The text white. Okay, sure, absolutely. You can do that as well. Let's go here in text color. We're gonna go white. And then we're gonna take off background color. We're gonna put nothing. I don't know how to do that. Okay. Well, is that good? Is that good?
Make the background color black.
Okay. Well, I like that. I hope that helps, guys. Yeah, we'll get that figured out on all the charts. So I'll save that as my default. I definitely want you guys to be able to see. Obviously, there's really no point of doing the show unless you guys are following along. So save as default, apply, and I'll fix that on all the other charts when I throw to max. Neo is tanking apparently over here. Let's have a look at our friend Neo or Nio. Remember like when no one knew how to say it? What was it? Neo? Was it Nio? Here we go. So a bit of a top at 1075 and a bit of a Christmas tree retracement back down into the $0.50. VWAP's at 1040, but we're stopping a little bit at the $0.50 here. We got as low as 46s. So Neo top. I like the level here at 40. That was the breakout level. That was a clear top. And so for a retracement, if you're looking long, I would, I might actually set up a long here at 1040. So much that I like this. I would give it 10 pennies to 1030 because that was the lower end of this range. So risk about 10 pennies maybe to make 25 here, maybe even more if we really get going on there for a Neo. So have a good look on that one. What else do we have in store here?
NASDAQ names are really starting to break down now.
Yeah.
So the market's not liking what somebody said, I imagine. That's kind of nasty for Amazon today. We really thought we were going to see this like kind of up move and follow through on Amazon, and it just decided to kind of give it all up. So 101.
Watch it. I'm taking the 10.
Long.
I'm gonna take it a little bit ahead of 101 if it breaks out.
All right.
Okay.
Sean's taking it ahead of 101. I'd like to see how it interacts around 101, but yeah, maybe. No, I'm trying to get along on this. I think like 101 held so beautifully off the open there. Every time it would go down, like you couldn't even get filled in the low 101s on Amazon today. So if this gets down there and we see that same kind of like price action where it's just instantly kind of pushing up, I'm gonna get long Amazon in front of 101 and give it maybe 15, 20 cents.
All right, what I'm seeing here come in, Fed's Kashkari says we're committed to 2% inflation. We will not move the goalpost. That's one thing, okay? Fed's Kashkari says U.S. debt ceiling needs to be raised, okay? Collins coming out earlier. I'm just seeing what it says here. Fed's Collins, where was that? Fed Collins says premature to say what Fed should do at next FOMC meeting. Nothing earth-shattering here that I'm seeing so far. Not to say that nothing earth-shattering has been said, but yeah, I'll keep continuing to update that. You know, you never really know what the market's gonna take as important and what isn't. Sometimes when I feel it's important, the market doesn't care, and sometimes when yeah, you guys get it. So we'll keep an eye here on what they're saying. Fed's Collins says economy doesn't need big slowdown to lower inflation. Okay, I see that as pretty bullish. IBKR has a non-applicable to that. They don't see that as bullish or bearish. I get a little, I'll show you guys. I get a little green and red ranking here, whether the news headline is bearish or bullish. They kind of do the homework for you. I obviously don't really like that much, but you know, it's there, and I keep a quick eye on it. DeSantis versus Disney battle.
If this really breaks 100 and like breaks it convincingly, I will be out, but I'm gonna watch the break. I'm not gonna have like a 99 stop. I don't think that's the way to execute this one. Yeah, and we're looking for like that move back up to 101.50. So yeah, let's get some offers out here. Up maybe 25s, take a little bit out, and yeah, then 45s. And yeah, I'm willing to add to this if it breaks 101 and like fails really aggressively on that breakout. And yeah, I'm liking the 101 level on Amazon. Let's see if we get a little bounce here. We'll probably need a bounce in the market for this to really work. But yeah, I like the 101 level on Amazon.
All right, the chat coming in hot there with what they like on charts. And we have 79% black charts with only 21% for white charts. So the people are speaking on this one, Max.
I'm not going to lie. I like the white charts better for the show.
Yeah, they do.
I think the
good,
black
right?
charts they're better on my eyes when I'm at my desk. But yeah, no, for the show, I think I like the white. I think it's like brighter.
Yeah, I know. I mean, everybody's going to have their opinion there, to be honest. Meta. I'm looking at Meta because it's at VWAP. And so here's the VWAP retracement. Is this an important level for Meta, or is this just VWAP? So we shall see. The close yesterday, another important level, 205.37. That's about $1 removed from where we are at the moment. So I'm not going to buy into a whole lot of selling, especially here. I'm looking at these futures. We are lower.
Got to be brave in the face of danger, Sharif.
I know. Well, you just get blown up. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not buying Max. I need confirmation, baby. I need to see it curl back up.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just punch short.
Different techniques. Different techniques.
So
yeah,
Sean's
Amazon
saying
is trying to go here.
Okay.
Getting into the 20s now. I'm gonna get my first profit taker at 25 if we can start to go. And like realistically, 65s easily on this name.
No, I'm already getting out.
You're already getting out. I'm not getting out.
I love it. Meta is huadunking to the downside, guys. It is going here. 208.10 rejection. We're at 206.20. We are $2 now removed off the high on our friend. Do we have Meta up here? Yeah, we do. Far removed off that level. So headed to the downside, baby. Daryl Flinch. Meta has to hold 206 now, or else it can get bad. I'm still short, but only have 10% left to cover at Sharif 206 possible out for me. My friend, we are knocking on the door at 206 because we just broke 10s, 8s, I should say 6s, 5s. Here we go. Is your out coming up soon there? Because, yeah, it's going. Meta really selling off here big. It had a big boy move earlier on, so plenty to give back. Let's be honest about that. And the ES stair-stepping down, the NQ stair-stepping down. The ghost has been given up. And whoever's speaking is, you know, disrupting this market move that we had. I'm still not seeing anything come in. Feds Kashkari, here we go. Feds Kashkari says we've seen some real progress from the Fed's rate hikes. Housing has slowed. Goods prices have fallen. New leases are coming down, okay? Kashkari, we are committed. Okay, we know about that one. So not seeing anything new here.
Good news, good news. Bottom's in. Let's go back up.
Come
Punch.
on.
Come on, fill my offers. Let's go.
I hope you're not punching on Meta because it is down, not even down and to the right.
Wow,
it is just
Meta is really
down,
tanking.
bro.
A lot of things are kind of tanking. So maybe if Amazon gives up that 101, maybe I got to get out. Just forget watching the break. Just maybe get out on the break. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, there's a lot of selling coming in.
Big boy selling coming in here, to be honest with you. Yeah, I didn't really anticipate these shorts. And do you ever feel that it takes you time to switch your opinion from long to short? Like, okay, you've been focused long all day,
100%.
but now the message is it's short and you're still looking for the dip long.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
For me to flip short, the problem is like you make this move down, and now I'm supposed to flip short, like shorting the low of day on something like an Amazon or a Meta or whatever. Although Meta is nowhere near low of day. So maybe
but it's still,
that's probably why Meta's tanking so much, is that it's up so high, everything else is kind of getting to the lows. And we get the bounce again on Amazon. So 101 is holding for now. Let's see, it bounced right off my offer. It did print 25. I watched it print 25. It did not print me at 25. I guess everybody in the chat is front running me on these orders. So probably shouldn't tell you guys where they are anymore. But yeah, no, Amazon's still holding, still bullish on this name, still love the 101, still like the move to 104 eventually. Let's see what happens on Amazon. Still, yeah, still some buying on the tape here in front of 101. What else do we got? Tesla gave up that level, so the short off of that buyer on Tesla was money. Once that guy broke,
Yeah. Oh, that was
Tesla just started to trend down.
It's at
And now
VWAP right now. How do you feel about it here?
Tesla's kind of like one of those never shorted names for me.
Yeah, no,
I don't
short
like
name.
shorting Tesla. I don't like shorting anything, as we know.
I'm not even
but,
talking about shorts. I'm talking about a bounce.
But
here
yeah,
at VWAP,
like bounce long on Tesla. This is the name that bounces. Tesla.
Do we?
Yeah, I mean VWAP. I don't know.
Oh, come on, Tesla.
I don't know. Yeah,
What
I
do we
mean,
do here? This is a good.
yeah. Yeah, forget Tesla. Why are we talking about Tesla? Amazon has bottomed and it's going back to VWAP. I still haven't gotten my fill though. It bounced off me twice. Maybe I should be at 24s here instead of 25s, but
baby.
yeah, Amazon, we're going up. We're going up. I really like this trade on Amazon. I should have added down here, get my average down to like 05s or something, but yeah, let's see where this goes.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
Like and subscribe, baby, but only if you like. Only like if you like. And only subscribe if you want to. No first pressure.
Today.
Hola. How do you feel that one? Hola. All right. Right here. Yeah, let's just like, subscribe, and share it. The show that takes you into the heart of the market. No, different one. Yeah, that's a college shirt. We are moving down here on Tesla, guys. I mean, I was looking for this VWAP. It doesn't care about VWAP. It doesn't even know what it is. It's heading down. 195 looks like a good level. That's the last trough we were at. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about over here. We stop at 195, 195.10. Could we see a bottom there with our friends Tesla? It was up over 1.5% on the day. Now it's a little bit below a percentage point, but it's down and to the right for ES and NQ at the moment. So you're not going to see me jump in front of any of these levels buying at this point. But the shorts look like they're good. Whatever is being said is hwadunking the market at the moment. I'm trying to find out what it is. None of the updates about what's being said is really that bearish. Here comes another one. Feds Kashkari says after SVB failure, there is an uneven playing field between small and big U.S. banks. Yeah, no, you know what? We've been talking about that. We've been talking about that a lot. Of course there is. And what are you going to do about it? That's what they asked Janet Yellen. How are you going to stop these outflows without like backstopping all the deposits? Here's the thing. I was reading an interesting article this morning. So it looks like as if the FDIC would have, okay, so total deposits, I forget the actual amount, but it was something trillion, okay?
Yeah.
In U.S. banks. The FDIC would have actually backstopped based on the $250,000 rule that they cover per account, more than 50%, almost 60% of all the deposits, just based on that 250K FDIC rule.
Yeah.
So only like 40% or something like that wasn't covered.
Yeah.
I mean, like only 40%.
Only 40.
Yeah.
The problem is like that
right?
40% is deposits with like Silicon Valley companies, like tech companies. So that would have probably killed a lot of innovation if they lost those massive deposits that they had.
Because they're not going to lend.
Yeah.
So all those big tech startups are either going to have to get seed money from VC, or they're not going to get any money from these banks. So one of the only ones that was loaning to these companies was SVB, and that was kind of like their business model.
Yeah, Amazon's still cruising up. It took out that 25. We're headed to VWAP. We are headed to VWAP. Where's VWAP? 102.
We really need to pump it like a thing. God, man, that would be awesome.
Yeah, let's see where Amazon goes. I'm feeling good.
Sean's having a time there with the animations. There you go.
Sean is absolutely printing on his Amazon long. So am I. 5 cents in the money right now.
Baby. 5 cents in the money bag.
The money, let's go.
There you go. Excuse us, guys. We're having a good time. That's just how we roll around here. Trading floors are awesome, man. Look at Darwin. Darwin remembers he's an OG. 2 pumps of lotion. Shout out to the playmaker who hasn't been in the chat for a long time. Shout out to the playmaker who actually sent the hand cream directly to the office here because of the 2 pumps of lotion thing. In case anybody's wondering, Bradley had like his hand lotion over there, and you know how fall is. It's dry.
Oh, you still got it.
This is it right here. This is the 2 pumps. This is the original 2 pumps of lotion. Anyway, so then I ended up getting a care package from the playmaker for this exact one. He got it from Amazon, and it smells amazing.
Got it from Amazon because everybody uses Amazon. Greatest company in the world, going back to highs.
There you go. There you go. Smash that like. All right, guys. We're curling a little bit here on our friend Stresla. We're curling a little bit on our friend Meta as well. We're having, we're finding a little bit of a bottom here on these futures, but I don't know. It's obviously not nothing special. I mean, we're finding bottoms for now, but do we stop the hemorrhaging at this point? I don't know. Below 196 right now on Tesla. Looking to retake it again, a bit of a curling motion here. We're up on the day still on the ES by 0.2%. We're up on the day still on the NQ by about half a percentage point, 0.46. But, I'm not a big seller. I'm not a big buyer, of this dip, to be honest with you, Max. Here, we got 7 minutes left on the show.
7 minutes left.
Yeah, so you just scalped a little bit out of that Amazon position.
Yeah, I scalped a good chunk out, and just holding for this next kind of leg up. 101.30 was kind of the level, in my opinion, on Amazon. So if we do resist here, we did the same thing with 102.10 earlier. So, support becomes resistance. We'll see if we resist here. If we resist here, like at this point, I'm not holding this through a 101 break anymore. 101 would be pretty bearish on Amazon now. So let's see if we can hold this 101.30 again, make that next move. The high of the original kind of 101.30 hold was like 101.70, 80. So that would be like, if we got up there, that would be the ultimate out for sure. I'll probably start to take some more profit here now that we get back above 30s.
I like it. Yeah, that's a nice hold. That 101 hold was absolute money, eh?
Yeah. And I mean, this is the price on Amazon today. I don't know if you were watching on the open.
Yeah, look, right there.
On the open,
hold, baby.
You were watching the tape. You could not get long 101 today unless you had the bid out there. Like you were not able to punch anywhere near it. You were punching 10s probably.
You're getting bought up.
So it was just getting bought. Every time it came down there, it would just spike right back up. So there are definitely buyers at 101 on Amazon.
No question.
Same as there were sellers before on it at that price.
Sorry, due diligence, Sharif, you never checked my super chat. I think I did. Didn't I? Sorry, tag me again right now so that it's at Sharif Gobriel, not exclamation point Sharif, so I can see it. I just got lucky there. I saw it by accident. So sorry if I didn't. I thought I got to it, but yeah, definitely tag me again. Yeah, thanks for Bears versus Bulls. Just tag him. All right, a bit of a curling motion here, but I want to ask you a quick question. Yeah. Brendo and I were looking. We had Rahim Alani on this morning. He was talking banks. He was talking Canadian banks. Have you seen some of these Canadian banks at 52-week lows, baby?
Are they?
Yeah, man. I don't know,
I
man.
don't.
My
I don't
buy
really pay
finger
attention.
wants to hit on the long there.
Look, Canadian banks are not going bankrupt.
No, man. Canadian banks are
not
solid.
financial advice. I don't.
No,
I'm not a financial analyst
Neither
or whatever. But yeah, Canadian banks, we have a very solid financial system here. So I don't know if people are thinking Canadian banks are going bankrupt. That's maybe a good idea to bet against that. So yeah, I don't hate the long on Canadian banks right now.
Neither do I. Okay, it looks like, what's his name? Due Diligence was asking about MCB to zero, LFG. We all know what that means. MCB, I hope it's a NASDAQ stock. It's not. New York. There it is, New York. MCB is what? Just for my own curiosity here. It is Metropolitan Bank. I should know that. It was one of the movers. Is going to zero. Metropolitan Bank is a bank holding company which is engaged in principal activity, is the ownership and management of the subsidiary Metropolitan Commercial Bank. Okay, so we know what it is. What's the chart look like this? I bet you it's bad, obviously, given what we've been through the last couple of weeks. So here we go. Yeah, real ugly. It's down, a retracement, and then right back down. I don't know the specifics of this bank. I don't know what their balance sheet looks like. Are they exposed to long-dated treasuries like some of these other banks? Is their exposure oversized? I also hear commercial real estate is going to be in a lot of trouble coming up soon. Is there exposure to commercial real estate? I haven't done my due diligence on this one, but it's an interesting look. I'm going to put that on my Khwadunka watch list for a possible move down here.
Are we still going down on that MCB? We took a look at that earlier.
We did, eh? That's I thought I said that, and then he's like, "You didn't look at it." Okay,
yeah, so it makes another leg down, all on light volume, which is very interesting. Like if this really decides to fall apart, it's going to be doing 30, 40 million shares of volume, and the down moves could be insane.
Yeah,
it could be like another FRC kind of halt down, crazy volume scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is FRC doing today? Actually, we
Can I get the 8-ball?
This one kind of fell off. Still doing volume, but yeah, FRC kind of tanking again. Maybe sympathy to this MCB.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe sympathy. FRC's falling off now that more banks are failing. I mean, they don't have enough money to support all of them, do they?
No, I mean, you gotta assume they don't, right? Oh, here we go. Metropolitan Bank shares are trading lower. Traders are circulating. A Vidar research substack titled Metropolitan Commercial Bank is a mixed bag of problems. Here's what I'm talking about, guys. I'll bring that in so you guys can see it. F11, zoom. Here's the headline coming by way of Benzinga. Metropolitan Bank shares are trading lower. Traders are circulating a Vidar research substack, whatever the hell that is, titled Metropolitan Commercial Bank is a mixed bag of problems. No, so if you want to look into what that is, go ahead and search that headline there, and that may come up on your Google. But yeah, we got like another minute and a half left on the show. Somebody, Irish Mac, wants me, before we go, to check the 8-ball, red or green. All right, Max, here we go.
Red or green, here we go.
Oh, wise and an all-knowing 8-ball. Will the market finish green or will the market finish red on today? Wait, hell yes.
Hell yes.
I did.
Closing green.
It's closing green, baby. So we're gonna.
That is what you said, right?
I don't know. We'll just go with it, right?
Closing
right?
green.
There we go.
You heard it here first.
It said hell yes, and whatever you want the answer to be,
hell yes.
It's hell yes too.
Hell yes.
Okay. So yeah, we've got like another 30 seconds left on the show, but it's been a great show.
Someone says hell is red.
There you go. Well, hey man, red is prosperity in some cultures, as I learned today. So that's what I said. Red is prosperity in some cultures, as I learned today.
So
right.
Every answer is the answer.
There you go. There you go. We'll just go with that. We can please everybody. I want to mention real quick something slipped my mind, but anyway, that's fine. We're getting, like I was saying earlier, we're getting a bit of a balance on all. some of these big cappers. It looks like Meta and Amazon really benefiting from that. I'd say that Tesla, Google, and Microsoft, not really. So if you're looking for anything to curl here, maybe those two, but the market is going to, by market, I mean the futures are really going to have to hold up here. Otherwise, we could be due for a move back down. We are now overtime. The show is over. We have got one more day, Friday. Meet us tomorrow, though. Same time, same channel. We'll do it all again for you guys. It's been good, Max.
Nice show.
See you tomorrow, guys.
There we go. Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon here as we head back to the downside. Always Kashkari's fault, it seems, but talking the market back down, talking inflation, talking about some sticky inflation in services and in housing.